leaders for now and the future. I want all of you all to know that at their own expense, the National Business League, he is actually in Orlando, has been there for the last few days. He recently returned from international travel, so he did not get the word that we had rescheduled the meeting.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's right, Commissioner Haynes. And so I want you to make contact with the president of the National Business League, and I want you to roll out the red carpet for him. Be careful while he's there. Let me just say that it is my honor as the president of the World Conference of Mayors and also as the founding president of the Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance, and on behalf of the board of directors of both of our organizations and the National Policy Alliance as the founding co-chair of that organization, let me say it is my honor to present to our keynote speaker this morning, who's going to set us on the right tone. We're going to present to him the Booker T. Washington Award. Why? Because he is the president and CEO of the National Business League, founded by Dr. Booker T. Washington in 1900. To the Honorable Dr. Kenneth L. Harris, President and CEO of the National Business League, a dynamic leader following in the footsteps of Dr. Booker T. Washington, founder of the National Negro Business League in 1900, Dr. Harris is blazing new avenues of success for the nation's oldest and largest Black business trade organization and the premier networking organization for economic and educational empowerment, specifically tailored to meet the needs of Black-owned businesses. Signed by yours truly and by the Honorable Ed Jones, Mayor of Grambling, Louisiana, President of the World Conference of Mayors. It is my honor, Mr. President, to present to you the 2022 World Conference of Mayors, Historic Black Towns and Settlements, Dr. Booker T. Washington Award. Let's give him a hand as we welcome Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the president.
Thank you so much. It is such a wonderful, wonderful opportunity to be here with all of you in this August body today. Again, Mayor Ford, I cannot express the gratitude on behalf of the membership of the organization and all of its chapters around the world, and the tremendous legacy that has been left by someone who not only believed in us, cared for us, loved us, but put practical steps and processes in place so that we could not only follow the blueprint and the platform, but have a roadmap for the future. And so again, on behalf of the World Conference of Mayors and the Historic Towns and Settlements Alliance, thank you so much for this not only esteemed award, but recognition that we got a lot of work to do still. And in 2022, this is not only a mantra to be set, but this is also a great honor to honor our ancestors who came before us, who really laid the foundation for us to build on top of, not just here in America, but throughout the world. And it is also a great honor on behalf of this institution that is still around today and embracing technology. You know, I always say that, you know, the revolution will not be televised, it will be digitized. And so as we look at where we are today in COVID and its impact on us, I don't want to give a traditional word. But what I want to do is as we all have had to not only pivot towards the future, COVID has had a tremendous impact on our communities, both domestic and abroad. The pandemic has forced a lot of us to rethink things differently. It has forced us to look at our families and our loved ones in a more caring way. It has also brought us together in ways that we have never communicated before, as we are now so ever engaged with this new dynamic of digital and technological sophistication. And so what we have here today is not only remembering our past, and as I say in Sankofa, in order to move forward, we must go back and grab. And it's important that in the term of the signal of Sankofa, to take what we have learned from the past in order to move forward in the future. And it's so important as we look at today, this global diaspora that has assembled amongst this August body, that we are now in a brighter position to do things that we've never done before. And so my message to you all is a message for the future. That message that contains not only the legacy that our story did not start with slavery. We are actually kings and queens who civilized the world, and that we contributed in ways that have never been done before as Black men and women. And we led as equals, both feminine energy and masculine energy. We have embraced the concept of balance and alignment, mind, body, soul, and spirit, the holistic aspect of our entire being. And we have this opportunity today to recognize so much of what our culture represents, to see the young people saying that this is a new day during the great resignation that is taking place in our land, never settling for status quo, wanting to be fulfilled in our holistic totality as a people. And so I think about Booker T. Washington, a man who believed in not only personality-driven leadership, but more importantly, institutional-driven leadership. And that's why these organizations are so critical and important for the future. And so we must stand back today and thank and honor Booker T. Washington, but not just Booker T., who was a great leader amongst us, but all the men and women who gathered around the National Business League in 1900 in Boston, Massachusetts, to say that there must be an organization to represent our economic means and our economic prosperity. And so with that, we are here almost 122 years later. And we think about this legacy, having not only the remnants of the words of Dr. Booker T. Washington, who said, lay down your buckets where you are.
Amen.
Lay down your buckets where you are. Because that is reminiscent of what we must do today and in the future. We must draw down our buckets where we are.
Yes.
We must come together, not only as a nation, but as a global community. And as you all know, that Dr. Booker T. Washington believed in the Congress of the Diaspora to come together around economic means. And this is so important in today's time, because as I have traveled on the behest of Mayor Ford to the African continent, I can tell you right now, there is no better time than to connect Black business with African business. This is no better time in the world for us to be able to link our economies throughout the African diaspora, the Caribbean, and all of the lands in which indigenous and melanated people reside. This is our opportunity through the technological means for us to communicate in ways we've never done before and set agendas that will drive us towards our true economic destinies. This is the time where young people in classrooms are raising their hands, and you say, what would you rather be when you grow up? Would you rather be a doctor or lawyer or own your own business? And young people say, I want to be all three.
All right.
So this is a new day We should be excited about the future as we pivot out of COVID, which has had a devastating impact on the Black community in terms of health, in terms of business, but it has positioned us not only for a great world in front of us, but a great opportunity for all of humanity. Because I believe that this is the time that we will not only embrace our ancestors' foundations, but this is also the time that we will innovate and create and think for the future and lead the world into what Dr. King said of our great promised land. And we will realize that on this day. And so as I close in my words, I think about Booker T. Washington, who formed this organization for the economic progress and liberation and commercial development of Black people, and how he built this organization, which spread across the land with hundreds of chapters throughout all 50 states and internationally. And I think about this organization that is now, due to my chairman, Thomas W. Dortch, where we now have regional offices in Atlanta, in Detroit, in Los Angeles, and our headquarters in Washington, D.C. And we are now setting up regional offices all throughout Africa. And I think about where we are as a trajectory of more than 2.9 million Black-owned businesses across this country, what the opportunities lay before us as we can rebuild our own communities as Booker T. Washington sought. And I think about this organization that was a leader before even mainstream America thought about forming chambers of commerce. Most people do not know that the National Business League, Negro Business League, was founded 12 years before the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Wow. And that Booker T. Washington was an advisor to the mainstream on how to build a local economy based on businesses coming together as trade. And so we think about today and all of our racial problems that exist, but we also think about how Booker T led in finding solutions for our problems. I call this the solution revolution, because we don't need to hear about problems today. We need to hear about the solutions that we will implement and execute as we move forward throughout our land. And so as we focus on the future, we think about all of the wonderful things that are taking place in terms of education, policy, social dynamics. And we think about all the struggles for freedom that accompany that. Today, we must continue that fight for freedom until we win. And when we win, not only will there be a brighter day in Black America, African America, throughout the entire diaspora, but we will lead humanity again, just as Booker T. Washington did. And so thank you to the honorable body who honored me today. I appreciate you. We got work to do. And this is not only another opportunity and a mantra for that work to be done, but it is also inspiration and invigoration towards the legacy that we carry on our shoulders. Thank you so much, August body. I am truly honored, but more importantly, I am honored to continue the work and to pass the baton to the next generation who is coming behind us. There is no success without succession. Thank you all so much. And I wish blessings upon this conference and the continuation of this long legacy that is taking place today. Thank you so much.
Now you see why we wanted to start off with him, that energy, that vision, and he is following not only in the footprints of Booker T. Washington, but planting his own feet on solid ground. Carry on, young man. We are proud of you. And the other reason we wanted to start with him is because Dr. Harris, Booker T. Washington was the inspiration behind not only historic Black colleges, but historic Black towns and settlements. And at that meeting in 1900 in Boston, S.L. Davis, the mayor of Hobson City, gave the keynote speech about the importance of Black people organizing their own historic Black towns and settlements. So that's what we're all about. We are the World Conference of Mayors. It was Booker T. Washington in that same year in 1900 dispatched the first emissary to Togo. So he was international. So that's where the World Conference of Mayors comes in. I followed that legacy by going to Africa and starting the World Conference of Mayors. And of course, the historic Black towns is a product of the efforts of Booker T. Washington. So let's give him another round of applause. Thank you for setting the tone. Now, we are ready for the Honorable World Conference of Mayors Vice President for Trust, the Honorable Samuel Ings. Let me again say to you that the World Conference of Mayors, we have 7 goals, which we call the 7 T's. They are trust, trade, tourism, technology transfer, Twin Cities, treasury, and training. Those are the 7 areas that we concentrate, and we have vice presidents who chair those committees for the 7 T's. We will begin by asking our Vice President for Trust, the Honorable Samuel Ings, and let's give him a hand to express our appreciation for all that he's done. He volunteered to go by and pick up over $3,000 worth of items that had been sent to the hotel for our convention. He's just done so much, and we just appreciate him in so many, many ways. Your Honor, you now have the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, our Vice President for Trust.
Well, thank you, Your Honor, and good morning, everybody. We just thank the Honorable Mayor Ford and all of those that are assisting and really bringing this World Conference of Mayors and Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance and National Policy Alliance together. You are to be commended. And when we talk about trust, you know, the one thing that we do definitely think of, and that is trust in God, that we trust in God. And we trust in you, Mayor Ford, because trust is a firm belief in the reliability and truth and ability or strength of someone or something. And that's from the Merriam-Webster Dictionary. And we have firm belief in you. And we, as members of the World Conference of Mayors, have to have faith and firm belief in each other, that we're able to be a strength, not only to ourselves, but to the organizations and the cities and towns and settlements that we represent. Relations and relationships have to be built on trust. We have to have confidence in one another. We have to have belief in one another, and we have to have faith in one another that we can proceed and do those things that will make us all successful. From a law perspective and a law definition, an arrangement whereby a person or trustee holds property as its nominal owner for the good of one or more beneficiaries. And that essentially says that we, as members of the World Conference of Mayors and the Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance, we hold in self-evident and in truth that we will carry on the principles of the organization, and that we will keep the principles of the organizations, and that we will protect those principles, and that we are in charge of maintaining those principles, and that we are in charge of caring for those principles. We are the custody of working together for the good of the organization. Now, what is the real meaning of trust? Trust is a firm belief in the character, strength, or truth of someone. And we have to believe and trust each other. You place your trust in me, and I place my trust in you. For trust is of a confident hope. You have precise precision to know and hope and believe that Commissioner Samuel B. Ings will be here for the World Conference of Mayors. And I have that same trust and confidence and belief and hope that you, in your positions of the World Conference of Mayors, especially Diane Robinson and Johnny Harrison, for they are the strength and backbone of this organization. They are faithful, they are reliable, and we can believe and trust in them. This is why trust is so important. We have to have a strong belief in the goodness or the ability of someone. We have to have trust in someone. It is important that we trust and that they trust each other. Now, trust means to rely on someone. And specifically, when we are given a task and when we're given an opportunity to serve, we must serve in that capacity. Trust is essential for the effectiveness of the World Conference of Mayors and the historic Black towns and settlements. This is the team. We are the team. We work together. And oftentimes you can hear Mayor Ford saying, "We are together."
Okay.
We are together. And that is encouraging to me because it provides a sense or form of safety and knowing that someone is there to care for me and to support me. So trust is confidence, trust is honesty, trust is integrity, and trust is a belief that someone will be truthful. When we make our reports, when we say the things that we are committed to do, we must be truthful. You know, trusting God means whatever we suffer in the end can be used for all of our ultimate good. We don't see God, we can't touch God, but at the same time, we do believe that he does exist and that when we are in need, he will be there for us. So trust is important to all of us. And I got the signal, Mayor Ford, and I am done. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Let's give him a hand. Now we want to go to the Honorable Deborah Delgado. Are you there, Your Honor? Deborah Delgado has served as the president of NBCLEO, City Council lady in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, an outstanding leader. If she's not, is she there, Mr. Director General? If she's not there,
I did not see her.
let me say that. He does?
Yes, he said he sees it.
Your Honor,
I do not see her.
Oh, he said he does.
let me just say that trade is very, very important to us in the World Conference of Mayors. The whole business of importing and exporting. I am pleased to have had an opportunity to be appointed by 2 presidents to serve on the International Trade Advisory Committee to the U.S. Trade Ambassador. Trade is the foundation of our global economy. What we must do in the United States of America is fight hard to make sure that we do away with the trade deficit that we have with many other nations. Trade is something now, thanks to technology, that can be done. It's as easy as doing business across the street. You can do business around the world. And what we do in the World Conference of Mayors is encourage more of our people to get involved in international trade. We therefore try to build the capacity of our mayors to become trade mission leaders, to be able to lead trade missions to other countries. For example, I spoke on yesterday with the Director General of the Taipei Economic Office in Miami. I'll be meeting with him soon to set up a trade mission of mayors from Florida to go to Taipei once the crisis in health ceases to be an issue, to take a trade commission, a trade mission to Taipei, because their economy, that country of Taiwan, has one of the most robust trade economies in the world. And we've had a long relationship with them, and we want to build stronger trade relationships, not only with Taiwan, but with Haiti, with Trinidad, and of course, Africa. As the president of the National Business League indicated earlier, Africa, in terms of trade opportunities, it is wide open, and we must develop our mayors and their ability to take advantage of the trade opportunities that exist on the African coast. We must develop the ability for our mayors to directly work with their business leaders in their cities to trade, to do importing and exporting. And what is important, there used to be a time when there was a middleman in order for those of us in the US to do business in Africa. We don't need any middlemen anymore. We can directly trade thanks to the internet, thanks to technology, thanks to the ability to Zoom, we can communicate. And so international trade is a top priority, and the Honorable Deborah Delgado will continue to lead our effort in that regard. Now, let us go to tourism. The Honorable Thomas Masters is not with us, but we are pleased to announce that the Honorable Mayor Eddie Cole will be our new Vice President for tourism. As you know, I don't have to tell you that tourism is Florida's greatest industry, and he, being from Eatonville, will certainly do a great job there. Mr. Director General, do we have the Honorable Solomon and Gloria Herbert on the line? They've been up very early because they're in California. Are they with us? Technology.
We are here.
We're here.
There they are. Give them a hand.
Thank
The floor is now yours. They are a premier couple when it comes to tourism for Black America. You have it. Take it away. Great.
Thank you so much, Mayor Ford. And we're joined by our colleague, Dr. Dennis Rogers, who has worked with us through the years, and he's going to assist us in this presentation.
Great.
So Dr. Rogers.
Okay. He's going to share a screen with you. Are you able to do that?
Oh, yeah. Just a matter of time.
Right. I think the comments are so appropriate. The opening remarks about solution revolution and about trust. These are just such important concepts for all of us. And in travel, we're looking for some solutions right now. Like the whole world, we're looking for solutions. And I think that what you're doing is going to be a great part of a problem-solving effort. So we're really happy to be partnering with you and working with you to continue to look for solutions in travel and tourism.
Wonderful.
He's trying to get in.
Who's trying to get in?
The panelist is Rogers.
Oh, great. Yeah, Solomon, you and Gloria early this morning, huh?
It was worth it, worth the effort.
Yes.
Believe me.
Any time to work with you. I mean, we would just appreciate you over the years, all that you've done, and you've kept you have the spirit and this energy that you impart to other people, and you know, they hopefully it'll get some of your passion to do the work that needs to be done.
Point of special privilege, Dr. Rogers, if you would, in the Q&A section, please just type "this is me" in there so I know who you are, so I can activate your screen.
One of the other lessons we're learning is patience.
Well, at least you didn't have to travel all the way from California.
Right, thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Outstanding. Say a word about your magazine while we're waiting. Is he still coming?
Yeah.
Yes, we're here.
There you go. Give him a hand. All right.
Thank you, Drew, for
Thank you.
making this happen. Okay, so I will share my screen now.
Absolutely. Well, you want to talk about the magazine quickly? So.
Wonderful. Here we go. It's such a pleasure to meet everyone. I'm here working with Gloria and Solomon Herbert. They're my mentors in this space, and they are brilliant at what they do. So the presentation is here. Okay. Here we go. This is slide number 2. First, welcome everyone again. My name is Dr. Dennis Rogers. I'm here in support of Gloria and Solomon Herbert, the publishers of the Black Meetings in Tourism magazine. And I call them the godmother and the godfather of tourism and the business of tourism.
That's right.
Well, we actually founded the magazine in 1993. That was our first year of operation. First issue came out in 1994. So we've been doing this for almost 40 years, 30 years rather, 29 years. And it's been quite a interesting journey. And Gloria has really made this happen. I mean, I was kind of out there floundering by myself. I had another partner in the beginning, and in 1990. And after 2 or 3 years with this other partner, I said, no, I need somebody who's really going to have my back and work with me. And she came to join the operation, and it's been my backbone.
Absolutely. Miss Gloria, thank you so much for supporting Solomon in this lifelong mission. Anyone that spends time with them can see the love they have for each other and for our people. And they really do produce a labor of love in everything they touch. According to the recent research report from the World Travel and Tourism Council, the worldwide travel and tourism industry contributed a record $8.8 trillion and 319 million jobs to the world economy. The world economy right now is $88 trillion. That means 10% of the global economy is due to travel and tourism. One international study reports that prior to the pandemic, we know things have changed with the pandemic, travel and tourism accounted literally for 1 in 4 of all new jobs created in the world. So tourism is a growth industry.
You know, we have to impress upon our young people the importance of and the opportunities that exist in the tourism industry. A lot of the young people feel that, servitude is what the hospitality industry is all about. And it's really not. It's about service, but there are many opportunities of wide variety of job opportunities in travel and tourism. It's not just being a maid or cleaning somebody's room. Hotel general managers making 6 figures. And then, of course, there's an organization like NABHOOD that we helped found back 20 some odd years ago. And where you can have own hotels. When we started that organization, I think there was just one Black-owned hotel in New Orleans, plus the Howard Inn at Howard University. Today, there are something upwards of 700 Black-owned hotels. And I think we're going in the right direction. And so it's important for us to let young people know that there are many, many opportunities in the hospitality and tourism industry other than just cleaning somebody's room.
And as Dr. King said, if you would be great, be of service, and rewards are there.
Absolutely.
The report found that the travel and tourism industry is literally the second fastest growing sector in the world. That is ahead of healthcare, and we know how important healthcare is during the pandemic. Information technology, Mayor Ford was just talking about how the information technology age is changing us, and that's ahead of financial services, and everyone needs financial services. It's behind only manufacturing, which was up by 4%. So travel and tourism is the growth industry to be in.
Absolutely. And as we look at those figures, I want to alert all of our colleagues who are part of the Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance. This is a key opportunity for you now to develop the wonderful product that you have and enter into this tourism sector. So this is a whole different conversation, I must say, but at some point we would like Mayor Ford and all of you, please, to consider the possibility of allowing us to really share how that might be done and how it can make a difference. I know Alistair Cowell from Canada also would be a part of this conversation because there are wonderful opportunities. And as this industry grows, we think that those historic towns and settlements need to benefit from it.
You're right. Thank you.
Mhm. And to sit with Gloria and Solomon Herbert is literally to sit with storytellers par excellence. They have stories about how the Essence Festival came into being. Again, Mr. Solomon talked about how the Black hotel owners came into being. They have so much wisdom. The United States Travel Association, USTA, reports that travel and tourism generates $2.5 trillion in economic output and supports 15.7 million American jobs in the pre-pandemic era.
Yes, as
According to the,
I'm
yes,
sorry,
ma'am.
Dr. Go ahead, but just as our
No, go
previous
right ahead.
Thank you, dear. As our previous speakers are commenting about the change, we're looking, yes, things are changing, but in some ways they could be better. So we're going to just focus on going forward for what are the solutions. So at this point, we hear a lot about the hiccups that are happening in the travel industry, but just yesterday we were on a major conference call with some tourism officials, and they're looking for a quick comeback. Actually, 2022, the end of 2022, there is anticipated full recovery from travel. So I think, again, this is a major opportunity for people of color to take advantage of this.
Great. According to the National 2019 Black Traveler Report, the annual economic impact generated by African Americans was reported to be $129.6 billion for domestic and international leisure travel. Other sources estimate there's an additional $9 billion spent for meetings, conferences, and conventions. That's a total literally of 130, literally $9 billion in play within the African American consumer travel experience alone.
One of the things that we have emphasized over the years is to promote and encourage travelers, African American and other travelers, to go into those, for instance, in Los Angeles, we have an area called Leimert Park, which is a historic district that has much history and culture of African Americans, art and music, and we've always encouraged people. We had a program several years ago, to stay an extra day and see our USA, where we would encourage people to go, travelers across the board, to go to, into Harlem and to Sylvie's restaurant and to the Schomburg Museum, spend an extra day and another day or two to add another day or two to their trip to make sure that they cover the African American community, and that would generate many, many billions of dollars in addition to the the amount that you just quoted.
Yes, sir. And if you go to www.blackmeetingsandtourismmagazine.com, you can see back issues as well as the current issue of the publication. Very little of that revenue, however, generated from Black travelers benefit African American communities. The business of travel. Out of over 700 official travel tourism offices, also known as convention and visitors bureaus worldwide, there are only 10 Black presidents, CEOs, or executive directors, which is a paucity of 1.5%. Less than 4% of all destinations advertised with Black-owned media, with the Black Meetings and Tourism Magazine, with the National Newspaper Publishers Association, with Black television, or invest in sponsorships for Black events.
The numbers of the Convention and Visitors Bureau presidents never seems to go higher than 11 or 12. It's usually somewhere between 9 and 12. It's only since 1990, that was when the first African-American male, Melvin Tennant, became the president of a CVB in Oakland, California. It's 1990, so it's not that long ago. And it was 1995 when Brenda Scott became the first Black female to become a CVB head. So there's lots of room for improvement there.
And in Charlotte, North Carolina, we had the benefit of having Mr. Tennant as the head of our Convention and Visitors Bureau, and the CIAA flourished in Charlotte, North Carolina. And when he moved on, there, of course, were changes there.
Yeah, he went from Charlotte to
Minneapolis.
no, he went to San Antonio, and then from there to Minneapolis, and he's still active today. So that shows you this is a relatively young industry, and our ascendance in the industry is something rather recently. Also, of the 50 state departments of tourism, there's only one of them that's run by an African American woman in Virginia, Patricia Washington. And then, of course, the history and the record in the airline industry and in the hotel industry and in the cruise industry is even worse. We just are not, fortunately, we have Arnold Donald, who's the president of Carnival Corporation. But other than that, there's hardly any African Americans. Now, my understanding is, I just was told the other day that Orlando Ashford, who Arnold had brought in to be the president of Holland America Line, but they were all the African American employees pretty much at the upper levels were released at the outset of the pandemic. My understanding is that Orlando has landed a position with a new cruise line. So we'll be more on that later on when we find out more information about that. And anyway, is there anything you want to add to that?
Well, of course, we're going to be focusing on solutions, because obviously this is a problem that out of all those billions of dollars that African Americans and other people of color are spending on travel and tourism, our question always is how much of that is invested back into these communities. So historically, there have been some efforts to do that. Many of you are familiar with the historic Green Book from the early part of the 19th century, and 1920, actually 1939 through 1969 or 67. Those were the guides that led African Americans not only to where to stay, where to eat, and what to do, but also those were books of commerce, because they actually put revenue stream into African American communities. So part of our solution going forward, you'll hear more about later, will be the new Green Book. We won't talk about that right now, but again, we welcome your participation and encourage you to work along with us to really make these dollars count for African Americans. And as Solomon said, for those young people who are looking for career opportunities, or entrepreneurs who are looking for a way to develop businesses, travel and tourism really holds a wonderful key to do that. We've got to make it happen.
Thank you.
Yes. And how many of you mayors remember Atlanta Mayor Maynard Jackson?
We do.
Yes, Mayor Ford. Maynard Jackson, as mayor, withheld funds generated from the city's hotel bed tax, unless the Convention and Visitors Bureau hired more African Americans. And there was equity in spending with African American suppliers and vendors. And so the renaissance, the financial entrepreneurship we see in Atlanta today is a direct result of a mayor's leadership in calling into account the Convention and Visitors Bureau in their communities. 25 years ago, the NAACP launched a national lodging industry report card, which literally rated the nation's major hotel brands regarding their policies for diversity and inclusion and promotion, particularly, which is what Mr. Herbert spoke about just a moment ago.
Okay, great.
We cannot forget Andrew Young. He also played a major role in Atlanta in making sure that the playing field was leveled. But when the NAACP report cards came out, the first one, Marriott was the only organization, the only brand in the hotel industry that actually had a diversity officer. None of the others did.
That's right.
And when the report card came out and there were all these F's and C's on there, everybody jumped on board and they started clamoring to get their diversity program and get a diversity officer. And all these brands that had not been supporting the African-American travel market with advertising, with sponsorship, conferences and things like that, they all did an about face and started doing that. And the NAACP report card, I'm not sure how many years it lasted, maybe 5 or 6 years. And then at some point they decided to discontinue it. And unfortunately, as soon as it was discontinued, all of that support, almost 100% of it went away. Advertising stopped in the Black media. The sponsorship of events is greatly reduced from what it was during the period when the report card was being produced. So we need to come up with some, and we do have some ideas that we'll share with you to try and put pressure on the individuals that control the purse strings to make sure that they start sharing these dollars with African-American suppliers and vendors and hiring African Americans.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. How much more do we have? We could listen to you all day, but unfortunately our time is caught up with us, but this is
This is our last slide.
wonderful.
This is the last one. And Mr. Herbert just literally read the slide from memory. And that is, we're asking you, the mayor, you have the power of the gavel, the power of the bully pulpit, and the power of policy to get the local Convention and Visitors Bureaus in your community to do what Maynard Jackson did and the NAACP did in their community. You can help to make a difference. Mayor Ford and all of the mayors present, we really appreciate your leadership. And on behalf of Gloria and Solomon Herbert, I'd like to turn it over to them for last comments. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you today.
Thank you. Great.
Thank you, Dr. D. And I think that really is the last comment. We're looking for solutions, and we do trust you, and we thank you for the trust you've put in us.
And we have, as at the National Policy Alliance conference, we did a presentation, and we reported on an initiative that SCLC and NPA is the National Policy Alliance is going to initiate in the next couple of months, which will actually address this issue and hopefully add some more diversity and more inclusion in the hospitality and travel and tourism industry. So thank you so much for your time and your attention.
And thank you. Let's give him another hand. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Mayor Ford, I've got 2 questions that were trying to be towards them
Excuse me.
in the Q&A if we had a moment.
Director General, just hold the questions 1 second, please. I have Beth Carroll. I want you to go to Beth Carroll, please. Beth, can you raise your hand? Can you raise your hand, or what's the best way, Mr. Director General, to get her, for you to notify her?
She's coming on.
Right, Beth. Okay, yeah, just hold your questions. We're gonna have a question and answer period later. Beth, are you there? While she's coming, I wanted to interrupt because the Davidson family has been one of our greatest supporters for the World Conference of Mayors and the Historic Towns. And I wanted her to bring greetings on behalf of Tom Davidson and their father and the entire family. So Beth, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, good morning.
Good morning from Northwest Florida. Hello, everyone. Thanks for including me, Mayor Ford.
Yes, go right ahead.
Wonderful to see you. Well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm Beth Carroll, and I am one of the Davidson family members. My brother, Tom, started a company 12 years ago called EverFi that I've been involved with that brings impact as a service across the world. We've reached about 60 million students. With the help of Mayor Ford, we started right there in Tuskegee, Alabama, was our very first school. Way back in the day, Mayor Ford, do you remember us coming down there and having you guide us around your wonderful town? And we recently just sold the company, although not much is going to change, to a big worldwide public company called Blackbaud that does wonderful things in giving and social impact around the world. And we're just so excited about that to continue our good work by bringing all sorts of wonderful courses to the community and to students in school, mostly in low to moderate income communities. And we're so excited about that. We've also just kicked off another little company that we started again there in Tuskegee, announcing that last summer with Mayor Ford, called the 5 Network, which is going to be all about mentoring young kids through sophisticated apps. So there's more to come on that, but Tom Sr. and Tom Jr., wish you well, Mayor Ford, and thanks for including us this morning.
Thank you so much. She's very modest. She's very modest. She didn't tell you that he just sold his company for $700 million. So that is just outstanding. Beth, thank you so much. And I want to now go back to tourism. Give my best to everyone. Thank you for what you did with the Trucet Bank. We're going to apply for funding from that bank again. So we need your help, okay?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Ford.
Thanks so much. Let's go
everyone. I'll be listening. Thank you.
Okay. The Honorable Kenya Cox, are you there? Is she with us? The Commission for the 400 Years of African American History Commission. Is she on, Mr. Director General?
No, she is not.
Okay, we need someone to immediately call her and see where we are. Okay, Mayor Johnson, let's see if Mayor Johnson is ready.
You don't want the question.
Wait, but she is here. I'm trying to find her.
Did you say she's on?
Yeah.
Yes.
He said she's on.
Yeah, he's trying to find.
Kenya, can you identify yourself?
If you would, please use the raise hand feature so that I can find you.
Okay, how about Mayor Darrell Johnson? Are you on? Okay.
Yes,
Well,
Kenya.
there she is. Okay, Kenya, first of all, we want you to give the proper name of the National Commission, but let's give her a round of applause and welcome her. Kenya Cox. Thank you, Your Honor. Go right ahead. You have the floor.
Well, thank you, Mayor Ford, and thank you, Gloria and Herbert Solomon, for that very timely information. We all know that we are at a pivotal moment in time and history, and the work that we are doing here today will be recorded in the annuals of tomorrow's history. And if we get it right, if we're able to seize the day and take control of the narrative of our story, telling about the resiliency, the contribution, the wonderful things that African Americans have done across this nation to build and support this nation and making it what it is today, then not only will we be educating our children in the world, but we will also be developing that economic piece that we so desperately need. So thank you so very much. That just dovetails so very well in everything that the 400 years of African American History Commission is doing, and also that the World Conference of Mayors. I think about what Mayor Ford talks about, the 7 T's: trust, trade, tourism, technology transfer, Twin Cities, treasury, and training. But that tourism leads into that trade, which leads into economic development. So thank you so very much. I do believe that we have a greeting that if Mr. Drew could queue up from our Vice Chair of the 400 Years of African American History Commission.
Just a moment.
Queuing up a greeting from the
Oh,
Vice Chair.
wonderful,
I think you
wonderful.
lost out on it.
Oh, yeah. Kenya, we're still waiting?
Yeah.
Yes, he's queuing up the official greeting from our Vice Chair, the renowned artist, Mr. Ted Ellis.
Wow, Ted is there, huh? Great. Okay. Tourism is tourisma, great industry, great industry. And African-American history and African-American culture. It's just a great part of that, and we want to take it. Oh, is that him? Okay.
I know we had the opportunity this summer to be in Tulsa and then to meet with you all in Boley, Oklahoma, and just learning about that history. And it was just beautiful. If we could really promote more of those stories, people will come and they would bring their dollars with them, which would again support our communities. It would help to preserve our story and create such a national pride.
And we had a chance to go to the town, historic Nicodemus, Kansas, which is now a National Historic Site park, right?
Absolutely. And you know, I'm so very proud of that. Nicodemus, Kansas is the last all black township west of the Mississippi. And they are still working very hard, preserving resiliency all across the world.
We are ready. We are ready,
Thank you.
ma'am.
Greetings, everyone, and
Greetings.
thanks so much for inviting greetings, everyone, and thanks so much for inviting the 400 Years of African American History Commission to the World's Conference of Mayors Incorporated and Historic Blacktown Settlement Alliance Incorporated. We want to share with you who we are. I am Ted Ellis, Vice Chair of the Commission, and I'm honored to bring you greetings from our Chair, Dr. Rex Ellis, and 14 other distinguished commissioners, authors, scholars, caregivers, administrators, business owners, educators who were appointed at the end of 2018 to implement the 400 Years of African American History Act, formerly launched as Public Law 115-102. The act was championed by U.S. Senator Tim Kaine, Mark Warner, and Don Bayer, as well as U.S. Representative Bobby Scott and G.K. Butterfield. The commission's purpose is to conceive, plan, develop, and facilitate programs and activities throughout the United States, programs that recognize and highlight the resilience and cultural contributions of Africans and African Americans over 400 years, acknowledge the impact of slavery and laws that have influenced and enforced racial discrimination has had on the United States, a history and reality that could not be more pronounced as we speak. Encourage civic, patriotic, historical, educational, artistic, religious, and economic organizations to take part in these activities. Coordinate programs, public programs, and scholarly research related to the arrival of Africans in August of 1619 at Point Comfort, Virginia, to this very point. Since we were established over 2 years ago, we have sponsored public programs and activities across the nation. We have collaborated with institutions and organizations. Elementary and secondary schools, we've worked with colleges and universities, as well as institutions. We have sponsored teleconferences, created and distributed publications, and most importantly, we have awarded over 100 competitive grants to organizations and programs across the nation who are each competitively aligned with our legislative priorities. We continue to forge ahead with programs acknowledging our historical contributions. Justice Sunday, Service Around the Clock program, recognizing Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s achievement and impact for equality and justice. The 400 Commissions program, Stronger Than, focuses on the historical contributions of African American women. This inaugural program begins this year during Women's History Month. Our goal is to continue to honor African American history, that it forwarded the goals of the 400 Years of African American History Commission in a unique, exciting, and important ways. That the communities you live in and serve not only need these projects and programs, but most critically, that your important work would help the audience and communities you serve understand African American history. So in closing, I'm asking you for your continued support and recognizing freedom and justice and equality by assisting the 400 Years of African American History Commission with issuing official proclamations recognizing Juneteenth as the 11th federal holiday. This program extends through June and completes in the month of September. Let the nation witness our progress in commemorating and celebrating our achievements together. We thank you for your continued efforts and support in preserving our history, American history. Thank you.
Our history of American history. Thank you, thank you. Okay, Kenya, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. You have it, go right ahead.
Okay, with that, I will turn the floor back over to you. Mayor Ford, thank you again for giving us the opportunity to share the good work that we are doing. And as Chairman Ellis finished up, he shared about one of the last initiatives that we are working on, and it's called the Stronger Than. We will be opening a portal on the website where individuals can nominate women across this nation who have been stronger than, and we would like to recognize and honor them. So be checking our website for that. Mayor Ford, thank you, and thank the members of the World Council of Mayors for inviting us to be a part of this conference. I have with me also another one of our commissioners who is serving as the co-chair for the Stronger Than, Commissioner Prophet Ayanwu Cox. I just wanted to acknowledge her because she is also attending this weekend's conference. Thank you again for inviting us, and thank you. Bye-bye.
We want to welcome her as well. Is she there? She's in another location. Okay, we welcome her as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Dr. Arturo Menifee, are you there? Let me just say to him if he is there. We want to thank the University of Alabama for all the support they've given to the World Conference of Mayors in the Historic Black Towns, and Dr. Menifee is one of our sponsors for the conference. Is he there, Mr. Director General?
No, he is not.
Okay, he's not here this morning, but he will be with us on next Saturday during the Black Towns Roundtable. We want to again thank the University of Alabama for its tremendous support for the World Conference and the Historic Black Towns and Settlements. Prior to Dr. Menifee, we had Dr. Michelle Robinson at the University of Alabama, who helped us tremendously with workshops and training sessions for our mayors. So again, we want to thank the Tourism Vice President for this presentation. Let's go now to the Honorable Darrell Johnson, Mayor of the great city of former Mayor of Mound Bayou, Mississippi. He's our Vice President for technology transfer, and he has done so much to help us in so many ways. Mayor Johnson, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
All right, and we can see you, the gem of the Delta. Before we go any further, I'm gonna let Mayor McGowan and Mayor Peavy say hello to Mayor Darrell Johnson. They're gonna bring greetings from their area. Go right ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Well, good morning, Mayor Johnson. It's just great to see you, Mound Bayou, Mississippi. I enjoyed being over there so very much in that rich history that you shared with us on yesterday, and having experienced it with you in person, it was just awesome. So just bring you greetings from Union Springs, Alabama, Bullock County, where I serve as commissioner now. It's great to see you this morning.
Good morning, Mayor. This is Mayor Peavy from the town of Franklin. It's great to see you. Have a blessed day.
When you gonna have another blues festival down there? We just talked about tourism and all of that.
Well, we coming out of COVID, man, and we gonna come out strong.
Okay, that's right. Let's put a damper on all of that. But it's my honor to introduce our Vice President of Technology Transfer, the Honorable Mayor Darrell Johnson, and we want to indicate to you that we had the board meeting this morning, and you were re-elected to the board of the World Conference of Mayors, and as our Vice President of Transfer of Technology. So you have the floor, Mr. Vice President.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much, Mayor Ford, and all of the participants this morning. We are so glad that that we still have, even in the midst of all of the pandemic, we still have great participation within this conference. And as Vice President of Technology Transfer, I think it is my job to bring awareness to this group as to where we are. And specifically, this is a world of technology. As a matter of fact, the reason that we're having this meeting, the way that we're having, it's a newness of the way we have meetings, but it's because of technology, and it is all over the world. So one of the things that we are doing is we are trying to connect our historic Black towns and settlements and our World Conference of Mayors to each other easily, much easily now. I can visit you by way of social media, and I can also pick up a phone and call a friend down in Congo, Africa, if I wanted to, and we can talk to them even by FaceTime or some other social way. So technology is very, very important. Today, we want to introduce several people. The Honorable Vincent White, he's going to be talking about smart cities. And I hope while I'm talking that you would get some of those, because they have already sent in presentations. And Drew, if you would get some of those presentations of the people that are on our list. The Honorable Rasheem Muhammad, who's going to be dealing with broadband wireless infrastructure. The Honorable Will Shirley, who's going to be dealing with solar energy. and the Honorable Dion Robinson, who's going to talk about his disinfectant tunnels, and the Honorable Frank Arlia, and he's with Harvest Harmonica, and also the Honorable Rodney Jones. And so these are going to be parts of this presentation as well. And then there will be others even through the day that'll be really dealing with technology. So we're going to kind of yield to you, Drew. And thank you for having us.
Is there a particular order that you want these videos in, Mr. Mayor?
However you send them, you just make the because I think they introduce themselves.
All right. Well, we'll start with the first video being the reason, once again, that we are here virtually instead of in person. We're going to start with Mr. Dion Robinson's video. I do see him on the panel, so we will play his video and then allow him a moment to speak.
We're really proud of this young man and this machine, an African-American in a key position. This disinfectant, this machine is really remarkable. We can't wait to get one down here in our area. Mr. Mayor, I want you all to watch this. Dion, are you there?
I'm here. Good morning, Mayor Ford. How are you, sir?
Go.
He's waiting on the demonstration.
Yeah, another young man on the rise. We're proud of you, sir. Great.
Thank you. It's been an honor to listen to you guys the last couple of days. It's very inspiring. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to listen. It's been very great.
Unfortunately, it's a YouTube video and it's playing ads, so I'm trying to skip the ads before I start the video.
Oh, okay.
So maybe I'll give it an introduction while he's finding the video. So I've done a couple of TV commercials for our disinfectant tunnel. So this one is one we did with the local news station called Fox 40. It just gives you a really good idea of how our equipment works and what it does. And like you said, I know we're here to protect people, individuals, and communities and cities from COVID. So, and that's exactly what our machine does. So once you get a chance to take a look at the video, I'll explain a little bit more in detail as to what we do and what our company is trying to accomplish here, what our mission is. And again, it's been great. I listened to the call yesterday and it really hit home with me, Dr. Bell's speech and some other individuals that are on the phone. This is pretty amazing, Mayor Ford. You put this together. This is really cool. Very inspiring.
All right, we are ready.
Coronavirus pandemic has absolutely changed the world.
This morning, Ashley Williams is checking out a company that offers products to keep people and companies safe. Hello, Ash.
Yes, this is incredible. And to tell us just a little bit more about this is Entertainment Tonight's Kevin Frazier. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Does he not look like Kevin Frazier, everybody? Come on.
Kevin Frazier here. Good morning.
He does.
It's not just the bald head. If you know Kevin Frazier's facial expressions and even the eyebrows, you guys could be twins. Yeah, right?
I've heard that before, yes.
So funny.
So we're here to talk about something real here. I said.
People hear it.
No, we can't.
Absolutely. But
just lagging a little bit.
All right, excuse me. Let me recue it.
Modern technology. When it works, it's great. When it doesn't, you just have to be patient.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's great. And I was telling the two mayors here and commissioner, this could be set up in the courthouse, at the school, at a gymnasium. And we had planned to have it down at our convention. Before anyone could come into the convention, they had to walk through that tunnel.
I was looking forward to seeing it. I was really looking forward to that, yes.
Me too. Yeah. I was looking forward to meeting all you guys in person is what I was looking forward to, but yeah.
Yeah, and you know, the mayors and county commissioners, because we have a county commissioner here and a mayor here, they have money from the Biden administration to purchase machines like this.
It's no secret that the The coronavirus pandemic has absolutely changed the world.
This morning, Ashley Williams is checking out a company that offers products to keep people and companies safe. Hello, Ash.
Yes, this is incredible. And to tell us just a little bit more about this is Entertainment Tonight's Kevin Frazier. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Does he not look like Kevin Frazier, everybody? Come on.
Kevin Frazier here. Good morning.
He does.
It's not just the bald head. If you know Kevin Frazier's facial expressions and even the eyebrows, you guys could be twins. Yeah, right?
I've heard that before, yes.
So funny.
So we're here to talk about something real here. I said, Dion, can you at least play with us? He said, absolutely. But to why we are here, guys, this is Dion Robinson, the creator, really the brains behind what you're seeing here. It's a disinfection gate. It's basically a disinfection tunnel. And it's cool because, Dion, you're from Sacramento. So it's really cool to see what you were able to do just right here in our own hometown.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm from Sacramento. You see the way the world is going right now. Saw this as a good idea to bring it out to our people so we can get it here. And it's pretty cool that we're here locally in Sacramento.
Yeah, okay, so tell us how this does work.
So the way this disinfection tunnel works is you would walk up to the tunnel, and the first thing it does is take your temperature. And it'll spit back to you and it'll say normal body temperature. So you'll have a thermometer who talks to you and tells you. So if your temperature was too high, it would actually, as a fire alarm red, it would beep and you wouldn't be able to go through it. But if you have a normal body temperature, you would actually walk through. It's motion detected right there at the bottom. So you walk through and then it disinfects you for about 2.5 to 3 seconds. So you would stand inside this tunnel for 3 seconds, let it disinfect you. We have 6 different nozzles, as you can see on the tunnel, that disinfects you at 3 different parts of your body. Right, and so once you walk through this tunnel, the science behind it is it's going to protect your skin for 24 hours, and it's going to protect your clothes up to 30 days. Now, you can even launder your clothes up to 50 times, and it's still going to protect your clothes. Wow. Right, so what it's going to protect you from are viruses like the SARS family virus, which is coronavirus, the flu virus, rotavirus, E. coli, mold, superbugs.
Yeah,
so,
sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
No, we haven't seen, I personally have not seen really anything like this, but what's really great, guys, right now we are actually live at the Ford in Roseville. This is one of several locations that you have the tunnel in, and right now you have exclusivity rights across the country. Right it is.
Yeah, so we have exclusivity rights for the next 5 years to sell this tunnel in the U.S., and we can sell it all over the world as well. We're placing some in Mexico coming up here soon in January. We're placing some in Europe as well, but we're focused on building out the U.S. so that we can get back to what we call the new normal. Right?
I love that. Yep. I love that. Again, sanitizes your skin and your clothing. Well, coming up, we're going to hang out with Dion just for a little bit longer because we're going to actually check our temperature and then walk through. We're going to show you exactly what it looks like and even what it feels like to get sprayed. And I want to say this, and it's completely safe. The solution is safe for kids and everybody. So we'll get to those details coming up in the next hour. All right, guys, back on over to you.
Excellent. And hopefully he'll give us a movie review later as well.
Kevin signing off.
That's great. Wow. That is
very cool.
Thank you. Yeah, so we did a couple commercials like that with some local stations and walked through the tunnel, and it actually got us quite a bit of business as a result of it. So I guess I'll open the Mayor Ford up to any questions first before I talk more in detail about it.
We want everyone to hold their questions. We're going to have a general question and answer period. But the one thing that you want to emphasize, one, that it has been approved by the authorities and that it works and is also safe. You know, ladies are concerned about whether or not it'll mess up their hair.
Their makeup.
And men concerned, you know, their clothes. So
I'll talk briefly about the fluid. So the fluid is made up of 99.37% water. So deionized water, which is the purest form of water in the world. And then the other component of it is 3 different types of ammonium chloride, which is something that we spray on our fruits and vegetables, the same thing that's in a vitamin C, and the same type of ingredient that's in a cup of coffee. So these are things that we already ingest, things that are very safe on the skin and considered to be organic. On our skin is also considered to be hyperallergenic. So we've done all the toxicity reports. We've done it multiple different types of skin. We've done it with really large party companies. We've even put it in hospitals to make sure that the hospitals have conducted studies to make sure that our fluid is safe. But if you take a look at the different authorities that approve this kind of thing, it's FDA, which we're approved by the FDA in case it gets inhaled. And then we're also approved by the EPA as well. Because you're spraying something on something, you have to go through the EPA. So we're actually on something called the N list for the EPA, which is a list that they've conducted that says, hey, if you're on this list, your product is a guaranteed corona killer.
Okay.
Right? So not only do we kill corona, but we kill all variants associated with it at a 99.99% kill rate.
Wonderful. Back to you, Vice President Johnson. Mr. Mayor, back to you. Okay, wonderful. Well done. Mayor Johnson, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. I'm still here.
All right, back to you, sir.
Can you hear? I'm just going to yield to the rest of our panelists, and I think Mr. Vincent White is on now.
Okay.
And I'm going to yield to Mr. Vincent White, who's all over the world in what he's doing. So I'm going to let him introduce himself.
Good evening or good morning. Greetings on behalf of the Jack Sims Chamber of Technology Transfer and Trade and CETS Technologies. CETS stands for Cutting Edge Techno Solutions. We are a solution-driven ESG, environmental, social governance, and SDGs, Sustainable Development Goal developers. We are a multinational, and we're here to support our World Conference of Mayors, Historical Black Towns and Settlements transition to the digital and net zero emissions by 2050 agenda through the deployment of Smart Cities campaign. We are currently working with organizations around the world, the State of the African Diaspora to the African American Business Foundation in Liberia, all over, to bring a more sustainable and holistic approach to transitioning to net zero by 2050. Everyone right now across the global landscape are figuring out ways to transition to net zero by 2050, net zero emissions by 2050. And we're here to work as a public-private partner and corporate citizen to help in that transformation. Smart Cities is a platform that's tied to a digital blockchain infrastructure paradigm that allow governments to track the life cycle of its environmental and social economic construct. We are collaborating with innovators in the technology space to be able to assess a community's asset base, i.e. its environmental and human assets, to be able to create a master plan that fits in the vision of that community to be able to have the physical as well as the virtual digital infrastructure to connect to this Black Wall Street trade platform that's being developed across our communities. So I really want to play a video that kind of gives what the formula is for this digital transformation and how we need to prepare and position our communities. You know, we talked about Sankofa and looking back. My three pillars that we kind of play by is Du Bois's Talented 10. We are the Talented 10 at this conference. And we need to bring that capacity to our historical Black towns and settlements and World Conference of Mayors, as well as Booker T is cultivating the skill sets of the citizens so they can also participate in this transformation as we help them transition, as well as Marcus Garvey in creating a global diaspora trade platform. So our job with these smart cities is to bring the physical infrastructure to the table to connect all of our communities throughout the diaspora to become trade partners. And that feeds all into the concept of this conference, how we bring solutions to the table as a family, as a community, as well as identify the issues to bring effective and efficient solutions to support. So Daryl, can we show the video of the digital transformation and what that looks like and what that means, please?
Which video is that?
That is, I emailed it over to you last night. It's on the digital transformation.
How long is it, Brother White?
It's about 2 minutes.
Oh, wonderful.
It really paints the picture of where we need to be and how we need to get there.
While he's doing that, do you have a smart city one that we can see?
We are working. We control 3 million acres in Liberia. We're going to do a Liberia.
Any place closer?
Yes, in Liberia. That will be the first smart city with the State of the African Diaspora and the African American Business Foundation.
Pick another country. I got caught in a coup in Liberia, so I'm not.
Did you really?
Soon.
We're also in South Africa talking with the local governments there in Kofi, and that is the township of Mandela, where he was born and raised.
Great, outstanding. How we coming with the video, Mr. Director?
And then here in the U.S., we're working with
video.
Did you find it?
Okay, we can show it later.
Okay.
We're having it in about 30 seconds.
All right. We're also working with Mayor Johnson in Mount Bayou.
Good, Mayor Johnson. He's going to be in your town.
Yeah, we're working on a project as well.
Great. Video. Mount Bayou. That's great. The gem of the Delta. The jewel of the Delta.
Mayor Ford, I do want to say that I think our mayor is on as well. Mayor.
I don't believe it. Did you get all my calls?
Excuse me, point of special privilege. Mr. White, I received 2 videos from you, and looks like there are 2 separate links. Which one am I supposed to be playing?
Okay, the one of the digital transformation.
Digital transformation. Okay, make sure I got the right one.
Play the 2-minute one. May I
also, I have to also acknowledge or let folks know the main point and where we need to start is what we call a asset-based and feasibility study.
Right.
That will identify where the gaps are in the environmental social issues. In the environment, we gotta assess the environmental issues, the air, water, and soil. Major issues in waste management. That is the catalyst for this transformation.
Yeah, we're all familiar with what we need to do. Our goal is net zero emissions. In the interest of time, how are we coming?
Once upon a time, business as usual was often good enough. No more. Where we are going, good enough is dead. In a world where everything is connected, where everything is equally excellent, where performance is reaching perfection, there's only one space left to innovate in: you. Right now, you are a central point in the raging tornado of change fueled by digitization, mobilization, augmentation, disintermediation, automation. Well, the list goes on. Science fiction is becoming science fact. Think about self-driving cars or computers that can learn and think. The way we work will never be the same. The skills we need will be dramatically different. Winning or losing are now happening faster than ever before. So what's your response? How will you discover new opportunities in one of the most transformational times in human history? Are you driving change, or are you being driven by it? Disruption has become the new normal. With change, it's always gradually, then suddenly, well, things really have stopped happening gradually. This change is exponential. Everything that used to be dumb and disconnected is now wired and intelligent. Cars, cities, ports, farms, even our bodies will be wired with sensors and will talk to each other. These game changers are also combinatorial. They amplify each other, creating a perfect storm of change. Quantum computing fuels big data. The Internet of Things fuels artificial intelligence and deep learning, which fuels robotics. However, anything that cannot be digitized or automated will become extremely valuable. Human-only traits such as creativity, imagination, intuition, emotion, and ethics will be even more important in the future, because machines are very good at simulating, but not at being. Yes, robots and software will do some of our work, but this will allow us to focus on things that cannot be automated. To imagine change squared, you've got to start engaging more with what might be, not just with what is. Immerse yourself in the immediate future, 5 to 7 years out from today. We need to go beyond technology and data to reach human insights and wisdom. Technology represents the how of change, but humans represent the why. The future is about holistic business model. The opportunity is to be liquid, to learn just in time, not just in case, not single improvements, but complete transformations, not individual systems, but new ecosystems. Humanity is where true and lasting value is created. We will engage, relate, and buy things because of the experiences they provide, because of their transformative power. The future doesn't just happen. The future gets happened. The new way to work is to embrace technology, but not to become it. The future is in technology, yet the bigger future lies in transcending it. Let's live and lead from here.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we have to go on to the next one in the interest of time, but that's great. Transcending technology. I'm thinking we may need to change the title from transfer to transcending technology. Thank you, sir.
There you go. There you go.
Next, Mr. Vice President.
Putting it on.
I see Dr. Ben.
Okay, well, yeah, I would yield to him.
Dr. Frank, the Honorable Frank Alia, are you there?
I'm right here, gentlemen. Thank you, Mayor Ford.
Okay, so Dr. Ben, now you know I always have to talk to you about time, but you go right ahead.
Should I start presenting, Mayor Ford?
Yes.
Okay, first I want to say thank you very much for this invitation and to be able to present to this great panel and to the mayors around the world and nationally. My name is Frank Arlia. I'm the CEO of Harvest Harmonics. I know in the pamphlet it says harmonica, but I don't play harmonica. I actually have a technology that's revolutionizing the agricultural industry worldwide.
Excuse us for that. Thank you for calling that to our attention. Okay.
Not a problem. I want to say to Mr. White, that was an excellent presentation. And that video actually is, I never expected to see something so fabulous, but it leads into what I actually do. Our technology is a new technology. It is 30 to 40 years ahead of its time, and it's revolutionizing the ag industry worldwide. We are in 26 countries already. We only launched 2 years ago after 21 years of research and development. Because the technology is completely out of this universe, I realized that the only way I'm going to get people to understand it is if I invited the entire world to trial it and test it. So we launched a year ago, 1,000 scientific trials all over the world. I'm actually running late because my next appointment was at 10 o'clock, which I notified them that I'm going to be running late with Dr. Sumo of the Cary Research Center in Liberia, the senior research center in Liberia, because they're going to put together 40 trials, and they've realized that this technology is going to stop all the hunger in Liberia. And I had a meeting with Dr. Frank Asawata, who is a leading scientist in the CRIN Research Center for Nigeria. And they also had the same realization that by putting in and increasing the food value, nutritional value of food, removing all the toxicity, that the crime rate will go down and people will be healthier and happier. So this invitation was an opportunity through Dr. Ben Fialkoff to present to the mayors international and national, because I had set aside a year ago $6 million of a research fund of technology, $6 million in technology, to give to the world to test this in all the areas around the world, so that they could see for themselves how this technology will clean up the soil, increase food production, clean up our water. And I will bring it down to a simplicity so that everybody can understand it. You need to first understand that 95% of the world's agriculture is grown conventionally, which means using petrochemicals. That means there are petroleum chemicals going into our grounds, into our water, and into our food, which we consume. That's been going on for 60 years. This is old technology. The new technology is signal systems, frequency-based, completely natural. We send a communication of programs through a micro transmitter into the water. It arrives to the plant, and the plant starts to grow. It is very simple. It is basically programming a transmitter that puts over 3,000 signals, educating the environment and the plant on the standards of how to grow naturally. All we did is mimic nature. We mimicked Mother Nature. We figured out a way to program it. The programming technology to program it isn't even known by the current science world. It's proprietary equipment that is super advanced, like something out of Star Trek or Star Wars. Hold on 1 second. Liberia is calling me. Keegan, can you let everybody know I'll be another 5 minutes? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Sorry about that, everyone. So basically, when you understand that 95% of the world currently is using petrochemicals, and 70% of all the world's water, think about this for a second, 70% of all the world's water that's consumed all over the world is used for agriculture. So that means that those petrochemicals are now getting into 70% of the world's water every day, every year. And so our technology replaces that so that all the water can be clean and the soil can be clean and our food can be clean. And so we're already in over 26 countries selling. So as far as a company wise, we're profitable and we're growing, but that's not my purpose. My purpose is sustainable agriculture for mankind. And so I am presenting to all the mayors and to everyone on the panel and anyone who has any relationship to agriculture or to improving their communities, to connect with me at Harvest Harmonics. Let's get some trials going and let's see how we can improve your cities, your communities, your countries with this technology and make people happier and healthier. And that's pretty much it. I do have a presentation with hundreds of trials that we've already done to show. And if I have 2 more minutes, I can run through it, but I could easily also just have the person in charge of putting this together email it to everyone that participated so that you can have this data and you can contact me directly. I think that would be more appropriate to not consume anyone else's time. That's all. I really appreciate it. I will try and join back after my meeting with Liberia, but that meeting is to set up 40 trials, so it could go for over 2 hours. If the panel is still together, I will rejoin. Okay.
Okay, that sounds great. Mayor Johnson?
Yes, so thank you so very much, Dr. Ben. And so now I think we have someone over there with under the name of Dion Robinson.
He did it.
I went already, but I can go again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. I'm sorry, Dion.
No problem.
Right. So Eli Muhammad is. Do you see Eli Muhammad? Rasheem Muhammad.
Searching right now. No, I do not. If he's here, raise your hand, or any other person who's supposed to appear in this segment. If you would raise your hand, if I have not promoted you to panelist. You can continue, Mayor Johnson.
Okay, if not, then I'll yield back to Mayor Ford.
Right.
And I see a hand. Is that Dwayne Boyd? Is there a hand there?
Give me a second.
Dwayne Boyd.
Hey,
Yes, that is Dwayne Boyd.
hey, Dwayne. Hello, Mr. Director General.
Yes.
I need you to open up. I need you to open up OB for Cuba, for the ambassador from Cuba. Just a point of special privilege. He's been.
If they could raise their hand on the thing, so I know where they're at, and I will find it. But Dwayne Boyd has also been promoted for this segment.
Dwayne is in. Can you take care of the Cuban ambassador? Can you raise your hand, sir? Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes. Para la cámara.
Obi?
Hey.
Right. Okay, Mr. Ambassador.
How are you?
Excuse me, more Subu Clay. No, that's right. You speak Spanish, don't you? Okay. I should need to go to my Spanish, but we'll stick to English. We apologize for being late. If Dwayne Boyd would just hold for a minute, and Mayor Johnson
we want to get the ambassador in quickly because he has another schedule. Your Excellency, welcome.
Thank you, Johnny, for this opportunity and for the rest of the persons who are attending for this chance to talk a little bit about Cuba, about the willing of Cuba to increase and to set more and strongest relation with the World Conference Mayor. Thank you so much. So given that we just have 5 minutes, I will be giving a small statement just to mention a few things that I think that is important to raise today with you in your conference. First of all, I would like to thank the Ambassador Johnny Ford and to all the leadership of the World Conference Mayor for this opportunity. Cuba is a small island in the Caribbean with no big resources, but what we have achieved in 60 years of the transformational process known as the Cuban Revolution is not disputable, and is something goes beyond our borders through the solidarity and the cooperation around the globe. The United States of America is not an exception when we talk about the unsteady willing of Cuba to set partnerships to fight contagious diseases, pandemics, or any other health challenge. We have had a similar approach on dealing with climate change issues or recovery efforts after natural disasters like hurricanes. After Katrina went through Louisiana and Mississippi, Fidel Castro made an offer to then President George W. Bush on September 4th, 2005, to send 1,586 doctors, each of them bringing about 27 pounds of medicine to provide healthcare to thousands of people hit by one of the worst natural disasters in the US history. So the history of goodwill of Cuba is with us. With this spirit in mind, Cuba is open to arrange encounters between the World Conference of Mayors, Health and Human Services Divisions and our Ministry of Public Health in order to gain access to US shores to assist with the COVID pandemic, similar to the services that the Henry Reeve Medical Brigade is currently providing in 40 nations through 57 brigades. Our Ministry of Health just had an exchange with the Health and Human Services Divisions of Mayor Ras Baraka in Newark, New Jersey. In addition, we can initiate a discussion about the Ambassador Ford's interest in identifying American students and from other countries who aspire to be doctors to take advantage of the Latin American School of Medicine Sciences in Havana. Good. Haiti is the sister Caribbean nation which have been struggling with tough realities for decades. We have there hundreds of doctors and other medical personnel. To help the people of Haiti, we are open to Ambassador Ford's idea to work jointly together in Haiti with your organization. Despite of the shortage of all kinds of resources in Cuba, due to the largest and most comprehensive scheme of sanctions that any country has faced in the modern history, Cuba has created 3 vaccines against COVID-19 and is moving toward to obtain the first nasal vaccine in coming months, which could effectively prevent contagion from people to people. Without the blockade, Cuba would be able to produce more vaccines to share with the Global South and other countries, even including the US. The embassy is open to working with the WCM and your broader network to explore strategies aimed to normalize relations and ultimately the lifting of the blockade by the US government. Thank you again for this amazing opportunity.
Thank you. Gracias. Thank you so very much, Your Excellency. We certainly do want to follow up on this. I'm going to ask Obi to set up a follow-up meeting because we want to discuss a delegation, forming a delegation of mayors to come to Cuba. And then secondly, we would like to see Cuba open up. It would particularly benefit us in Alabama because from a geographic standpoint, it would benefit our trade situation here in Alabama. So thank you, and I can attest to the fact that you have helped Haiti tremendously because when we were in Haiti, I was able to see that there were some 40 doctors from the Howard University School of Medicine, and you all had twice that many from the country of Cuba. They are all over Haiti helping in that situation. So I've seen it with my own eyes in terms of what you're doing. So it is now time to put the past behind us. We all remember the Cuban crisis back during the Kennedy administration, but those years are in the past. I would like to see, and President Obama provided bold leadership in initiating and extending an olive branch of freedom, of peace and goodwill to Cuba. We share that same feeling, and we want the World Conference of Mayors to be involved in the process that leads to the normalization of the relationship between Cuba and the United States, Mr. Ambassador. Your response.
Thank you, Ambassador Ford, for your support and for your excellent words. Sure, as soon as you get any specific proposal regarding a potential visit by the WCM to Havana and to any other provinces in Cuba, just send to us, either directly, either through OE, with the help of him, and we can organize in conjunction with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with the Ministry of Health, and with other organizations that could be involved in the different interests that you could have for that visit. We can do it, and we can do it in a very rapid way to facilitate that trip.
Gracias, Your Excellency. Gracias. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And let me say to Obi, are you there? I wanted everyone to see you because I want to thank you for putting all of this together for us. Is he still with us? If he is not, then gracias again to you, Your Excellency.
Thanks to all of you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Obi, wherever you are, for making it happen, and we're going to follow up on it. Two delegations. We're working on a delegation to Taiwan, and of course, Cuba. We want to also make that one happen as well. Back to you, Vice President Johnson. Are you still there? Vice President Darrell Johnson in Technology. We really thank you all for being patient and allowing the ambassador to come forward. Technology, we've learned, there we go, great. Garcia, Ambassador Garcia, thank you. Gracias. Mucho gracias. Okay, what about Will Shirley from Solar Energy, and who else do we have in that category, Mr. Vice President?
Rodney Jones.
Okay, is Dwayne Boyd and Dr. Rowland, are you all standing by and ready for Sister Cities? Mayor Haygood, our mayor, all of our Sister City and Twin City panelists, you are coming up next. Mayor Johnson, are you with us still? Is there anyone else ready in technology transfer? Or shall I call it transcending technology? Mr. Director General, are you there?
I'm searching, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
We've got Dwayne Boyd. I don't know if he was on that section or not.
No, he's the next one with Twin Cities. I'm glad you're there, Dwayne. As a matter of fact, Dwayne, you are the what is it? The Secretary of Agriculture for the state of the African diaspora. I know why you had because you had a question earlier when we were talking about agriculture. That's your area, Dwayne Boyd. Okay, Mayor Johnson, we can't seem to get you back. Is there anyone else on technology transfer? If not, we're going to go to Twin Cities. Most of you are probably familiar with the term sister cities, but so that it can be unique to the World Conference of Mayors, we call it Twin Cities. And simply what that means is two cities, their city councils adopt resolutions and agree that they will enter into a sister city relationship between the two cities. For example, in 1977, Tuskegee, Alabama and Banjul, the Gambia, in a ceremony held in New York City, we became the first predominantly African-American city to enter into a twin city relationship with an African city. And we built that bridge of goodwill between the ancestral home of Alex Haley, the Gambia, Banjul, and historic Tuskegee, Alabama, the land of Booker T. Washington and Dr. George Washington Carver. Banjul, the Gambia, is famous for the peanut, the groundnut, they call it there. And so as a result of that sister city or twin city relationship, I was invited to bring a team from Tuskegee University to Banjul to look at their problem areas. We did that, came back, wrote it up. We had the Dean of the School of Agriculture, Major Holland from the School of Architecture. We saw what their problems were, came back, wrote it up, submitted it to the World Bank, got funded so that we were able to help rebuild the central marketplace in downtown Banjul, the Gambia. That became a tangible example of what could happen as a result of twin cities. Talk is good, but we want to actually be able to do something to help people. That's what sister cities and twin cities is all about. So based upon that now, we have Mayor Jimmy Gardner, who is the mayor of Pritchard, Alabama, who is in surgery today and cannot be with us. So we will go ahead with that section. Are you there, Dwayne Boyd?
Yes, I am, sir. Can you hear me?
All right, we can hear you and we can see you. Your Excellency, you also serve, tell us your role with agriculture with the state of the African diaspora.
I was fortunate to be appointed the Minister of Agriculture for the state of African diaspora, 6th region.
Yes.
Excuse me, point of special privilege. Mr. Boyd, do you have a second device on? Because I'm getting feedback from you.
No, let me see.
Probably your phone is still on.
Get that out.
What about the others? I need someone to call Mayor Haygood. Let me ask him to get on call. Jackie, call Mayor Haygood.
Mayor Rowland is on. He has been promoted to panelist. If you would accept that, please.
So Dwayne, are you ready for the first one?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, proceed, Your Excellency.
Well, as you mentioned, my name is Dwayne Boyd. I'm the Minister of Agriculture for the 6th region of the African diaspora. I also work for my wife. I'm served as Vice President of Hbtsa DRC, which is a women's farming cooperative based in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We have been instrumental in both aspects of SWAD and with Hbtsa to initiate a sister city relationship between Tuskegee University, the city of Tuskegee, and Buji-Mayi, which is the diamond mining capital of the Democratic Republic of Congo in Kasai province. It is our hope and goal through the World Conference of Mayors to play a significant role in linking historic HBCUs, and particularly African-American farmers, to the sister city effort with the Democratic Republic of Congo, which holds the most arable land in all of Africa for farming. And with respect to the fact that African-Americans played a significant role in creating the US agricultural economy into what it is, a $1 trillion a year industry, we feel that it is only natural to link African-American farmers with DRC, who holds the potential to feed 2 billion people and has the capacity to garner the support of African-American farmers and the transfer of technology and expertise with the sister city relationship, such as that we're engaging with Tuskegee, to make a significant difference towards economically empowering our people in the international arena of agribusiness, which I understand is some $5 trillion a year. And with that, if we can do what we did here in America to make this industry what it is, and then still be subjected to the discrimination and so forth that USDA has perpetrated against African Americans, we no longer need to have to look to America to ask for that 40 acres and a mule when we have more than enough here in DRC, which will and can become the breadbasket of not only of Africa, but the world, as we look at what's happening with climate change, and particularly with this issue of the pandemic of COVID and the effect that it's having on agricultural production worldwide.
Wow, that's outstanding, outstanding. So again, we're looking forward. I'm trying to, our mayor has another meeting. He's going to join us as soon as he can. But again, we want to set a date, right, for the official Twin City ceremony between Tuskegee and our city in the Congo, Republic of the Congo, okay?
Yes, that's correct, sir. And as you know, we have Senator Eddie Mundela, who's the principal moving factor for the sister city. He's online standing by, waiting to be introduced as well.
Well, would you go ahead and introduce the senator this time?
It'll be my pleasure. We have Senator Eddie Mundela, who will be the principal signing agent for the sister city relationship in DRC. He's online now. He's French speaking, and his liaisons, Mr. Guy Mundela, will translate for Senator Mundela at this time.
Okay. Merci. Bonjour, Mr. Senator.
Do we have you?
Mayor Ford, while we're waiting, can I make a statement about Congo?
Oh, you're back. Go ahead. Go right ahead.
The Democratic Republic of Congo was very much involved with, before our founder died in 1924, he was in contact with President Coolidge, and they were talking about purchasing a large mass of Congo for the people, the African-American people back in the United States. So there will be a place in Africa that we would own from the United States. And there was talks with the president of the United States to be back there. There was a great relationship with people in Mount Bayou and Congo.
Great. Okay. Is the senator, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is the senator ready? Monsieur Senator. We learned how to be patient. It ended up being Liberia, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Johnson. Dwayne, your senator is standing by.
Yes, I'm trying to get information. I see John Claude out of the Mesa from DRC is standing by, and the senator, maybe they're having technical difficulties getting to connecting with us. But yes, he was just available. Let's see.
We learned how to
He
be.
says unmute.
Oh, he's on mute.
He says everybody unmute.
Are you saying that's what the senator is saying?
Yeah, got me, yes. That's what just came up.
He has to unmute himself then on that end.
Can you send him a text and tell him how to do that?
Leontine.
*6 or whatever.
Where's Dwayne?
Yeah, I can see the play.
Mayor, it's time for you to come on and talk about
Leontine.
our Berry. The link.
Where's Dwayne?
Oh, yeah. See, that's Eastern time.
Claude, if you can hear me, can you text Mr. Mandela and see what the issue is with him?
How can we get Drew? Can't get through to see what's
Okay,
wrong.
it's so, we can now do, what we can do, Dwayne, if we can't get him now, we'll take the senator anytime. We'll interrupt, just like we did for the ambassador from Haiti, okay? And to keep it moving, because we have a schedule.
He says it has to be done from here.
Has to be done
I
from,
guess that unmuting has to be done from here. It's
from
from
Jackie.
there, from us, you know.
Drew, Dwayne, in
Yes, sir.
the interest of time to keep it flowing, Dr. Rowland, are you ready? The mayor of Prairie View, with your Twin City, Sister City relationship, Dr. Brian Rowland. We want to congratulate you. Well, first we want to thank Mayor David Allen for serving on the board of the World Conference of Mayors. Now Prairie View has a new mayor, and they're all working together. The new mayors, the present mayor, and the past mayor, Mayor Jackson, Mayor Allen, and Dr. Rowland, they all work together. So Dr. Rowland is going to serve on the World Conference of Mayors board, and Mayor Allen will continue to serve on the Historic Black Towns and Settlements board. And of course, Mayor Jackson serves on the World Conference. He's our international advisor. So Dr. Rowland, Mr. Mayor, are you ready?
I need to call and ask him where he is. So please make contact with the next person.
Technology is wonderful when it works. And when it doesn't, we learn how to be patient. Mayor Peavy, we're trying to get Mayor Haygood. I just got him and reminded him that we're on Eastern time. He said he was waiting. So. Mr. Director General, are you there?
He's calling.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Can we put Dr. Rowland on? He's been with us, right? He's with us. Brian Rowland.
Brian Rowland, he has his hand up there.
Thank you, Dwayne Boyd. That was
He's been promoted.
looks like we may need to promote everyone, because I'm sure we got a lot of people who need to be promoted and upgraded. Dr. Rowland?
Good afternoon.
Oh, there you go. What's the What's that PP stand for, Your Honor?
Prairie View.
Okay, great. All right. Since you go right ahead, Your Honor, you have the floor. The mayor of Prairie View, Texas, one of our most historic towns. He is following in the footsteps and making his own footprints, but the Honorable Mayor Erasmus Sams, a graduate of Tuskegee University, great football player. Hornsby Sams, that family, Brother Peavy, was one of the original mayors who helped us found the National Conference of Black Mayors. So we're glad to have the younger generation carrying on with Dr. Brian Rowland. Go right ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. I just want to share about what the city of Prairie View is doing, following the great footsteps of some of the previous mayors. What we've done is engage in what we call twinning or sister cities. The city of Prairie View in 2021, as we closed out the year, is engaged in an ongoing conversation with Equatorial Guinea. It was an opportunity. We have several students from the country who attend Prairie View University, and we have been engaging with that government for some time. What we've done is we had an opportunity to engage both not only students, but the government in reference to looking at creating a sister city with Prairie View, Texas. One of the things that we've come to know is becoming a sister city, or what we call twin city, is not just about signing a MOU. It's really about looking at how to advance each community, which we call twinning. How do you share like-minded things or like-minded opportunities in each community to where both countries benefit from the agreement? Not only have we engaged students who are from Equatorial Guinea about coming to Prairie View, that government has made an intentional decision about making sure all the students who come out of that country building a relationship with Prairie View University. And so we're now all actually looking at trying to see how do we set up housing and other things for those students. So we will be the campus of choice for all students of that country. And that has been one of the opportunities we've had to partner and engage not only the students, but the government as we move forward in that relationship. I'm also had the opportunity to participate in a twinning cities opportunity with the World Conference of Mayors. Had the opportunity to go to Senegal with Mayor Haygood from Tuskegee and other mayors, Mayor Asia Brown from Compton, former Mayor Frank Jackson, who is the Vice President of International Affairs, who was able to, and we're currently working on an engagement opportunity of identifying 20 cities in the United States, along with 20 cities in the country of Senegal, and partnering on how do we then lay out opportunities for each city to engage around education, trade, culture, history. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Haygood is joining us as well. That's Mayor Brian Rowland. Yeah, good to see you.
Donc, comme j'avais quitté, ça me fait plus comme on a tout autorisé ici, c'est là qui.
Oh, then you got the senator now? Yeah.
Il ne m'entendait pas parce que j'étais comme simple.
Yes, the senator is on.
Guy, vous pouvez aider le sénateur à entrer.
Yeah.
Bonjour, monsieur le sénateur.
Bonjour, vous m'entendez?
Très bien.
Très bien.
Ouais, ok. Je vais essayer de... Ouais, je vais mettre même la caméra. Voilà. Vous me voyez?
Excellent, très très bien.
Oui. Okay, you
Alors,
anglais, parlez anglais, English.
my English is very poor. I will try. Guy will translate, please.
Okay, Mr. Senator, our mayor, the Honorable Mayor Haygood is here, who's going to be your partner in the sister city relationship. Say hello to her.
Oh, Senator, how you doing today?
Good, and you?
Great to connect with you face to face.
Yes, I will arrange to traveling to USA, and when I arrived, we can to see you face to face and discussion and do something for our country.
We look forward to that sister city relationship. We've gotten all the paperwork and the background work done, so we're ready to move ahead with that relationship.
Yes.
Yes, we think.
Okay. Okay, I can begin to present my country.
Oui.
Yeah. Okay. Alors, je suis le sénateur Eddy Mundela, premier vice-président du Sénat de la République démocratique du Congo et sénateur du Grand Kasaï, du Kasaï oriental.
First vice president of the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Senate, and I am the senator of the Kasai province, Eastern Kasai province.
Okay. Je vais vous faire une petite présentation de la province du Kasaï oriental.
I'm going to make a brief presentation of the Kasai province.
Le Kasaï oriental est l'une de 26 provinces de la République démocratique du Congo.
Eastern Kasai is one of the 26 provinces of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Cette province est située au centre du pays et est limitée au nord par la province du Sankuru.
Continue.
À l'est et au sud par la province de l'Omami et à l'ouest par la province du Kasaï central.
The province is located in the center of the country and bordered to the north by the province of Sankuru, to the east and south by the province of Lomami, and to the west by the province of Central Kasai.
Donc, si vous regardez cette configuration, vous allez voir que le Kasaï oriental est une province enclavée.
By this presentation, you will notice that Kasai is how do you say enclave?
Business, commerce.
It does not have the outside reach.
Elle a une superficie de 9545 km².
The province stretches across an area of 9,545 km².
Et la distance du Kasaï par rapport à la capitale qui est Kinshasa, par avion, elle est de 938 km par avion et 1258,4 km par route.
Eastern Kasai is at 935 km by air from Kinshasa and about 1,258.4 km by road away from Kinshasa as well.
Par route. By the way.
By road.
For the road. Hold on. Yes. Vous m'entendez?
Yes.
Très bien.
Allô?
Yes.
Très bien.
Très bien. Continue. You probably have a connection problem. He does not hear us.
On t'entend très bien. Très bien.
Lui, peut-être, nous entend pas pour la connexion. He probably have a connection problem. We can hear him, but he cannot hear us.
Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît. Can you hear me?
Sénateur Mundela, on vous entend. Ça va, ça va.
Ça va.
You can, as you can see, his picture is frozen. So that means they don't have a connection back.
Okay, let the minister know that he does not have to give his full speech. He can submit it to the mayor. The mayor is here. So we have heard him, and we just want to set the date for the official ceremony.
Yes, we will let him know. We will let him know. And the most important thing was that connection where he could see the Mayor Eggwood and the Mayor Eggwood could see him. And we are very, very excited for this wonderful opportunity. And we believe that it will not be the first one to do with the Conference of Mayor. We're going to be doing some duplication with other like mayor also, because we have a lot of opportunity from DRC where we would like to bring a lot of community, US community, so that it can be a win-win opportunity for us.
We definitely look forward to connecting with the DRC and with your community, with your governor and your senator. I think it'd be a great opportunity culturally as well as economically, as far as trade, exchanges, just reconnecting to our roots there, and you're all connected to us here. So we look forward to it. We're really excited. Hopefully over the next month, we'll get that date set very soon.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
He says he's reconnecting by a different, using a different connection. He really wants to continue his presentation. I don't know if he's gonna have time.
In the interest of time, it's okay. Sufficient, no problem. We're set. The mayor is here. They want to set a date. We want to go. The date now is the important thing.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Dwayne, you're going to continue to coordinate everything, correct? And he may not.
Yes.
Right. So, Sabah, okay, no problem. We're together. Okay.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Senator. Au revoir. Stay safe. Okay.
I will let him know. He's not connected yet. I'm just his brother. I'll let him know.
We hope to visit, and when the virus stops, we hope to visit.
Okay.
Okay. Au revoir.
Thank you.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup.
All right. Now, Dr. Rowland, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being patient. Thank you so much. Go right ahead, Mayor Rowland, and finish your presentation. And then we're going to have the mayor talk about South Berwick. Go right ahead, Mayor Rowland.
Thank you, sir. Again, as I shared, the city of Prairie View has had the opportunity to fulfill and continue our sister city relationship. In this year of COVID, we have continued to still connect and bridge our partnership with Equatorial Guinea. We are looking, we were supposed to have a signing in November, which then it's being moved to March. We having the World Oil Conference in Houston. And so we're going to have that delegation coming back into America. And so we can do our official signing in March of 2022. That is the opportunity that the city of Prairie View has had. But I just want to commend the leadership of the World Conference of Mayors and this body for the opportunity as a city participating in twinning or twin city conversation, along with the leadership of Mr. Frank Jackson, Mayor Tony Haygood, and some of the other collective bodies that we were able to engage with in Senegal. We're currently trying to fulfill that mission to engage 20 cities in America with 20 cities in the country of Senegal. And I hope if your city has an opportunity or would like to join this opportunity would help us to be able to bring this to complete this so we can move our Twin Cities relationship in Senegal to the next level. We have identified several key areas that were great areas around history, culture, education, economics, and that opportunity for us to engage 20 countries in the United States, 20 countries in Senegal, which will allow us to be able to move forward. That is the end of my presentation. If anybody have any additional questions, but I just want to thank some of the members that I was able to meet, Mayor Tony Haygood of Tuskegee, Mr. Ken Harris of the National Business League, Mayor Asia Brown from Compton, followed by the person who was leading our trip, Mayor Frank D. Jackson, again, and all the other people who participated to help us in that conversation of the opportunities of solidifying twin cities, not just being about signing the MOU, but the edification and foundation of bringing communities together to change the historic and cultural nature of how our communities can see our future in the diaspora. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Rowland. And as you said, it was a tremendous trip to Dakar, Senegal, where we had a chance to share and experience and exchange with the citizens there, the mayors there as well. I applaud you and Mayor Jackson for continuing the effort on establishing the Twin Cities and the relationships that we are establishing. We look forward to connecting with you there. We're definitely interested in becoming a Twin City. We're already connected with Muji Bayou and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, so we definitely want to do that with some of the cities in Senegal. Now I will also talk about,
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Mayor, and you all are going to set a date for Equatorial Guinea, right? When you're going to have your official twinning?
Yes, sir. It's in March, and I will send that out way in advance, so everyone would know about it in advance.
All right, just let us know, and because we want to support you on that. Now, our mayor's going to talk about a domestic Twin City relationship. We do them around the world, but we also encourage cities in the U.S. to twin with other cities in the U.S. And South Berwick is right up the road from us in Cambridge, so I would have to go visit my sister city. So, Mr. Mayor, if you go ahead, and it was featured. I wish we had that film to show. Maybe we can later get it and send it to Drew. He can show it.
Okay.
But go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. In 2016, right after I became mayor, we were contacted by a community that was interested in partnering with an African-American community. At that time, as you remember, there was a lot of killing going on. There was a lot of division in the country, which still is, because African-American youth, men and women, were being killed, and it was causing riots around the country and a lot of frustration and disturbances. So the community of South Berwick, which is about 95% white, wanted to connect with a community predominantly Black, and they looked around and they remembered Tuskegee because they've had some connection, and they reached out to us. Well, when we first looked at it, we had to think about it, and we said, well, why not? This is an opportunity to exchange and help people understand what we deal with here in the South as African Americans, and then for us to see and understand their culture. So that developed over the last 4 years. We've had them come visit us, come to the university, participate with the university choir in the Christmas concert, a lot of activities. We visited them, we've lived in their homes, met their children, went to their schools, gave us some of the history of our community, of the university, of the African-American community, and had very real and frank discussions about why there are misunderstandings in our community. They came to the Bioethics Center to understand what it meant and how African-Americans have been mistreated in health studies. Yeah. Then we honestly asked them about their feelings and why we experienced the situation with police and the brutality in the Black community. And so we've met with their police chief and some of his top staff. So it's led to some very good opportunities to meet exchanges and meet new friends from different cultures. We're in the South in a warm area, they're in the North in a cold area. We come from a different cultural background, And it's even led to their young people coming here to visit. And that was one of their main interests. As you remember, I think it was Dr. Bell yesterday from Mississippi, spoke about the generations. They were concerned that their children would not know how to connect with people of color, particularly African-American people. And they said, we can't be separated up here. And our children at some point will leave Maine, going out into the greater part of the United States, and they need to know how to interact with African-Americans and other people of color. And so that's how that was established, and it's been a tremendous opportunity for both of us. Recently, it was highlighted in the CBS Evening News as one of their top stories. They said coming into 2022, the leading stories were the pandemic, which was continuing, the Omicron variant. It was frustrating. We had difficulties throughout the United States in terms of weather patterns and challenges that were going on there. And then they looked at this story and they said they want to have a positive story. So this was supposed to be one of the positive stories highlighted in the national news, CBS, which occurred earlier this month. So we're very pleased with that relationship. We're developing 2 additional sister cities internationally. Oh yeah, the international sister cities. But that's a domestic sister city relationship we have, and it's gone very well, and we expect it to even grow. It wasn't our original intent to highlight what could be done, but again, I think because it was Tuskegee and because of the effort that they made, it made national news to say people are talking to each other in a situation in this country where there's a lot of division, a lot of frustration, and we've got to do something to neutralize this bashing of each other and find a way we can work together, whether it's Democrat, Republican, black, white, north, south, economically highlighted, and those who are, economically challenged. We've got to get over those barriers. So this is one of the things that we think has worked pretty well thus far, and we look forward to doing even more, and particularly expanding to our international ties.
Outstanding. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Member Gowan, Mayor Peavy, you all want to say any comments on this whole area? Okay, outstanding. So Mayor Rowland, you still with us? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Rowland. And let me also take this opportunity to announce we had the World Conference. Mayor Rowland is now a member of the board of the World Conference of Mayors. And also our mayor was elected a vice president of the World Conference of Mayors today in the board meeting. And Mr. Mayor, when we first organized the World Conference back in 1984, the Alabama League of Municipalities voted to support the organization of the World Conference. And so they sent a representative to participate in the organizational meeting. And that was a mayor who happened to be white. His name was Mayor Ralph Sears, the mayor of Montgomery, Alabama. He and his wife were appointed by the Alabama League of Municipalities to go with us to Monrovia, Liberia. And he became a vice president of the World Conference of Mayors. So today, in keeping with that tradition, we elected you vice president for the Alabama League of Municipalities, right? Let you talk on that since you remember the
well, let me congratulate the mayor for becoming the president next year of the Alabama League.
This year?
No, it's coming this year. Because the Honorable Johnny Ford, I was mayor when he was elected. It sent it back. It was a struggle to get there, but the first African-American mayor of the Alabama League Municipalities is right here from the same city that you represent here today. And we certainly congratulate you. You did an outstanding job there, and we appreciate everything you're doing and being a part of the World Conference of Mayors and on board with what's going on. Thank you so much.
So just a very strong, positive effort here, and I'm glad we can, it was outstanding. Frank Jackson and Roland in Dakar, Senegal, and things that we here, and met people who had connections to Tuskegee there.
Yeah, everywhere.
Who started a school there and some other things going on. So you see the strength of people just expanding on their connections, and we look forward to doing even more of that.
Yeah.
Okay. And Mayor Peavy, you're active in the Alabama League, so you may want to congratulate your neighbor.
Definitely congratulations.
Thank you.
Glad you come to that position.
Thank you. And Mayor Peavy is a former police officer. Can you imagine that? Here we are, all sitting around the table together. And the new mayor of New York is a former police officer. Yeah, we were in New York recently with Congressman Rango and Mayor Adams. So it's good to see our police officers go into government. Thank you so much. Okay, well, that does it for our Twin Cities. We want to go down to Treasury. The Honorable Vice President of Treasury, Mayor David Allen, former mayor of Prairie View. As you can see, Prairie View is much involved. We got Mayor Jackson, who's also involved, as well as our international advisor. Are you there, Mr. Mayor? Mayor David Allen. If not, then I'll go right ahead. Each one of these vice presidents are responsible. When they are not there, I'll just pick up and keep it on. We have the Honorable Mrs. Chizom Okila. Is she available, Mr. Director General? Or the Honorable Nigel Roberts? How about Nigel Roberts? We've heard from you quite a bit, Nigel, on our Friday morning conference calls. Are you ready?
Roberts is on.
She's on.
She's on? Yes, and let me just say a word about this outstanding lady. She was prepared to come to Orlando at her own expense and just do a workshop for us there during the conference, and also said she's willing to come to the various cities because this whole new currency that we are about to go into, cryptocurrency, is a new thing. And as mayors, we need to know about it. Treasury is something that those of us who are mayors, we have to deal with money all the time. Monetary policy, fiscal policy, budgets, all of that. So we need to be up to date on anything that has to do with money and treasury. So we're ready now for you, ma'am, and I want to thank you for offering to provide this presentation to the World Conference of Mayors. Let's welcome her.
Thank you, sirs and ma'ams that are watching. First of all, I just want to say honors and praises to the Most High for all of you, for your leadership in our communities, in your leadership in our world. It is so, I don't even know what to say, elating. I'm just elated to see, my brothers and my sisters as they lead our country into a new era, into a new time. And you all are just incredible. I have to say that it is an honor to be here today. So for today, I just want to share with you, because there's a lot of news. There are a lot of things going on. Ladies and gentlemen, money is changing. And unless we do something in our community specifically to get ahead of what's taking place, we are definitely going to get left behind. And I will say, before I go into some real specifics about what we can do in our respective cities, in our respective countries, in our respective everywhere, as an ex-financial advisor, I have really taken a seat and watched what other communities are doing, what other mayors are doing, what other governors are doing, and how they're beginning to move towards new money. So for our community, I really want to say, because everybody, I say this all the time, this isn't about convincing anyone that cryptocurrency is the way that things are going. This is educating us to understand that this is the way that we're going. So as I talk to you today, I would like for you, even if you were not open to cryptocurrencies, even if you still are not open to cryptocurrencies after you finish hearing me talk, that you would at least open your eyes, your ears, and your mind to be receptive to the possibilities. Because who could have told you back in 2018 or 2017 that we would have all been locked in our homes, quarantined, and not even back to work in its real state as it relates to almost 2.5 years later. Nobody could have ever told us that. And so every time we are thinking about something new, thinking about a new idea, just say to yourself, what if? So we will go into this as a what if. So when I say money is changing, I just really like to start with helping folks understand how we got to where we are right now today. So how is money changing? Well, throughout history, we know that money can be anything that someone is willing to barter with someone else for goods and services. So with bartering, we started out with cows and chickens. If you look back throughout history, money has been everything from regular rocks on the ground to salt in the ocean to sticks to tablets, which were these big, huge stones. But what we did find out as human beings is that if there is an asset that people can just go in the backyard and get, they will gather more of it to say that they have more of the thing that has created this wealth for them. And in that respect, we had to find things that were scarce in nature. So we moved throughout history evolving in money to something called gold. And as we know, gold is a scarce asset. Some of us hold it today. We look for it to increase in value, but we do know that it is scarce. It's not everywhere. You can't just go in your backyard and dig it up. There are some processes that have to happen. And so gold has been used over the last 5,000 years. Now, our market cap on gold right now is close to $10 trillion. That's trillion with the T. So gold, 5,000 years, approximately $10 trillion is the market cap. That's where folks are storing their money for store value, that precious metal. And then as we look as money evolved, some of you may and may not know, back in the 1930s, specifically May of 1933, our president at the time called all gold to be turned in the United States to the Federal Reserve Bank. That gold was then taken from United States residents. If they were holding on to that gold, it became illegal at that point to have it. And if you didn't turn it in, there were some consequences, which was jail. So then we moved, our country was on the gold standard. We were on the gold standard up until right around the early 1970s when President Nixon took us off the gold standard. Why did we come off the gold standard? That was because they needed to print these paper dollars, which we know today, called fiat. Fiat, and if you look it up in the dictionary, stands for money without intrinsic value other than what the government state that it's worth. And so, not to get off on any tangents about the actual value of our dollar today, because as we do know, the dollar fluctuates just like every other asset out there. Cryptocurrency fluctuates just like every other asset out there. But the dollar, we were taken off the gold standard. And so from there, we moved to things such as credit cards. And credit cards became very relevant in our society. We moved in the evolution of money to things in digital space. Now, a lot of people don't even think about this when they use them every single day. Folks, whether you believe in cryptocurrency or not, you are already functioning fully in the digital space. Because if you're using things like Zelle, if you are using things like PayPal or Venmo or Cash App, you are dealing in 100% digital, because it's just a representation of money. Again, money can be anything that someone's willing to barter with you for goods and services. And so those things are being utilized every single day. So the next step in the evolution of money is cryptocurrency. So yes, cryptocurrency is here. I truly, wholeheartedly believe cryptocurrency is not going anywhere anytime soon. And really, ladies and gentlemen, it's just going to grow. I know that our United States is talking about their own cryptocurrency, the CBDCs. They're talking about all sorts of different things. There are over 15,000 cryptocurrencies right now to date. They are all created differently. They're not all created equal. Some are to be used kind of sort of like money. Some are used like a utility, like a light to pay light bills or different things that are starting to spin up because they understand the power, not necessarily of cryptocurrency, but the technology that is behind cryptocurrency, which happens to be something called the blockchain. And we're not going to get all of the understanding here, which is why I am opening myself up to provide services and education for the mayors. And in order for the mayors to really get the support that they need, that means I have to come in and educate your council folks. And then we have to educate your constituents. And then we have to educate your children. So we start from the top down, making sure that everyone is understanding the basic fundamentals. And again, not to convince anybody, just to educate folks on where we are and how cryptocurrency is starting to change the monetary system, the monetary policies, and some of the things that are happening. So I will tell you right now that I'm working with several mayors that don't look like you and I.
Okay.
Who are ensuring is that their communities know how cryptocurrency works. Because I have a news flash for those of you that don't believe that cryptocurrency is going to stay around. They are putting Bitcoin specifically. Now, there's a difference because there's Bitcoin. And again, I told you there's 15,000 plus other cryptocurrencies that we call alternative coins. So they're alternative to Bitcoin. But the news flash here is that Bitcoin specifically is being utilized by mayors to put into their treasuries to hedge against inflation. But not only that, they have they're not mandating, but they're suggesting that some of their bigger churches are putting Bitcoin into their treasuries. So when you have of course, we know religion and the infrastructure of religion is very important to some cities. And so they figured out what key folks need to have Bitcoin in their treasuries. Their colleges, and I keep saying their colleges are putting Bitcoin specifically into their treasures. Endowment funds have Bitcoin. Their family offices are putting Bitcoin in them, or they're investing in Bitcoin. And what they're ensuring themselves is that their financial advisors and folks that are working with their cities to make sure that their cities are sustainable in the future have really started to stack away what we call Satoshis. So inside of Bitcoin, there are fractional parts of Bitcoin, just like there are 100 pennies in a dollar. Inside of Bitcoin, there are these small fractional parts called Satoshis. So they are stacking Satoshis in their cities and making sure that everyone is learning what this new monetary system could possibly look like. So what if in 5 years you started to stack your Satoshis and this becomes what we believe is going to revolutionize money? We will be ahead of the game. We have got to, family, really start to educate our seniors to our children about how cryptocurrency works. So let me just give you a brief synopsis of the programming that will come so that you all understand, this is a 360-degree approach to what needs to happen in the city. So we start with the political realm, politicians, those individuals that would like to learn. We make sure that this is a setting where you're not feeling like you're not feeling like you're not adequate to understand this information. So it is no cameras. We're not tweeting. We're not talking about who's present at the table, but we're really doing a cryptocurrency 101, really going through and helping you understand the technology behind the actual money. Again, with your council persons or whomever else. We have Satoshi as it relates to your constituents. We have Satoshi Senior Club, where we come in for your senior citizens, those folks that say, you know what, I'm not really computer savvy. We help them understand as baby boomers and in several other ways how they can go about learning and participating. But we also do things like Bitcoin and barbershop. We did this last year, 2021, in the city of Memphis, all through Memphis. We did Bitcoin and barbershop. I did beauty shop and Bitcoin. We have a crypto kids camp where we educate the children about all the emerging technologies, just not cryptocurrency. They learn about blockchain. They learn about drones. They learn about they learn how to operate robots. And what we do is help them understand how these different things actually relate to real live occupations and careers. Our HBCUs are included in this as well, because our youth, every graduating class that we have that is not getting acclimated to the new entire ecosystem as it relates, and I'm not talking about STEM and STEAM, ladies and gentlemen, because STEM and STEAM, unfortunately, does not change quick enough to keep up with the emerging technologies. But we've devised a plan to make sure that our community stays on top of things on a regular basis. So we'll be out at the HBCUs giving this education as well. And what I like to say is we go beast mode for our community. So what does that mean? Holistically. So beast mode means you're going to get the B, which is blockchain. You're going to get the E, which is evolution of money. You're going to get the A, which is augmented reality or artificial intelligence. We need to know about all of those things. The S, we definitely need security, cybersecurity. Folks need to know how to transact, how to be safe, because we don't have time to be losing money. We need to know about scams. All of those things fall in cybersecurity. Then we have the technology, which is the T. The M is the machine learning and or mining, or that's the creating of cryptocurrency if we need to. As you all probably know, the city of New York and the mayor of Miami are coming out with their own coins, the Miami coin and the New York coin and some other things. So we want to make sure folks are understanding that process. Online gaming. Our children and our adults are playing online games. They need to get paid for it if that's what they're going to sit there and do, because that brings money back to the economy in our cities. And so I don't know if you all are paying close attention, but as we're talking about this gaming and we're talking about monetizing of cities, there's cities right now that are paying folks $10,000 in Bitcoin to move to their cities. These are mayors that have come up with these new tech initiatives, $10,000 to come move to their cities. And again, I'm sitting and I'm watching. I'm actually going through some of these processes with some of these mayors so I can see that how it can help our community specifically, because I'm not just doing this at all for any type of business that I own, because this is about people. This is about really understanding how innovation and people that are being unapologetically progressive are moving right now in this space. So you got the O for online gaming. You've got the D, which is decentralization, and D apps, drones, those things come. And last but not least, that E and beast mode is engineering, because robotics and all of those things are really relevant from every career that you can think of. We want to make sure that our community is ahead of all of those different disciplines that I just named. So with that, I just thank you again for everything that you all are doing to move our community forward, and anything that I can do to be of assistance. I would love to send each and every one of the mayors that's interested my actual package so that you can see what we can come out and start to help your communities with. And I appreciate you. If you need anything else, please feel free to reach out. I'm available.
Let's give her a hand. Ms. Roberts, We're having a board meeting of the World Conference of Mayors and Historic Towns here in Tuskegee, Alabama, the first weekend in March, that Friday and Saturday. We'd like to ask if you're available. We'd love to put you on the agenda. If you're serious, we are. I know you're serious about this.
Yes, sir.
So,
Yes, sir. I am there. Just let me know.
okay, we'll be in touch about scheduling that, okay? Because,
Yes, sir.
because we want to, Mayor's right, we want to be on the ground floor on this. We don't want to wait. What are some of the cities you're working with now? You kept mentioning a couple of towns.
Memphis.
Right?
We're working with Memphis. Well, let me say this too to all the mayors. So Memphis, we're in New York. We have a new initiative that will be coming to one of the housing projects, one of the larger housing projects. Actually, I'll go ahead and say it. Marcy Homes, they're in New York. They're going to be doing something where they're giving every single one of their residents $1,000 in Bitcoin with the city of Miami. My godfather is in Mound Bayou, Mississippi. But what we're going to be doing is hitting the road starting on May 29th through July 11th. I will be in almost every single inner city across the United States, really trying to roll out a program and talking to the residents in the housing projects, everywhere else about learning how to download wallets. We're going to be hands-on, really helping the community. So I have a tour schedule. We have a website already up, but we will be in 41 cities in 30 days, educating the community on street corners and at parks about cryptocurrency. And this is not get rich quick. We're not talking get rich quick. We're talking about buying and holding an asset just like you would gold. This is our digital gold called Bitcoin. And so we will be educating our community on what they need to be doing. And that website, I can make that available to you all, but we will probably be in most of these mayor cities. 2022, we're already on the schedule.
Okay, and again, that first weekend in March, we invite you to our board meeting, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. Let's again express our appreciation to her. Thank you. Weezy, are you there? Okay. Drew, is anyone else on for that category, treasurer? If not, let's go to training. Doctor, well, first of all, Mayor McCory, are you there? Mayor McCory is our Vice President of Training. She's our point person for training because she works very closely with the University of Alabama, who hosted us. Remember Mayor Haygood, we were all up, PB and John, we all went to the University of Alabama for a training session on grantsmanship and that kind of thing. So,
Your Honor.
Yes, so, oh, there you are. Boy, wait, good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. I've been on for some time. I didn't know how to get on, so I appreciate Drew plugging me in. The cryptocurrency piece is definitely integral. Even my favorite team, the LA Lakers, changed from the Staples Center. Crypto.com paid $800 million to change that name for the next 20 years. So there's definitely something going on there. And of course, we're hearing about it more and more. On the international, the Twin City piece, I just wanted to remind as we get ready to go to the next session that the city of Guatemala, Colombia, we're working with Panama. As a matter of fact, we've got a conference call with Panama this coming week with someone directly from that works with the president there. He introduced me to this lady, and we're looking at doing some more things with Panama from a twinning city situation. But the Guatemala, Colombia piece that was actually initiated by my predecessor, Mayor Jackson, one of the things that we did there to actually do something was we started a bilingual economic Spanish-English program. And as a result of that, we now have young ladies in Washington, D.C. living and working, and one is in New Jersey. last winter, shortly after they got here, I found out they didn't have coats, and I ordered and had coats delivered to their door and what have you. So those Twin City relationships, and I've actually on 3 or 4 occasions eaten lunch in our student dining hall with the Equatorial New Guinea young men, and I think they were all young men actually, because I just heard them kind of speaking Spanish, and I'm like, what is this? And then I introduced myself, and turns out that's where they were from. So, you know, kudos to Mayor Rowland on, you know, picking up on and going forward with that Twin City relationship. But if we don't have anyone else from the Treasury, Miss Okoli from HCIB, I don't see her on, or Honorable Kwaisi Garou, the Crypto Conversation Workshop, then I guess we'll just pass the baton on to Mayor McCrory with training.
Mayor Allen, this point of special privilege.
Yes, sir.
Kwasi also had someone else with him. And if you would raise your hand, he's ready. I think he's ready. They should be on. This is Mayor Johnson.
Yes, sir. Well, if Honorable Drew can pick them up and get them on, we'll move with that.
If not, then just give them a minute. If they don't raise your hand, then we can move on.
Sure.
Is he there?
And Drew, also,
I have not seen a hand yet. Sorry, Mr.
Drew.
Mayor.
Some of them did send something. If you would please make sure that they didn't send you a presentation.
Mayor Johnson. Mayor Allen.
Yes, sir.
Kwasi, is he there? Because we certainly do want to recognize him. He's on our Friday morning calls most of the time. Is he there?
Drew may be checking to pick him up, but he may be like me. I've been on for hours, but I guess, I don't know. We've got to get something so we can we raise our hand, but
yeah. So also, would you pull in Mayor McCrory? She's on and she's waiting to be pulled in.
Mayor Johnson, hold it just 1 second. Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît. She's the next one for training, but I'm trying to wrap up Treasury first. Mayor Allen, you have anything else?
No, sir, unless we can pick up Mayor Johnson's person, our session would be done.
Yeah, and Mayor Johnson, you were technology. You have anything else for technology before we go to training?
If Drew does not have any more links, which I think he does, to play.
We did have a couple links that we did not play during your section. If you need for me to go ahead and play those, we could backtrack and play those. And while I play those, if there's anyone who should be presenting in one of the previous 2 sections or presenting in training, if you would raise your hand while I play the video, so that way I can get you queued up.
Gentlemen, excuse me, in the interest of time, we need to go on to training. Mayor McCrory, are you there? Bring her in, and
Also need Mayor McCrory to raise her hand.
Mayor McCrory, are you there? I want to thank both our vice presidents for transfer of technology, Mayor Johnson, and our vice president for Treasury, Mayor David Allen, wonderful. And we are going to move now to training. Mayor McCrory, are you there? Mayor McCrory is the mayor of the first historically Black town in the state of Alabama, 1899, Hobson City. Is she there? That's your colleague, Your Honor, and colleagues. I thought she was there earlier, Drew.
I have a Rasim Muhammad who has their hand up. Is that Mayor McCrory's representative?
No, Eli Muhammad is supposed to be one of the representatives that he never got pulled in.
Excuse me.
That's one of my Rasheem Muhammad.
Well, let's see now. I don't have him on the agenda,
Yes,
but,
he's for broadband wireless.
oh,
Yeah, he was-
broadband.
Right.
Okay, let's do that. In the meantime, Jackie, or one of you all call Mayor McCory and get her ready. Brother Muhammad, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. So very briefly, all of us are familiar with broadband. Tell us what's unique about what you offer and what can we do together to get something done?
Oh man, that's pretty good. Thanks for everyone having me today. I'm the founder of Retrain America EDS. We're based in probably some of the smaller towns, Prairie View being one of the towns with David Allen being the former mayor and Frank Jackson and now Brian Rowland. And so we're the company that actually wrote up the workforce training modules for the state of Texas to have it as a training workforce for veterans. The unique thing about our platform is that we are the one that it aligns with the P3 in the national limelight of things for your infrastructure bills. So we actually train and we provide the service of broadband infrastructure inside of the small towns.
Okay.
We actually write it up for the state of Texas, and now we're in Louisiana and Mississippi. It's very important that we're a part of some of the projects. Some of that money that's coming out from the United States is asking that a training component be a part of it. We're not talking about universities because the first thing we think about is university. We're talking about a workforce inside of your community. How do we get those individuals working inside of the rural communities? How do we attract the small businesses? So I have been in communication with Comcast, Quantum Telecom. I have the executives ready to talk with any of the small towns about what they're actually bringing to the small towns. And so by us being a part of the discussion, it allows the mayors of each town to be able to receive funding, either through grants or private funding, and allows us to actually train the people in your city and small businesses that are interested in broadband and participating in the national objective. So it's very important that the mayors sit down and listen to us and consider what we're talking about, because we kind of know how that whole thing rolls out in infrastructure in small towns. Thank you again, Mayor Johnson.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay, Mayor Johnson, we got him in. That's good. Broadband, Mr. Mayor, we got something going on right now on broadband in our cities, right?
In the city,
right.
County, they put in broadband last night.
Okay, all right, training, is Mayor McCory there?
She's been waiting to be pulled in.
I think we have her in, but she's not under her name, but I think I have her in.
She's not on.
She's not on?
Okay, that's not her then.
All right, they're gonna work on her. Dr. Mbingi, are you there?
Yes, Honorable.
Oh, good, okay. And what about Mr. Bob?
Yes, he's still on.
Okay, all right.
All right, I'll share a brief presentation.
Wait, before you come in, I'm gonna try to get Mayor McCory, but in the interest of time, we'll go ahead and get you started. I want to take a word to say. She's on. Drew, Mayor McCory is on, but we can't identify.
I think Drew's trying to identify.
Okay.
Once again, if she would raise her hand so I can make sure I've got the right person queued up.
Okay, she'll click on before you raise your hand. She'll just click on where you raise your hand.
While we're waiting on Mayor McCory to get on, Dr. Abdullah Mbingi, we're proud of him. He stayed in school, went back to school and got his PhD, so he's Dr. Mbingi, and he was already well qualified to head our Mayor John Smith Institute for training. Training, of course, is one of our 7 T's. Now he's Dr. Mbingi, so he has the credentials, and I want want everyone to know that we're looking forward to him establishing the World Conference of Mayors office over there in Senegal, and in particular, initiating a training institute in Senegal. At one point, we did have a office in Senegal headed by Papa Jallo, Mayor. You remember Papa Jallo, who was our Secretary General. So we're looking forward to you doing that, Dr. Mbengue. All right?
Yes, Honorable.
All right, so you now have the floor, and we also need you to identify those new mayors. When we had the board meeting, we noticed we had several vacancies for mayors from Senegal. They just recently had the election over there, Mr. Mayor. Okay. So they've had some changes, and you're going to identify some new mayors to take that on the board, okay?
Yes,
All right.
right. Can you, everybody see my screen?
We can see you.
But okay, I'll try to go back and share my screen for the presentation because we have a brief presentation that I prepared. Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
right. Basically, what we're going to be doing is that Mayor Ford has asked me to talk about the John Smith Executive Leadership Institute. And we're just going to go over what we believe that are the vision, some of the goals and objectives, and what we are trying to achieve. First, I was trying just to define what institute means, and looking at the word as a society organization having particular objective of common factor, especially scientific, education, or social. I highlight the all because Mayor Ford want all of them, not just one of them. At least we can now understand the challenge for us. But this is Mayor Ford. He has stretch goals, and we will try to do our best to achieve them. What is the John Smith Institute? It's a collaborative corporate effort which initiated by the World Conference Mayor, the Black Town Settlement Alliance leadership, which is committed to provide capacity building for leaders. And the main thing that we're going to be doing is that we got to remind people that it was named after the late John Smith, who was the former mayor of Pritchard, Alabama, and the first Secretary General for the World Conference Mayor. And this institute is designed to assist mayors, executives, to really face and address the complex and multiple challenges of the 21st century. You know, what are the goals? As we heard today, with the talent that we just heard, just starting with the Honorable Naja Roberts, going back to all the other presenters, we can see there's so much talent, and all the former and current mayors, that level of talent, of expertise can really make a difference if we share that knowledge worldwide, one of the goals. But also to institutionalize professional development in leadership. Most leaders spend a lot of time sending their collaborator for training, but sometimes they forget about themselves. And if you do not keep up with your team, you end up being obsolete and not really being effective on leading them in the 21st century. And then this institute tried to contribute towards building healthy and resilient community. And some of the key objectives, again, first we need to develop some meaningful and relevant training curriculums. And we need to organize quarterly executive leadership training instead of just having one during the annual conference. Perhaps we can have 4 training, one in the US in January, one in the African continent, one in the Caribbean, and one in something else, Dubai or in Europe. But the main objective, how do we promote and scale up diaspora contribution? Because we know that there's so much talent, expertise within the diaspora. And some of the activities that we're planning to do, basically seminar, workshop, professional development lead training, executive coaching, and counseling, mentoring, role modeling. And we're also talking about exploring student exchange program between African university and the US university, or any university in the diaspora can start working together and promoting those interactions between university. You know, some of the themes that we've been exploring, the way we did in 2019 about strengthening local governance. Then also we did a building smart city where we have the Honorable mayor for C. Pleasant, Eugene Grant, to really talk about building smart city. And that time we had about 19 mayors from Africa and Haiti that were participating in those training. You know, looking at renewable energy for sustainable development. How do we build healthy and resilient community? Effective strategy for addressing pandemic. Strategy for financing local development. Here, cryptocurrency can play a very important part. But again, how do we promote diaspora engagement and contribution for sustainable development? I'll briefly just go to what we're going to be doing. Why executive coaching? I think that the Mayor Ford understands that leaders face challenges, which I will call almost impossible executive challenges. When you ask to do more with less, when you have to cope with ridiculous level of uncertainty, volatility, and rapid change, level of complexity is increasing. When do you have to engage and mobilize? Usually the millennials that want to work anywhere, everywhere, in any device, that one believe they should be leaders before being even managers. This is a whole different ball game. And with all of that, you've been asked not to burn out. Now, we're not gonna go for the interest of time, but just if you look at some of the main challenges that these leaders that you are facing today, what it leads to, you sometimes lost, confused, unsure, unclear, perplexed. Hopefully we want this institute to become an arm where you will get that support. And the way we will do it is to leverage the level of expertise and talent that is within the former mayor, current mayor, and all those experts we heard today in all the different levels. And at the end of the day, the process that we're going to be using is a very simple tested executive coaching process, where the first step is starting by getting making sure that these people are coachable. You establish goals, we define the current state, we go to assessing and designing a program. We are going to approach, we start the process, and this is basically a template that we intend to use. I'm just going to go quickly into effective leadership, because we have here a lot of leaders. And, when we talked about leadership, we always thought about this famous word that Peter Drucker said long time ago, when he said management is doing things right. Leadership is doing the right thing. And the question becomes, are those separate? But at the end of the day, as leader, you realize that doing things right does not preclude or exclude doing it the right way. And that's why leadership is so challenging. And I think that Dwayne Ira said leadership is the art of getting someone else to do something you want them because they want to do it. You don't want to force them. We know that Brian Tracy will tell us that leader thinks and talk about solution, while followers maybe think and talk about the problem. The leaders must be bringing the solution. But I refer to this quote from Nelson Mandela, when he said, it is better to lead from behind and to put others in front, especially when you celebrate victory, when nice thing occurred. But he mentioned that you take the front line when there's danger, then people appreciate your leadership. If you look at all the leadership approaches that we can see today, they are mainly four. When you have people side and you direct them, then you need to coach them to their skill set. And when they are competent, you can delegate. But throughout all the three processes, you have to provide support to your people. And based on my research, I find that the great leaders create experience of hope, compassion, and mindfulness. And everything that I'm saying is just a reminder, but that's what you do every day. You inspire through hope and vision. You spread compassion, empathy, and caring. You are mindful, attuned, body, mind, and spirit. But you inspire others by maintaining a resonant relationship. And I will close before I lead to Al-Hussein Ba with the One Africa in Senegal by this Maya Angelou quote, when it said that it is by observation, that in the future, they will not remember what you said. They will not remember what you did, but they will remember how you made them feel. As leader, you should always keep in mind how you make people feel.
Wow, Maya Angelou, give that a round of applause.
I lead the floor to Al-Hussein Ba. Al-Hussein Ba is the one that introduced me to the World Conference of Mayors in 2018 and 2019. He was here in Michigan. He started the One Africa, which is a social work platform like Facebook But after a while, he decided that with all the knowledge and expertise I have, I will be better helping people in Africa. He moved back to Africa, started One Africa there, and he's doing a lot of work promoting, spreading technology and training the youth, helping women have access to the marketplace. He's doing great thing. Al Hussein Ba from Senegal.
A point of special privilege here before he speaks. Brother Ba, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I can't believe it's really you. Now, you know I'm very disappointed. Now, you know I'm very disappointed in you. We had such great hopes for you. We pointed you to the board of the World Conference of Mayors, and we were looking forward to One Africa and all of that. Seriously, I'm just giving you a hard time. We're so happy to have you back. We're happy that you're alive, and I hope your family is doing well. Remember, you had some illness, I believe, with your daughter or someone in your family. But let's welcome the Honorable Ba back. He was with us in Orlando last time. Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor Honorable Mayor Ford, and thank you very much to my dear friend Abdullah Bank for getting us back here, because you guys are wonderful people. As I said again, last time in 2018, and I was saying that I truly want to follow the elders like you, Honorable Ford, because you're right there with your vision, you stick to it, and you are helping a lot of people coming to that vision. And all that we want to do is really follow you up in that vision. That's why we stick to our guts and being here in Africa for all this time. If I want also to take this opportunity to really thank that lady, Mrs. Roberts. I believe that she made a really wonderful speech out there, because talking about cryptocurrency, and here in Africa, we're really into it now. While I'm seeing America, maybe a lot of people are into it, but our people, I mean, the Black communities are not that much involved. But right here in Senegal, in Nigeria, we've been having a lot of fellows getting into it. And One Africa also is working on those things. But sharing, if I would like to share a little bit about One Africa now, what we're doing now is network and services, and how we are really energizing socio-economic development, coalition building, empowering women and youth through our ICT program, training, outreach, and online platforms. Today, One Africa is training small business owners, network of entrepreneurs, and potential investors on creating, building, strengthening, and scaling businesses to make a profit, financial literacy. For example, our video and in-person training and mentorship program are empowering entrepreneur fisherwomen in the town of Mbour, Senegal, and also and farmers, producers at the village, and different village community are here.
Which town?
Mbour, Senegal, and Chess. Mbour, Senegal, Tiawan, up to Kaolack, to many area now in the center, south, and north region of Senegal. We're really involved in those three regions. Today, for example, large buses fully equipped with state-of-art computer laboratories and global positioning system are mobilized to remote villages to provide aboard training in marketing and the use of software productivity tools. As local land is digitalized for country records, we are extremely proud of this venture we are doing right now. If I'm talking about today, a majority of the elected leaders that we have, just a minute ago, I've been called by one of the politicians who his party won majority of the elected mayors, because opposition today really won, and we had a very clear election. I mean, democracy is really working here in Senegal, because while even majority of big cities like Thiès, where I'm living, like Kaolack, like Dakar, is won by the opposition party. And then we are really ready to connect these new leaders to the World Conference of Mayors, because they are young people. They are very young. Some of the mayors have less than 40 years of age. Majority of the youth being elected today. So
who's the new mayor of Dakar?
It's called Barthélemy Diaz. He's a friend of ours. Barthélemy Diaz. He's a young man. He's not even 45 years of age. He's also an American citizen. I can say he's an American citizen. He was married to an American young lady, and he knows very well America, and he can get to this work right up. I think I would love to connect you with him and connect you also to the mayor of Kaolack, who's one of the billionaire. He's one of the really emerging billionaires here in Senegal, and he owns a majority of the big business here in Kaolack. And the new mayor of Kaolack and the new mayor of Thiès, where I'm at. All the mayorship of the big cities now are run by true friends and true young leaders who are emerging now. So our emerging flagship Pan-African based One Africa international membership network provide now a respectful social media presence for conversation. And we truly now, with this new leadership that's emerging, we propose our new mayors, for example, every cities, like for example, if you see in Senegal, you might think that every single mayor or cities have a website, and it was not the case. Right now, One Africa start a new initiative calling One City, One Website, and we're working on that. So, as I said again, our emerging flagship Pan-African based One Africa International Membership Network provide a respectful social media presence for conversation, advertising, and creating online communities, groups, and partnership. Our central theme is Africa. As the platform evolves, we continue to diligently use limited financial and other resources to advance conversation and actualize projects of high socioeconomic public value. One Africa's social media presence is only one of many sectors of our operation. As a unique emergent in Africa, we are not in competition with no one to be compared to well-established social media network. I even don't want to say their names sometimes. One Africa Group has branded other services such as One Africa Meet, One Africa Marketplace, and One Africa Crowdfunding. One Africa Marketplace is providing one-stop shopping for entrepreneurs to market and sell products and services of Africa and Africa diaspora to worldwide audience. A crucial strategy lies in our capability to seize opportunity of the digital age and anticipate the deployment of future technology as one of many mitigation strategies for reducing growth disparity. We are working with the leadership team at the Thiès Technology Institute to anticipate the pipeline of prominent careers, science, math, technology, engineering, agriculture, preparing students to enter the job market and fill labor force gaps by providing practical skills as well as theoretical knowledge. As I said in closing, with all the respect that I do to you, what we really need is the commitment of you as brothers and sisters of America to commit with the African community here, and so that we can really do a bigger work and change really, because without you moving forward, we're not moving forward. Without us moving forward, you are not moving forward. And now, right now, what's been happening is the youth of Africa understand the dynamics, and they're ready to really welcome you back here. As I said, we are now having a community of the latest project we started was 50,000 women we regroup here, and each one of them giving about $6 a month. And in the next 3 years, we want to raise about $10 million. Next 3 years, we're raising $10 million just from the women putting their money together. And the strategy is really how we can use that money to really create an impact within this community, because there's money to be made here. There's money even out here, but the problem that they used to have is some crooked bank coming from France and somewhere else, who are really taking advantage of our great women and our great workers. And as I said, Africa, as I said, we can have no development without the women commitment and women involvement. And that's where we, as One Africa, and our communities are working. Once again, I want to take this opportunity to thank you, Honorable Ford, and thank all the commitment that you have and the vision that you have, and also my brother Abdullah and all the panelists that I've seen here. Mayor, my dear friend, Mayor is always, huh?
Daryl Johnson.
Daryl Johnson, yes, I follow him. I follow all his great work also. I'm really thankful to him too. And to the lady who was here speaking, she's doing a wonderful work, because right while she's speaking, I went to check on her bios and her website. And really, I want to really connect with that young woman and see how we can also, because we buying and selling cryptocurrency here, and One Africa itself has its own crypto, and we're working on that.
Okay.
And once again, thank you for giving us the opportunity.
Okay, but let's give him a hand. Thank you, Brother Bob. Now, Brother Bob, listen to me carefully. All right, this is your elder speaking to you.
He listens to my
You know how much I believe in you, and I know what the potential of One Africa is. That's why we put you on the board. Now, if you're ready, we're ready to bring you back. Now, Dr. Mbingi is on the board, and if you're ready to come back, and if you're going to stay with us this time, we want to bring you back, because my mayor, Mayor Haygood, and Mayor Brian Rowland, who's another young mayor, a whole group of Mayor Jackson, they came to Senegal, and they had a chance to interact, right, Mr. Mayor? So we're ready to build that bridge now between Senegal. I want the Senegalese, I want that office in Senegal established the way we had it once before when Papa Jallo was in charge. I want the institute, we want the institute to be established there, training. Dr. Mbingi is going to handle that part, but you can handle the business part. So between the two of you, we want you to make it happen for us, okay?
Definitely.
All right.
If I may add something, Honorable Ford, Mr. Ba disappeared for actually a good reason. His mother was sick for the last 3 years, and she finally passed away this year, and our prayers go to her. That was why actually he was in Africa.
I knew that yeah. So we are sincerely sorry to hear that. Remember, I mentioned, I knew that you had indicated there was some illness in your family. So it was your dear mother. May she rest in peace. Okay?
Thank you very much. You know, here elders are truly respected. You know, we don't take our elders to hospital. We keep them at home. We give them the best room. And we make sure we take, every time I wanted to travel, my mom said, you know, you're the one to put me in the tomb, you know? You ain't going nowhere. So I keep watching her till the last day. So we thank God for, you know, everything we become is because of our mom. We have a very strong mom.
Thanks for forgiven. All right? You're back. Seriously, we really do, our hearts go out to you, okay? All right. Okay, so everybody, that's our team. Mayor McCory, we want to give you, Madam Vice President for Training, are you there?
Yes, sir, Mayor Ford, I'm here.
Wow, did you hear isn't that exciting under your
Can you hear me?
And you can tell us about the university, you know, how you're working with the University of Alabama. We're a little bit behind the time, but for you, you go right ahead, and you look wonderful, Mayor McCoy. Let's give her a hand.
All things in time, on time. Good morning, Mayor Ford, and to all of those who have spoken this morning. I'm glad to be a part of this conference this morning. And when we talk about training, I can't just think of how the training that we have received since becoming a part of the Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance and working with the World Conference of Mayors, the things that we have been able to accomplish here in Hobson City. But let me just give you a little background on Hobson City. We were established in 1899. And recently, in 2009, our whole town was placed on the Alabama Historical Commission list of 10 places in peril because of financial problems that the town was having at the time. I took office in 2008, not really aware of some of the things that had happened, but I'm glad that we were able to get some things done. It took us about 10 years to get an identifying number attached to our zip code, because we know that everything that's done, it's done across your zip code. And I'm gonna say across your zip code, but we know when it comes to those congressional lines, census tract, opportunity zones, and all of those things that are designed according to your zip code. And somehow Hobson City has always been excluded. We are historically and traditionally a distressed community. So how is it that when your congressional lines are drawn, you exclude this Black distressed community in your county? So one of the things that came out of that leadership development is that the university recognized that we needed economic development training in our communities. And so they stopped doing the yearly thing with just us coming to Tuscaloosa to sit and listen to them and we tell our stories over and over again. So now what the university has done is they have assigned an economic development person to each of these cities within their regions. And we have an economic development person from the Economic Development Center that works with the University of Alabama, who's now working with us. And so we learned a lot of things about census tracts and how you get around doing some things that has to be done, and even how the university has helped us with demographic data that's sometimes hard to gather on a specific area such as ours that is needed. And so we've been able to do those kinds of things. But the thing that we really need, and we talk about economic development and public-private partnerships and all those things. And when you're talking about a little small town like Hobson City with not quite 800 people, we don't have a strong economic base. We have one store in this community. We have occupational taxes. We have an elementary school that's court ordered to stay in this city. We have a health service center that was primarily provides for people with AIDS, but they provide other services. And we have a Health Start program that we get occupational taxes from. And then, you know, the other sales tax, sales use tax, and all that stuff that we get from the town, the state, and beer taxes and things of that nature. And so that's how we have been able to survive. And I am afraid that if we don't get some training and get some people who are already out there in the trenches, learning to navigate through all of this money that is supposed to be coming into Black communities to help rebuild, that people like us will miss that train. So what I'm asking those of you who are listening is that whatever expertise, you don't have to be an expert. If you just know how to help us get to where we need to go, to be a part of that. Part of what is wrong with this community is racism. It has been the problem, and it will continue to be the problem. Banks won't loan money in this community to certain individuals. I've seen people to almost have to completely build a house before the bank will give them a loan for the home. So we've overcome a lot of things in this community, and I'm glad of the things that we have been able to accomplish. But we want to be able to take advantage of this Build Better money that's available. We need architects, we need engineers, we need city planners, and we don't need to fly by the seat of our pants. We need some good plans in place, a good strategic plan in terms of going forth and what that means and what that looks like for our community. And so we recently established 2 funds with a local community foundation, one of the largest foundations in the state of Alabama, to raise money to refurbish a building here in the city that we will use. It's an old school building, and we will be using this building. We use it now for our city hall, but we'll be using it for other purposes. The city doesn't have money. I mean, money to do a lot of the things that we want to do. So we're going to have to help raise some money. And this is why we established these funds. We have a non-endowed fund, and we have just a regular fund, so that when I am resting in heaven, that some of these things that we are doing now will still be carried on here in Hobson City. And I'm reminded when I was thinking, Mayor Ford told me, asked me to be on this training board and so forth. And I read something about Dr. Booker T. Washington, and he said slavery presents a problem to destruction, but its freedom presents a problem of construction. And so training is very important to that construction that needs to take place. And so as we move forward in 2022, we want to make sure that we not only get the training, but get some things in action. And those of you who have not been to Hobson City, we're the oldest historically Black town in the state of Alabama. We sit between Birmingham and Atlanta, and a lot of you know where Birmingham and Atlanta, those places are. So we're right off of Interstate 20. We also have a very good partnership with Jacksonville State University, and they recently allowed their economic development person, not the economic development person, but the development person with Jacksonville State University, who will be helping us with our fundraising as we go forth to raise these millions of dollars that we need to revitalize this community. So I think that's, I could say more, but I'm gonna cut it off right there.
Let's give her a hand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'm sorry, we're behind schedule, but we're gonna catch up. To those who've been waiting. Now, we have the Honorable Dr. Ife Williams. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, the Honorable Queen Mother.
Oh, she's on.
Are you there, Dr. Blakely?
Yes, she's on.
Okay, and Dr. Williams. Okay, what we wanted to do was essentially
that one too. Yeah.
What we wanted to do was ladies, please. What we want to do is introduce you all so that you can talk about the books. And let me also, Drew, do we have Dr. Jeffrey Hall? Is he in from the CDC?
He's coming.
Yes, good morning. I'm here.
I'm quite ready for him, but I want to make sure that we don't lose him from the CDC.
Bashir.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm here, everybody.
Dr. Hall, you there?
There.
Okay, just stay with me, Dr. Hall. Can you stay with us for a little while, Dr. Hall?
Yes, sir. I can bide my time.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right. Now let's go back to
time, please.
Hello, excuse me. All right, let's go back to Dr. Ife Williams and Dr. Dolores, Dr. Blakely, our two great authors that we want to introduce, and Dr. Bobby Hunter. Are you there? Okay, someone get him on the line as well. All right, so ladies, we're going to go ahead and let you all briefly go ahead.
My voice is not on. Okay.
Excuse me, if Bobby calls in, make sure I know what telephone number he's calling in so I can unmute the telephone number if he actually does a phone.
I think it'll be a 917.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Williams.
You want to go? We'll let you go first, and then Dr. and Queen Mother Blakely. Go right ahead. Thank you so much for all that you do for us. Please go. Let's give her a hand.
Thank you, Mayor Ford, and hello and blessings to everyone who's on the line.
I was blessed to know Dick Gregory. I know many of you knew him too, but I was the last person in the room with him when he passed away in 2017. And the last words I heard him say were, "Wake up and stay woke." He taught me so much that when he passed away, I decided to do a radio program in remembrance of him. But then I thought, well, I need to do more than that because everybody doesn't listen to the radio anymore. So I decided to write a book about him. I wanted everybody to know that he was a comic, as many of you knew him, but he was so much more than that. He taught me so much about our history. And I spent so much of my time over those 30 years that I knew him, either talking with him every day or seeing him every day, boycotting somebody with him every day. And he taught, one of the major things that he taught me was about the things that we do to harm ourselves. And that is to be angry, to hate one another, to be jealous of one another, to fear things. And he always said that these are the things that make us sick. He taught me about fear, saying that I should never fear to do anything because God and fear do not occupy the same space. So I live by that. And I wanted everybody to know that he was, as I said, more than a comedian. He was a civil and human rights worker. And he did that not only here in the United States. We traveled to other countries often. We talked with people there. We visited people there. We learned about them, because when you visit people in other countries and you get to know them, you have a whole different perspective on life and war and peace and all of those things. So we decided that we would keep picket signs in our cars. Actually, if we passed down the street and we saw someone who was picketing for something, we would just get out of the car and ask them what was the issue, find out. It was usually something we believed in. We'd go back to the car, get our signs out of the car, and join the picketing. We did a lot on the British Petroleum problem that harmed a lot of our people. We were finally able to get some things for the people in replacement, but many people died even before we were able to do that. But it wasn't because we were not trying. Many of the young comedians will tell you that they were impacted by Dick Gregory. You can look at Dave Chappelle, Chris Rock, Chris Tucker, and I will never forget that Trevor Noah, as wonderful as he is, said that when he came to this country, Dick Gregory was one of the people who helped him. And Dick taught him to just try to be more every day. And as you know, Trevor has become one of the most important comics, one of the smartest comics, and does many of the kinds of things that Dick Gregory once did. I wrote the book because, as I said, I wanted you to know what he taught us about drinking water and how important that is to us, how important exercise and nutrition are. And so he taught me a lot of things that I wanted to put down in this book. When I started my radio program, I would ask every one of my guests, did you, and I still do that, did you know Dick Gregory? If so, what do you remember about him? Everybody, of course, remembered his being a comic, but rarely did they remember him being, some did remember his being a nutritionist and having the Bahamian diet years ago, for instance. Many of them remembered that he would run, he would walk across country for various causes. And so just recently, Joe Madison and others were on a hunger strike. I did it for a few days, but of course it was just before we understood that it was not going to pass at that time. But the book is called Dick Gregory. And of course, it is published by a Black publisher. It's called Dick Gregory. And the rest of the title is Wake Up and Stay Woke. And I do that mainly because those are the last words that I heard him say. Now, many people ask me, you know, what is it that drew us together? It was mainly his civil and human rights work that did that. I know that we're rushing. I don't want to tell you everything about the book, but hopefully you will want to have the book and to read it. And of course, Mayor Ford does say something about me on the back of the book. So I hope you'll want to read it there. You can get it on Amazon. You can call me. You can go to my website, which is drifewilliams.com. And of course, you know, you can call me, my numbers, my emails, all of those are out there. But you can, I just hope you will want to read it, not because of me, but because you will learn so much about Dick Gregory that you might not already know. And I thank Mayor Ford for allowing me this opportunity. I know that some of you online, like Abdullah, have ordered the book. I don't have an address for you, though. I need that. My Cash App, of course, is just $ and the initials EFAY, F-A-Y-E-W, $EFAW, if you'd like to have it. But I love all of you. Thank you. And I am so impressed with all of the things I've heard today. And I thank Mayor Ford for bringing us all together. We're learning so much and developing so many things around the world. Thank you so much. I love you.
Wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, Dr. Queen Mother Blakely, can you briefly tell us how to get your book?
In the spirit of my ancestors, you can get my book from Amazon. And it's more than one, Queen Mother. At Amazon, you'll be able to receive the books. The one that I wanted to speak of was Reflections during COVID-19. And I would just like to read a short reflection. And since I see that Senegal and Gorée Island, Amadou Bamba, in the spirit of my grandfather, Amadou Bamba, Salou Mbake, in the great holy Black city, Touba. COVID, death confront of the unaccountable numbers. As we cry and wail, filled with grief, save us from the coronavirus that plagued the world in deep sadness, in sadness that spit out anger that is vicious, reckless, and wicked toward this unexplainable disease that plagued the universe, a stench that smells like the bowels of the hollow ground. Fertilizer covers the dust, molds into clay that's thick and remains for eternity or forever. Let not this pandemic threaten our fate, as we will be done in the fate of the creator of life itself. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Remain with us, O God, our Redeemer. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Another short one I would like to read in memory of the children in the fire in New York, which I just returned from the Gambia, of the 8 family members and the immigrant 17 in the Bronx of that fire, and also just coming from the shores of Senegal as well. And in that spirit of the 2 police, which we're in the midst of burying them today and Tuesday, when the President Joe Biden will be coming to New York to talk about the issue of policing and violence against each other. And that is the road that we're on. But in these youth lives, they're all young people that God has decided to take from us. And in their spirit, I would like to just say this reflection. Only you are holy. Oh God, this is not a conversation or a discussion of your pure sacredness that overcomes the shadow of doubt and distrust. In the world of confusion that appears in your divine presence of existence, oh God, your holiness is greater than a state of mind that is bound in faith and belief. Holy is the force greater than ourselves. Let your holiness enrapture and encapture us in your divine love. Holy, 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 holy is God, and God is holy. In the spirit of my ancestors, I come before you, and in reflections during COVID-19 2020.
Yes.
I yield the chair back to you, Mayor Johnny Ford, and blessings to all.
Thank you, Queen Mother, and thank you, Dr. Williams, Ambassador Williams. Thank you all both, and we support your books. The Honorable Bobby Hunter, are you on? From the Harlem Globetrotters. It's remarkable the talent that Bobby Hunter has. He's your good friend, Dr. Blakely, and also Dr. Williams. His art is just tremendous. I can't wait to share with all of you. He has captured all of you ladies who are going to be honored into one collage, if I may say. It's a beautiful piece of work that all of you all will have a chance, and it's in color. So Bobby Hunter, if you're on, we thank you for what you're doing in the Globetrotters, and we want to thank all of you in that particular section of introducing our authors and our curators. Now, it is high noon. We have moved the clock back. We are ready for our symposium, Conquering COVID. That is really what we're about, conquering COVID, giving our elected and appointed officials and public policy makers the tools they need to go back across America, to go back across the world and help provide leadership in terms of helping to conquer COVID in their communities. The Morehouse School of Medicine has been very, very supportive of us. We have an MOU between the World Conference of Mayors and the Morehouse School of Medicine, wherein each year they train about 40 mayors and other public policy makers. They train us on health policy. They update us on science and medicine as it relates to healthcare, helping the mayors be more equipped to be better leaders in the area of health. And once we complete the training, we're presented a certificate from the Morehouse School of Medicine, the Satchel Institute. That's ongoing. So we are honored today to have Dr. David Ehrencross. Is he there, Drew? I want him to bring greetings, and we want to also take this opportunity to express our appreciation to Dr. David Ehrencross, who's our Vice President for Health for the World Conference of Mayors, and we re-elected him this morning to the board. Are you there, Dr. Ehrencross?
I'm here.
All right, we want you to briefly greet everyone, Mr. Vice President for Health for the World Conference. And well, let me do it this way. Let me make the presentation to you first before you give your greeting. The World Conference of Mayors and the Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance presents the Dr. And we're calling this, we're anointing this as the Dr. David Satcher Award to the Honorable Dr. David Ehrencross, WCM Vice President for Health. And we're doing this in honor of Dr. David Satcher because, and let me read thusly, a total, dedicated, and supportive member of the entire WCM Hbtsa family, who in the spirit of Dr. David Satcher, the 16th U.S. Surgeon General and the founder and leader of the Satcher Health Leadership Institute at Morehouse School of Medicine in Atlanta, Georgia, Dr. Ehrencross is a tireless advocate for laws, resources, and services that make quality health care possible for all people worldwide. Let's welcome our Vice President now as he comes to greet us. Vice President.
Thank you so much. For those of you who don't know me, I have a vocal cord disability. So if you need me to repeat anything I'm saying, just put it in the chat. I want to thank all of you. This has been a very moving award for me. Mayor Ford campaigned tirelessly for Senator Robert Kennedy. I was a sophomore in high school when he was assassinated. And then the African American community, when talking about him, would say, Bobby listened. He really listened. And I thought, even as a high school student, wouldn't it be nice when I get out of college or university to try and, in a small way, emulate that type of approach to human and civil rights? You guys have given me the opportunity to do that. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
We're up against a tough time with Congress. Build Back Better, though ideally passed by the House, is not going to get past the Senate as it stood with the House. Herschel Daniels will address that later, but we're finding it more and more indicated to go and appeal with the executive branch of government. And Herschel has set up weekly sessions with Cedric Richmond and the public engagement staff of Joe Biden's. And Herschel is using his own version that was assembling for Build Back Better, but basing it on the Black folks plan. On a more positive note, before the deadline, February 18, I and my two other public health groups, Results and Partners in Health, are going to be lobbying Congress for $17 billion in supplemental funding for global COVID. We're going to work damn hard to see that that gets passed. We're also going to be working hard, and you'll hear more about this at 3:15 from my supervisor at Results. We're going to try very hard with Senator Coons and Congresswoman Scanlon and Houlihan here in my district in Greater Philadelphia to get past. Just bear with me a moment. I want to be sure I have this right. This will be an opportunity in the form of a proposal to prevent and treat global pediatric malnutrition. And Ken Patterson will address that later at 3:15. So thank you again for your award. And I promise we'll have the best year we possibly can, given the challenges we face. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's again, thank you so much. Mayor McCrory, thank you so much for earlier being on. We had you for the prayer when we were going to have a lunch in Orlando. So you can pray for us later, but we can always use prayer if you're still here. We're ready now for Dr. Jeffrey Hall. And first I want to thank Robert Bailey. Robert, I hope you're on as well, and I'll give you the honor of introducing the Deputy Director for the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta, He hails from the Office of Minority Health and Health Equity. So Robert, are you with us? So you've kind of grown up with us. We were there when you got married, and you've been with us all along. And you have helped us get funding from the CDC in the past to operate programs dealing with HIV and others. Mr. Director, is Robert Bailey there? If he's not, I'm going to go directly. I do know that Dr. Jeffrey Hall is ready. So if you are ready, we are honored to have you. Can you bring him in now, Mr. Director General?
Yes, sir. I'm already here. Robert is also here. I don't think he has been elevated to a presenter. So in the interest of time, I'll just go ahead and dive in if that's okay with everyone.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's welcome you. All right.
All right. Okay. So I'm going to go in. I thank you for the opportunity to be present among you today. This is truly an honor to be able to have a small amount of your time. And one of the things that I did for this particular opportunity is just to prepare a brief presentation that is attempting to align with this focus on conquering COVID. And what I'd like to do briefly is to give you some context for this conversation with a specific focus on health equity. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to cut my camera back off, and I'd like to share my presentation screen. I'm going to cut that camera off because I want to make sure you can actually see the presentation versus having the glitches potentially cut me out. So thank you for your patience. And again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen if that's okay to get us started. Please confirm that you can actually see my screen.
We do.
We can see it.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Just trying to make sure all is in order. All right, we're going and cooking with gas, as we used to say. So, okay, to get us started, what I would like to do is really kind of give us a good bit of backdrop where the situation and circumstances with COVID-19 are concerned. All right, so at this particular point, over 72 million cases of COVID-19 have actually been reported since January 21st of 2020. There have been over 873,000 deaths from COVID-19 during this same specific time period. We know that some racial and ethnic minority groups are being disproportionately affected by COVID-19. One way disproportionate impacts become apparent is by taking a look at age-specific differences between the percent of the US population made up by different groups and the percent of COVID-19 deaths made up by each group. So as an example, non-Hispanic Black persons make up about 13.8% of the population aged 0 to 24, but they make up about, unfortunately, 24.1% of deaths in this age group. So the presented bar for those 0 to 24 years of age shows a difference of 10.3% between the portion of the population and the proportion of deaths made up in this particular age group. Data show that racial and ethnic minority groups are at even higher risk for severe COVID-19 illness. As of November 22nd, 2021, non-Hispanic American Indian or Alaskan Native persons, non-Hispanic Black persons, and Hispanic or Latino persons had a hospitalization rate approximately 3.3, 2.6, and 2.5 times that of non-Hispanic white persons. Other disparities are observed for cases and deaths, as is illustrated in the currently presented infographic. Lastly, vaccination is a key strategy for mitigating the impacts of COVID-19. Data, unfortunately, continue to show differing levels of progress towards key vaccination goals among diverse populations. It is key to focus not just on the previous indicators. We must address factors contributing to increased risk of getting sick and dying from COVID-19, as well as factors that can affect or influence access to and uptake of vaccines. These include, for example, discrimination, healthcare access and utilization, occupation, as well as educational, income and wealth gaps, and housing. Discrimination, which includes racism, leads to chronic and toxic stress. It also shapes social and economic factors, placing some people from racial and ethnic minority groups at increased risk for COVID-19. Occupation plays a significant role in this pandemic. People from some racial and ethnic minority groups are disproportionately represented in essential work settings, such as healthcare facilities, farms, factories, as well as grocery stores and public transportation. Some working in these specific settings have more chances to be exposed to the virus that causes COVID-19. The population health impact of COVID-19 exposed decades, if not centuries, of inequities, all of which systematically undermine the physical, social, material, and emotional health of population groups bearing a disproportionate burden of COVID-19. To accelerate COVID-19 disparity reductions, CDC established the Chief Health Equity Officer Unit. I just rotated out of the COVID-19 response. That is the position that I previously held for the last 6 months or so. The current Chief Health Equity Officer is Robin Ikeda, and the inaugural Health Equity Officer is Dr. Andres LeBerg, who is Director of CDC's Office of Minority Health and Health Equity. This Chief Health Equity Officer unit has the sole function and focus of ensuring what we refer to as an all-of-response approach to identifying and addressing health disparities. In other words, we are attempting to work with the different task force units and other offices in our response structure to have health equity be at the center of all that we do. We developed the CDC COVID-19 Response Health Equity Strategy to address health disparities and inequities that have been worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic. We pursue within this strategy 4 strategic priorities to reduce the disproportionate burden of COVID-19. First, we strive to increase understanding of COVID's impacts and of burden drivers among disproportionately affected populations and places. Second, we seek to expand testing, contact tracing, isolation options, and care to reach populations and places put at increased risk. Third, we wish to better support essential and frontline workers to prevent transmission of COVID-19. Lastly, we seek to cultivate an inclusive workforce equipped to address the unique needs of ever increasingly more diverse U.S. population. Data highlights groups at increased risk of COVID-19, such as racial and ethnic minority populations. Now, let's quickly cover selected examples of how we are addressing the needs of such priority populations. We will begin with the currently displayed project. In the spring of 2021, CDC began investing $2.25 billion over 2 years to address COVID-19 related health disparities and to advance health equity. The national initiative to address COVID-19 health disparities among populations at high risk and underserved communities, including racial and ethnic minority populations and rural communities, offered grants to public health departments to do a number of things. This included, but was not limited to, improving testing and contact tracing capabilities, developing innovative mitigation and prevention resources, as well as improving data collection and reporting. Grant funds were also provided to expand infrastructure support, as well as to mobilize partners in order to advance health equity and address social determinants of health affecting the expression of COVID-19. Turning to our next example, CDC launched the Partnering for Vaccine Equity program and provided approximately $150 million plus in order to reduce health inequities and increase vaccine confidence and access among racial and ethnic minority groups. Since 2020, this program has engaged over 400 partners, specifically to focus on reducing disparities in racial and ethnic minority populations. Examples of CDC vaccine equity partnership projects include funding for 8 national organizations partnering with local affiliates, 4 medical organizations serving racial and ethnic minority groups to support medical professionals with tools and resources. And lastly, 3 national foundations funding and partnering with over 200 community-based organizations. As a final example of work that is actively addressing COVID-19, actively trying to assist with the goal of conquering COVID, we offer the Community Health Workers for COVID-19 Response and Resilient Communities Initiative for consideration. Community health workers, or CHWs, are frontline public health workers who are trusted members of the communities where they reside. This trust relationship enables community health workers to the health and social services infrastructure to communities and facilitate access to services, as well as to improve service delivery. Public health crises such as COVID-19 worsen existing health disparities. This is something that has been a consistent part of our conversation. Community health workers are well positioned to reach communities hardest hit by COVID-19, stop the spread of COVID-19, and move towards health equity. Launched in August 2021, this initiative provides financial support and technical assistance to 69 states, localities, territories, tribes, tribal organizations, urban Indian health organizations, as well as to health service providers that work with tribes. So, reaching the conclusion of this presentation, I've tried to give you a good introduction to the current national level context for where we are with COVID-19 and to provide just a few connections to some of the work that is occurring within the CDC as a public health agency. If you would like to see more relevant work, the Health Equity in Action webpage that the CDC updates and populates with information highlights the work that we and others are doing in order to continue to advance health equity and to reduce COVID-19 health disparities. The page links to COVID-19 data, such as the ones that I provided at the beginning of the presentation, and also provides links to critical COVID-19 health equity resources, such as articles, webinars, campaigns, toolkits, print resources, and more. So at this particular point, I've reached the end of my presentation. I hope that this brief introduction has been useful, and I thank you for the opportunity today to be again present among you. Thank you.
Thank you, and we thank you. And is Robert Bailey listening? Can he hear? Is Robert there with you? I'm looking forward to meeting with him next week as a follow-up. We're going to talk about, you talked about funding for community organizations, so we're going to be talking about that.
He's here.
He is?
I said, yes.
Yes, he's there.
Okay, all right. Well, Robert, I want to again thank you for making it possible for us to have Dr. Hall on. And again, thank you, Dr. Hall, for your presentation. And we're going to, what we want to do is reestablish our ongoing working relationship with the CDC, because the World Conference of Mayors, we work with you in dealing with, one, the HIV/AIDS crisis, number two, the SARS crisis, and we work with the country of Taiwan in particular on that crisis. So we want, for this COVID crisis, we want to have that ongoing working relationship directly with the CDC, okay? And that's what we're going to be talking about. Okay, again, thank you so very much. Do we have Dr. Bernard Fahrenkoff, the Honorable C. Virginia Fields, or the Honorable Deborah Fraser Howes? We had the both of them on yesterday, and Dr. Fahrenkoff as well. But if you all are with us again today, we would now like to briefly hear from you as well. Is either one of them available? Okay, we did have them on yesterday. They did an excellent job. Dr. Bernard Fahrenkoff and his international work addressing the crisis of drugs around the globe. And of course, the Honorable C. Virginia Fields, we do hope we can get her on. Dr. Fahrenkoff, where are you? He was on a minute ago. Okay, the Honorable C. Virginia Fields has some difficulty getting on, so
I am here.
Okay, all right, good, Doc. All right. Yeah, can you briefly again summarize what you said on yesterday, because you did such a great job. Some were not on yesterday about your global work in this fight against drug abuse.
My pleasure, Mayor.
Yes.
Let's see, I seem to, there we go. Okay. So good morning, actually good morning. I guess it's good afternoon, everybody. It's good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you today. And I've been very happy to hear the different presentations, because there's so much going on in today's world that needs to be addressed. And I'm honored that Mayor Ford has given me the opportunity to represent our group on this conference. So let me tell you first, I'll just very quickly, I am a 40-year New York City surgeon, born in Cuba, of Jewish religion, married to a Venezuelan Catholic woman.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. And we have 4 kids. We have 2 grandchildren. And by that introduction, what I'm trying to say to you is I'm a normal guy.
All right.
What I consider normal, because I don't know in today's world, I don't know what normal is anymore, but I had to leave my country. I lost my country. I've immigrated. And so, you know, obviously I've encountered a lot of things in my life, which has led to me wanting to do things for our communities, which is why as a doctor, I got involved in drug education and run a television program, which is called The Truth About, Time for Truth, because I feel there's too much untruth in our world and distresses me. So realizing all of these things and dealing with people all the time, I wondered, I said, you know what, with so many good people working to educate against drugs, why is it that it continues? And I know I'm talking to a very important group because you know the answer. And so what I want you to know is I sit here in front of you, that in front of you, you have an ally.
Okay.
You know, not because I'm saying it, but because you really do. And I realize that the world seems to be monopolized by a few. And so because of the honor of Mayor Ford and also my close friend, the Globetrotter, Robert Hunter, I'm here before you today, and I'm going to present to you the Truth About Drugs program.
Okay.
So I want to go back to when I was a kid, and I must have been about 8 years old. And I remember watching him on TV and listening to him. And I loved hearing him speak. And that's Martin Luther King, because he was a very simple man, but he had a very powerful message of a dream for humanity. And so in order to help that dream, we have to have a drug-free world. 90% of the shooters in the world are on drugs. And it really is distressing, realizing that drugs cause 90% of the shootings. You say to yourself, well, the police are getting shot. The people who are shooting each other, if we reduce the drugs, we don't have to pass so much legislation, and our cities will be safer. We'll have municipalities with more justice because the inhabitants and citizens will be drug-free. So they'll be lucid, they'll be coherent, they'll make good decisions. Because basically, people are social beings. All you have to do is fly into any city, and as you're landing in that city and you look down, you go, my God, somebody's being a baker, somebody's being a farmer, somebody's being a political leader, somebody's deciding to stay at home and raise their kids, and it's all happening. So, you know, when I go, I'm a regular man, I go to LA Fitness. And when I go to LA Fitness, you know, all the men and women in that LA Fitness are very product oriented. You say to yourself, why don't I see what supposedly is always going on in community and does go on? And so it opens our eyes. Why is it that we had 100,000 American deaths last year of drugs, when in the 10 years of Vietnam, we lost 56,000? So in 1 year, we doubled the amount of deaths from drugs. And we should be livid about it because drugs are destroying our communities. The United Nations in 2016 had a conference. And in that conference, it was stated by all the world leaders that the way we were going to solve drugs was by prevention and education. It wasn't going to be by incarceration or by the judicial system. It was going to be by education and prevention. And then it wasn't going to be a 5-minute fix. It was going to take time, and it was going to involve all of us because we all have children. We all have grandchildren. So we all have a vested interest in the world. The Foundation for Truth About Drugs program is a nonprofit program. And what it does is it doesn't force someone, it empowers someone with education. I want you to know that the education and the statistics in these booklets were qualified by John Redmond, who was a very well-known high-intensity drug trafficking agency official of the United States government. So the program is very well qualified. It's available free of charge at drugfreeworld.org. If you look in your cities and you look at the crime, if you look at the lack of employment or the problems with employment, if you're looking at improving the economy, if you're looking at the improving the safety and the adherence of the citizens to those regulations already passed, it doesn't take rocket science to realize that if a person is not lucid, they're going to make bad choices. And if a person has stress in their life and turns to drugs, and they don't have the truth about drugs because they think that drugs are okay because it's been popularized in movies, Scarface, because it's been popularized by shows showing that the trafficking have a nice car, a convertible, and he has whatever he has, or if it's a woman trafficker, we don't want to be biased, and she has all she has. Well, then obviously we're sending the wrong message to our youth. And when they get stressed out, they're going to turn to drugs. And when they turn to drugs, they're going to be lost to us, and they're going to commit crime. They're going to drop out of school. They're going to become a statistic, and they're going to become one of the 100,000 that dies. Now, the program is based on something very important. Nobody likes to be lectured. So please don't take what I'm saying to you as a flow, as a lecture. It's not. I just get very emotional when I see kids dying. And, you know, my office is like the United Nations. Bobby comes to see me, and he's always teasing me that, you know, that it's like a United Nations in my office, because that's the way I am. I don't see a color on someone. I'm a surgeon. We all bleed red. We all have pain. We all react the same to the Novocaine that I use, and I treat all my patients the same way. So basically, it's important to realize that if we educate our parents with the truth about drugs, and they speak to their kids, 40% less drug abuse happens to those kids. If we educate those youth before they get to be 21 and they don't take drugs, less than 2% will ever take drugs the rest of their life, which means that your city will be that much safer for the rest of your future in that community. This program has been distributed all over the world in 26 languages. Tens of thousands of events have been done. 180 countries have been reached, including the African continent, where drug-free world is actually very much in usage by many different countries. And it's unfortunate and it's unjust. And I'm speaking to the choir when I say this, but that obviously the drug abuse and the drug devastation happens more in disadvantaged communities. So I don't have to go over that with you. You know that already. But the problem is that we need to do something effective about it. And as a surgeon, if I'm doing surgery and it doesn't work, I realize something. I've got to change what I'm doing. Otherwise, my patients are going to keep not healing. It's obvious that our programs have not worked up to now.
Okay.
If they haven't worked, let's do something that works. This program actually achieved a 19% reduction in teenage drug abuse in Metro New York City area when we implemented it. We implemented it with NYPD School Safety, whose director, Louise Johnson, loves the program. Why does she love the program? Because unfortunately, she has had things in her family with people that she lost. And she said some things that I can't say in this conference, which were very poignant and very to the point. Drugs are associated with the adverse mental health we're trying to solve. But why are we going to put these people on methadone? Is that a solution to someone who's already stressed out? Why don't we just give them a bottle of whiskey and tell them to drink? I don't think that's a solution. I think a solution is education. I don't see any human being who doesn't want to do better and be educated and know more and change their lives. And I'm talking to the people who can do all of this, so I'm very honored to be here with you. It's not that they're unwilling, it's that they need to have a chance. They need to be educated in a program that really works. It's 26 languages, it's all over the world, that doesn't have a commercial interest, because Drug-Free World is a nonprofit program. Okay. If they don't understand what drugs are, they're going to turn to drugs. So our purpose is to get to them before the drug dealers do. When they die, or if they die, the amount of devastation that occurs is tremendous. Because if you think about the sorrow that a family has when they lose their child, they're losing their future. It doesn't matter if it's 1%, 2%, 15%. You lose your child, it's 100% or more. You're devastated for the rest of your life. So we need to do something about this if we're going to change our country. If we're going to change the world. The program has public service announcements. It has educational booklets on every drug. Mr. Hunter and I have brought it to the Super Bowls. I want to thank again Mr. Hunter. I don't know if he's going to get a chance to speak. I called him before and told him, Bobby, you got to get on the conference, because he always is to the point. And Bobby said something, and it says something at every conference, and that really, to me, hits home to me. He goes, This is World War III. And we need to wake up that we're in World War III. And that this program brings education to our kids. And when you think about it, because we're dealing with our kids, I don't think there's any creed. I don't think there's any religion. I don't think there's any race on the planet that wants their kids to die of drugs or become addicted. With that, what I'm saying is this program can bring unity and bring the justice that we're seeking, because what it does, it unites us on something called children, our youth, our families, something that we're willing to fight for. And when we get united, something interesting happens. When we unite, we can see who is against us. And anyone that's for drugs, and I'm a doctor, and I use antibiotics, and sometimes I have to give my patients a little bit Vicodin, but it's very regulated. I try to get them on Motrin and not to have them take that. But as a doctor, I realize the drugs are not the answer. I have to teach them how to brush their teeth, how to floss their teeth, how to get a cleaning. If I want to just make a lot of money, sure, I'll put them on drugs, sedate them, do a procedure on them, make a lot of money, and they'll come back 5 years later with more tooth loss and very economically profitable.
Okay.
So anyway, I don't want to keep going on and on. I think I've made my point. The program is available to you.
Okay, and we want it. Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît, Doc. We do want it, and from this point on, we are officially adopting your program as a part of the World Conference of Mayors. We want to promote it in all of our cities around the world, in Haiti, in Trinidad, in South America, across Africa. So we are teamed up. We're united, okay? Now you got
it. Mayor Ford, let me say one thing.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Now,
Mayor Ford, let me just say one thing.
Don't say anything else, Doc. You don't want to.
Yeah, I need 20 seconds. I went to Haiti in 2016. They had no street signs.
Right.
They had no streets.
Okay.
They had no sewers.
You know,
and when I was there, what I saw, there was no violence. There was no police anywhere. And so I said to myself, so what's going on? So thank you, Mayor Ford. Thank you, Bobby Hunter. I look forward to working with the mayors. Please, if you want to do the program, contact us at fdfwamericas@gmail.com. Mayor Ford can give it to you later. Check it out at drugfreeworld.org. And may today be the day that we help to achieve this dream of Martin Luther King. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I took your time, but it's an important subject.
Doc, you don't have to apologize. We just have a time factor. You know that. Now listen, put the first weekend in March on your calendar. We want you to come to Tuskegee to our board meeting. Also, that's the weekend of the Selma Bridge Crossing Bloody Sunday ceremony. If you've never had a chance to walk across the Edmunds Pettus Bridge and carry on the legacy of John Lewis, so we're going to invite you. Okay, that's our next major time that we're going to get together, and we're going to officially adopt. We've already adopted your program. Okay, now Bobby, are you there? The international ambassador for the Globetrotters. The Globetrotters have been international ambassadors for the United States for years. Are you there? Thank you. I wanted to publicly thank you for all that you've done, Bobby, to recruit people for this conference. You continue to be our friend and supporter, and we are amazed at your artistic ability. We knew you could play a little basketball, but we didn't know that you had the great artistic talent as well. Let's give him a round of applause. The World International Ambassador, Globetrotter, the Honorable Bobby Hunter. Are you there? Is he there? Okay. Well, he will be there at some point, I know. Dr. Brian Farrakhan, thank you so much for having us on your television show in New York. Dr. Mayor Darrell Johnson as well was on your program. And we'd like to continue to provide guests for your program in the future as well, okay? Bobby, are you there? Well, if he's not, then let's go. The Honorable C. Virginia Fields, Borough President, former Borough President of New York, and former City Council person. Were we able to get the link to her? I know she has a busy schedule. We'll take her whenever we can get her. And the Honorable Deborah Frazier Howells. Deborah is still with COVID and in quarantine, but she did a great job on yesterday. She's on the agenda as well, representing Orshore. Orshore, we want to thank Orshore Technologies for being a sponsor for this symposium. They've been our corporate partner across the years, and they continue to work with us and to support us. Okay, so we are now, Rob Neal, are you there? The Honorable Rob Neal. If he's there, we're ready for you. And again, we want to thank all of the contributors for the COVID symposium, Conquering COVID Symposium. Thank you, Dr. Fahrencroft. Thank you so very much, sir. Okay?
I just wanted to check in and let you know I'm here. This is Michael Scott Carter when you're ready.
Okay, Michael Scott Carter. Now help us with you. You are in which panel?
Well, I'm talking about crypto and NFTs. It was supposed to be a little bit earlier, but unfortunately, it is a blizzard in Chicago.
Excuse me. What's your subject?
Crypto and NFTs.
Oh, wow. We've had a great education on crypto, but we'll be happy to have you as well. You are the guest of Mayor Johnson, or?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, Mayor Johnson, are you still there? Well,
I am. He's been having a problem, but he had a blizzard. He had a blizzard down in Chicago.
Oh, okay. All right. So listen, we're delighted to have you. Okay. Well, thank you, because listen, everyone is important. Each of these presentations are important, and we particularly want to thank you for being patient, and the fact that you've come through a blizzard to be with us. We certainly want to hear from you. So the floor is yours.
Well, I know you guys had a great time with Naja. She is really informative, but I'm going to just touch on a side of crypto and NFT that often is overlooked, the basics. And so what we've been doing with KGBPRLA is we've been speaking with a number of municipal groups and institutional and funding and private equity groups to let them know how to understand the tokenomics. That is a word that's been sort of put together as a neologism to understand as economics, but understand how tokens work. And so one of the most important things to understand about crypto and NFT is it literally is dealing with scarcity. So things that are in rare amounts or a shortage, and being able to create a community who believes that that is really important to them. So it's not dissimilar from purchasing art. For example, if you wanted to buy a Picasso, you have to be able to authenticate it and be able to sell it, because there's not very many there. That's very much how often NFTs are used, which NFTs, just to give you a brief example of that, is a non-fungible token. So fungibility, when you think of this, is like the dollar. The dollar is fungible. So if I give you $1, you have $1. But unlike with an NFT, if I give you a digital creation of $1, in theory on the internet, it can be replaced multiple times, because the internet is the great copying machine. You can do it over again. So what NFTs have done is put us in a place where that can't happen. So if I give you a digital image of something, that then becomes a one-off, and it's lodged and it's given an allocation of what is called a blockchain, and it sits there forever. So what we've been doing is creating crypto treasuries and NFTs for an education for groups and charities, and also municipal organizations, to be able to rationalize it in their districts. So if a mayor or a council person wants to understand how this works, we simply give them how the crypto market is going to be changing, how they're going to be able to integrate it into their city, how they're going to be able to deliver this to their constituents in an educationally sound way. And so that's been the issue with crypto, because we have 9,000 coins, as I'm sure Naja told you about. And the issue is, well, how do I decipher which one to get? How do I enter the market? How do I invest? How do I tell people to understand this? And so what we've been working on, because we're launching our own NFT, and also, as I said, we're working with many groups to try and make sure we just give people a simple understanding of how the crypto market works, how NFT market works, and if they want to, how to get in a safe, reliable way and to be able to partake in this process.
Wow, that's outstanding. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Come on.
You're welcome. Well, look, if you need any help from us, you can find us at KGPRLA. We're happy to talk with anyone and be able to make sure that this is not missed by people who are within the crypto space.
Okay, can you put it up in the chat? Thank you.
I will do. It's coming your way.
All right, thank you, Mayor Johnson, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for getting here. Be safe up there in Chicago. You got
Hey, I'm gonna
going on, huh?
I'm
Okay.
gonna try my best. Thank you very much.
Okay, outstanding. Thank you. Did we get Bobby Hunter? Drew, is he on, Mr. Director General?
Who's that person in the co-op?
Do we, there? All right, there he is. There he is. Let's welcome the one and only. Bobby.
Good afternoon.
That's right. You had an accident or something.
Yes, I did. You know, I thought I was 40 years old, but it turns out I'm 80. So I had to, you know, a little back accident. It really hurt real bad, but hey, I'm here. This is a very exciting time for me with the World Mayors, and a number of things that the Harlem Globetrotters are going to be doing with the mayors and doing with Dr. Ben's international drug program, which we're very excited about. Okay. But we'll be working with Henry Schein, and we will be taking MedPod, which is a telemedicine machine all over the world. So it means that we can go into a suburb, or we can go into a ghetto, or we can go into a homeless shelter, or we can go into an African village. It does everything but take your blood. One of the other things that we're doing is that we're putting a doc tree together. And what is a doc tree? It's a psychiatrist, it's a dentist, it's a doctor, it's a medical profession, all under one tree, where we can treat a person in his home, at his center, anywhere on this earth. And this is the new line of medicine and communication in which the Harlem Globetrotters will be working at. And I've been working just to grab my suitcase. And when I open up my suitcase, there's a doctor in it. So that means wherever I go, I can bring health. And not only with that health, I'm looking to bring healthy products there that can be taken. And most of all, someone who doesn't have proper dental work, they're having bad health. Someone who has been given a drug that they don't know about, like Flocka, which we're fighting, then they need a psychiatrist. So we need to put everyone together. Everyone needs to come together under World War III. And the World Mayors is the best preparation in order to do that. We're also going to be going to Ghana this year, where we're going to be celebrating Marcus Garvey, and we're also going to be celebrating the World Mayors. And what that means is they're looking to give property where we will be putting up a facility in which we will be sharing with Africa and the African Union, which we're going to be deeply involved in and helping develop the motherland of Africa. Also, we're going to be working with Dr. Faye Williams in bringing the 38 states, as they say, or women's rights that should be in every state, bringing that whole picture together. So we have a lot of things to do, and what better organization to do it than the World Mayors?
Okay, well, let me just say, we thank you so much, Your Honor, for all that you're doing. I want to get the dates for our future events, the one in South Carolina, and of course, we'll be in Atlanta coming up very soon with the Rosa Parks effort. And I just, before you go, can you see the little green bottle in Dr. J's skincare? You know,
Oh, yes.
Listen, I can attest that this really works. This is a product that the athletes use when they get bruised up and get hurt. And I mean, it really helps in terms of pain. And you want to say a word about it?
Yes, I do. We are supporting Jean Birdwell, who's bringing this product out, and Dr. J's gel. I'm using it right now on my back, and the other is the flavonoid pills I'm taking to build my immune system. We're going to send some $30,000 worth to the World Mayors, most likely when we resume the conference in early June.
I didn't hear you. Repeat that.
When we resume the conference in early June. And I'm sure it's going to be an exciting time because this little setback only makes us more powerful and more resolved to serve our world and our community. Jean Birdwell has some 20 facilities for veterans, which he is treating PTSD. So we're very happy to be working with him.
Okay, great. Well, this really works. I tell you. I mean, it's a product. I didn't believe it until I tried it.
I'm rubbing it on my back now. I do like to salute Dr. Ben Fialco. We had a veterans dental program in the metropolitan area, and we found out there was a lot of veterans that did not have dental insurance. So that was a very good program in which we're doing. We're looking to do that in other parts of the country. And most of all, I don't want to really go on, but Flakka, Flakka, is a drug that's being mixed with all kind of drugs all over the world because it makes a low-life drug dealer, a scientist, and a big businessman richer. So we're fighting Flakka because Flakka is 2% of high school and college students are on Flakka, and it's going through our community like nobody's business. There's no government insurance on it. There's no government facility. And if you call a government number, they don't know about it. So we have to pick up and draw a line, especially when they're approaching kids with this drug. Now, the other is MedPod eventually will be helping treat drug addiction all over the world.
That's great. Okay, well, again, we want to thank you so much for all that you're doing. We are going to continue to work together. I want you to also mention about the Mary McLeod Bethune Day.
That would be, that's going to be May 21st in Maysville, South Carolina, the home of Mary McLeod Bethune, and her great-grandniece, Jeline Miller, will be running the affair, and it will be a 3-day affair of celebrating Mary McLeod Bethune, as we will also be celebrating Rosa Parks and also Maya Angelou. You know, I always knew a woman was going to be on a quarter.
Okay, all right, on the court of justice. All right,
What's the date? May 1st, you said?
May 21st.
May 21st will be the celebration there in Maysville, South Carolina.
Right, so we're clear. And then we're going to be in Atlanta on the 3rd of February, correct?
We're going to be there on the 3rd of February. The Globetrotters are coming there to present a special award to Rosa Parks, who came into our dressing room in Detroit because she knew one of the athletes. His name was Bob Hall. And she said, we all need to sit together and get the job done. I wasn't quite sure of what she meant at that particular time, but years after, I began to understand that we all have to sit together in order to get this job done.
Let me tell you what she meant. When Rosa Parks sat down in Montgomery, Alabama, she was actually standing up for freedom everywhere. That's what it means. You have to sit when they tell you you can't sit there, but she did. And she showed tremendous courage. And that's why this lady should be honored with a national federal holiday. And she will be the first woman to have that kind of recognition. So we are all supporting that effort. Okay, thank you so much, Bobby. Stay with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. I surely will.
Okay, great. Look, did you get the picture that I want you to mention, describe the picture that you did of all of our honorees, of all the ladies?
Oh, I'm not as clever as you, but the pictures will be in Tuskegee, and you will pick them up on your way coming on February 3rd. All of them have been done of honorees, and then there was a special picture done of Rosa Parks.
Okay.
Oh, I think there's separate pictures.
And also, we finished a journal, which will be very flexible. The journal will be emailed around the world to some 40 million people. And then also, we have a journal being printed out, which we will be sending to various areas so that they can see what we'll be doing in the early part of June to honor the world mayors.
Okay.
It's a very exciting journal.
All right, outstanding. And our date for the June meeting is June the 2nd through the 5th. June the 2nd through the 5th.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, good work. Let's give him another hand.
Why, thank you.
All right, the Honorable Rob Neal, President of the International Black Broadcasters Association. Are you there? Rob Neal, Your Honor, we talked about you on yesterday. Is he there, Mr. Director General? Okay, were you able to talk to him?
No, Drew said, yeah.
Oh, Drew.
I said Drew was there.
Rob Neal, are you there? Okay. Herschel Daniels, the Honorable Herschel Daniels, are you there?
They might have to get on.
Not able to get on? Okay, technology is beautiful, but you just have to be patient sometimes. All right. Yeah, Bobby, I sure wish we could see that picture that captured all of the beautiful.
Okay, you will. You're a very charismatic person. I will arrange it.
Okay, well, I thought we sent it to Drew. I don't know.
Is it a picture with everybody on it?
Yes.
It's a collage.
I will.
Right.
I will find it.
Okay. I'm trying to call Myrtle, Johnny, for me and see if she was able to email it to Drew. Thanks so much. Okay.
I have it. I have the picture.
Oh, do you? Can you do this? Can you email it to Drew? Or do you have Drew's?
Is that the picture?
Therefore, if she has it, she could actually share it from her screen.
I can. I do know how. I'll send it.
Okay, wonderful. She has it. Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Where?
It's on my screen. It's showing on my.
There we go. There now. Any way that can be blown up?
I don't know.
I did the best I could.
Yeah, you want to look at that. Isn't that great? Outstanding. These are
That's the World Conference.
That's it. That's the one I'm talking about. In the middle is Mrs. Rosa Parks, and on the right is our major sponsor, Dr. Bell. And yours, Dr. Fahrenkoff, you see yourself there? And
absolutely, Mayor.
Outstanding. Put it back up again. Let's see. So that's going to be on the back cover. Bobby, we're going to use that for the back cover of the feature of the document. Okay. All right. We have Rob Neal. Do we have him? Okay. Drew, Mr. Director General, is he on? Okay. How about the Honorable Herschel Daniels? He's been on a lot already, so we're hoping that he'll be here for the Friends of Africa. If not, why don't I do this while we're waiting on them? Let's go ahead and do the resolutions and get that out of the way. How about that, Mr. CFO? All right. Mayor Johnson, are you on? Mayor Darrell Johnson, are you still?
I am on.
Okay, good. You have your agenda. And Commissioner Ings, are you on? Members of the World Conference of Mayors who are there. Instead of us doing the resolutions, we are ahead of schedule. That's a good thing because it's been a long day, boy. So let's go ahead and get this out of the way. What we'd like to do is, it's good to have a meeting, to meet, to talk and collaborate, but then it makes no sense to end a meeting and not adopt some positions, some resolutions, wherein you're able to speak from a united voice or with a united voice. And that's what we hope that we can do here now. For the last 2 days, we've heard world leaders actually from across Africa, from Bermuda. I'm sad that we have not been able to get our friends in from Haiti because they're having internet problems and those kinds of problems. So communication is not good from that country. But they are with us and they are a part of us. We've had Taiwan, we've had South America, we've had Canada, all of input from all of these places. And I want to go now to the resolutions. And I want to hereby, as President of the World Conference of Mayors, and for those of you who have not been with us all day in our board meeting today, I had the honor of being elected again as president of the World Conference of Mayors. As you know, I'm the founding president back in 1984. But our present president, Mayor Jones, has had some health challenges, bless his heart, and he's asked us to give him time to concentrate on his health. We have to all put our health first. So he's going to continue to be active with us on the board as our immediate past president. And also we're going to nominate him to become president of the Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance, which is not quite as demanding as being president of the World Conference of Mayors because of its global responsibility. So we hereby call the World Conference of Mayors into session, and we've already convened this convention, which is made up of the World Conference, the Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance, the National Policy Alliance, and the the National Black Caucus of Local, the National Black Leadership Commission on Health, which is Black Health. These are our organizations, and I hope, is the Honorable C. Virginia Fields on? I'm hopeful that she can join us. If she is, please let us know, because I know she would be supportive of what we're doing. She's our president. The resolutions that I'd like for us to consider at this time, and our secretary, the Honorable Diane Robinson, is going to help us record that. These resolutions, they are as follows. The convene the conference collaboration resolutions, WCM, Hbtsa, NPA meeting. The resolutions to be considered are as follows. Number one, a resolution giving priority support of the Biden administration's effort to conquer COVID-19 domestically and globally. Okay? Now, some people have been critical. Someone made the remark earlier that in places like Africa and these developed countries, they don't, well, there was one of the African leaders who said, we don't even have the vaccine. Yet there are people in the United States of America who are turning it down and who will not take it. So the point that I'm stressing here is that President Biden has been doing the best that he can do as the President of the United States to lead us out of this COVID crisis. There are some people who are criticizing him. Well, I want us to go on record in support of our president. Our president is not perfect, none of us are, but he's trying, especially compared to the last president who fought against science, who fought against wearing masks and taking the vaccination and all these other things. Yet he secretly took it. So we have come from a long ways in terms of having positive leadership. So I'd like for a motion. Who do we have now? I want mayors to identify themselves, because we want to give you, and those who are on, any one of you all can make the motion or second the motion, but that's the first resolution that we want to make. A resolution giving priority support of the Biden administration effort to conquer COVID-19 domestically and globally.
Mayor Ford, point of special privilege.
Yes, go ahead.
For the sake of time and to expedite this process, I would ask that you have the motions and the seconds come from those who are either currently on the panel or those there with you live. I do have the resolution up on the screen, so those who are attendees can also vote on the resolution.
Okay, all right, good. Thank you, Mr. Director General. They're going to be up so that everyone can see them. All right.
But I just got it.
Okay, all right. So first resolution giving priority support of the Biden administration's effort to conquer COVID-19 domestically and globally. Chair will entertain the motion.
Mayor Johnson make the motion.
Moved by Mayor Darrell Johnson. Second, Mayor
McCrory seconds that motion.
Second by Mayor McGowan. Your sheet is blocking Mayor McCrory, Mr. Director, on our screen. But anyway, it has been moved and properly second. All in favor of the motion, please give the sign of aye. Aye. Opposers, nay. So be it. Mr. Director General, your sheet is blocking the beautiful, wonderful Mayor McCrory. Can you see that? On our screen, you're being blocked, Mayor McCrory.
And Herschel Danny, see.
Mayor Ford, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, you're being blocked on the screen here for us. Jackie, can you send Herschel Daniels the link? Okay. Mr. Director General. of all people, we
Yeah, yes, sir. What was that?
we're blocking, that sheet is blocking Mayor McCory.
Oh no, they have to vote.
No, we're gonna
Actually,
do
the people who are as panelists will have to do a verbal vote. The voting is for those who are not panelists right now. The on-screen voting.
Mr. Director General, the sheet is blocking Mayor McCory.
Mayor Ford.
Voice votes. We're gonna do it by voice votes.
And Herschel
The people who are panelists can voice vote. Everyone else will have to vote online.
Okay, we'll move ahead. Mayor McCory, are you there?
Yes, Mayor Ford, I'm here. Can you hear me? I'm here, Mayor Ford.
How long is it gonna take that? I don't know. We hopefully we wrapping up soon, but I might be on another hour or so.
Okay, look, look here. That's not gonna work. What y'all doing? I have no idea. But
Mr. Drew, you need to meet.
Across the country, you and Bobby, are you all on? Okay, if
Mayor
not.
Ford, you've been off for about the last 2 minutes, so you may want to back it up, please.
Chair will entertain a motion for anyone to go ahead and make the motion.
Which motion are we didn't hear the motion, Mayor Ford. What resolution we are on? We had lost your video and your sound.
Oh, okay.
So if you could repeat the resolution that we're on.
We're on resolution number 3.
I don't think we did number 2 yet, Mr. Mayor. I didn't hear number 2.
We were offline. We did it. Okay, we'll go back.
We need to go back to 2 because people online did not hear.
Number 2, resolution in support of the John Lewis voting rights legislation. Okay, for those of you who did not hear it, let's go through this one again. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Again, Mr. President, I move that we support the resolution in support of John Lewis voting rights legislation.
Okay, Chair will entertain a second.
Second,
By the Honorable Johnny Harrison, come on over, Your Honor. Moved and properly second. Questions, comments? All in favor of the motion, give the sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposes nay, so be it. Okay. Next resolution in support of the Rosa Parks Federal National Holiday. Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor Ford, Once again, could I get you to slow down? I've still got people voting online. Could you slow down for about 30 seconds to allow the people who are online to submit their vote?
Okay, how about, are you all, let me just say this again to all of you out there. And to you, Mr. Director General, and to all of you out there. This is the World Conference of Mayors and the Historic Black Towns and seasoned public policy makers, okay? Once you reach this level of governance, we don't have time for any foolishness or any small town talk or technicalities. We are here to take care of business and to make our positions known very clearly, okay? So we're asking you, if you want to participate, fine, wonderful. Please vote and go ahead and express your opinion. We're going to move this process because we have a schedule to keep in order to complete this during the day. And we're going to do this by voice vote. The next item is Resolution 3 in support of the Rosa Parks Federal National Holiday. The chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by the Honorable Diane Robinson. Go ahead. Second by the Honorable John McGowan. Moved and properly second. Questions, comments? Those in favor of the motion give the sign of aye. Aye. Opposers, nay. So be it. Resolution is called. Number four, and all of you all should have an agenda. We spent time emailing these agendas out to everyone, and you should have one. And if you don't, just listen. Maybe he can put those up on the board. Resolution number 5.
Number 4, Mr. Mayor.
Number 4, resolution in support of the Biden Build Back Better infrastructure legislation. Now, those of us who are mayors and elected and appointed officials, we all know how important it is for us to have infrastructure money to build our roads, our streets. Now, that bill is going to have to be broken up, but we want to send a message that we want to support the president's effort to build our country back better. And we'll entertain a motion in support of this resolution.
Mayor Ford, this is Mayor McCrory. I move that resolution in support of the Biden Build Back Better infrastructure legislation be accepted.
Thank you, Mayor McCrory. Now they have your face blocked again.
I second that motion.
A second by Mayor McGowan. There you go. We can see you, Mayor McCrory. Thank you. Second by Mayor McGowan, who's also a county commissioner. You may want to speak about the importance of dealing with infrastructure.
Man, infrastructure is one of the most important things I think face America. The roads and bridges across this country having been redone in many, many years, all throughout this state of Alabama and this country of the United States. Thinking about all of these bridges and roads, we need to get busy with that.
Okay, so for the cities, that's the position of our cities, our counties. So we're together on that. Okay, all in favor of the motion, give the sign of aye.
Aye.
Aye. So be it. All right, thank you, Mayor McCrory. All right. Resolution supporting the recognition of and a call for action to address climate change. Now, all of us know with this weather and with the problem with the emission problem, we talked about zero emission levels. Climate change is real. For those who say it's not, we got to take a position that we have got to save this planet. And the only way we can do it is taking some major steps. We got to reduce the carbon emissions into our air. We've got to lessen our dependence upon petrochemicals and oil, petrol products. There are so many things that we've got to do to improve the environment, and we've got to save our planet. climate change is a reality and something that we've got to deal with. So we will entertain a motion in support of the recognition of and a call for action to address climate change. And we're glad that our president re-established our membership in the Paris Climate Control and Climate Change coalition that the previous president took us out of. So we'll entertain a motion in support of that effort.
So moved.
Moved by the Secretariat. Chair will entertain a second.
Second, McCrory.
McCrory, good. Thank you, Mayor McCrory. Moved and properly second. Questions, comments? Those in favor of the motion, please give the sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay, so be it. Resolution, excuse me, ladies. Okay. Resolutions issuing a renewed clarion call for an end to any form of racism, nationalism, nationally and globally. Okay. Now, I was so proud to see when our Director General put up a picture of the American flag flying over the Capitol of the United States. How did you feel seeing that Confederate flag flying, being carried into the Capitol of the United States? What happened on January 6th was an attack against not only our democracy, our form of government, but on the Capitol of the United States of America. The Capitol of the United States of America has not been attacked like that since the Civil War. There are those who are still fighting the Civil War. There are those who are still perpetuating racism in our country. And I'd like for us to go on record stating that we issue a renewed clarion call for an end to any form of racism in this country and globally. We'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by the Honorable Johnny Harrison, who is a housing commission here in the city of Tuskegee. Chair will entertain a second.
Second.
Second by the Honorable Diane Robinson, our Secretariat and Chair of our Historic Preservation Commission here in the city of Tuskegee. Moved and properly second. Questions, comments? Those in favor of the motion, please give the sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay, so be it. Thank you, Mayor McCrory. A resolution in support of the Congressional Committee led by former Mayor Benny Thompson, who's a former mayor of Bolton, Mississippi. Mayor Darrell Johnson, if you're still on, and a member of he was a member of our National Conference of Black Mayors, one of the founders, along with myself and Mayor Charles across this country. His committee is doing great work for the United States by investigating the January 6th treasonous assault on the U.S. Capitol. So we will entertain a motion in support of the work of this congressional committee.
I make the motion. This is Mayor Johnson.
From the great state of Mississippi, dude, you want to speak on that? You know Benny, don't you?
Yeah, and he has an office here in Mount Bayou.
Wow, that's outstanding, outstanding. Chair will entertain a second. Second by the Honorable John McGowan. Moved and properly second. Questions, comments? Those in favor of the motion, please give the sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay, so be it. Okay. Resolution number 8. Resolution in support of taking down Confederate statues representing slavery and supporting the erection or the putting up, the taking down of Confederate statues, and let me just say the putting up of statues representing African American and indigenous, let me add a word to that, indigenous heroes and sheroes across this country. I was in the Alabama legislature, and they've got these Confederate statues of generals all over the state capitol. and not one statue of any black, as if black folk didn't fight in the war for this country. I fought to get a statue of the Tuskegee Airmen placed on the grounds of the state capitol. So we want to go on record calling for taking down these Confederate statues wherever they are, because they stand for treason, they stand for slavery, treasonous actions against the United States of America. So, shall we entertain a motion from anyone who's not afraid to make that motion? Moved by the Honorable Diane Travis. Second. Second by the Honorable John McGowan. Moved and properly second. Questions, comments? Those in favor of the motion give the sign of aye.
Aye.
Nay, so be it.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
let the record reflect there was one no vote.
Okay, good. Great. Resolution calling for, the majority prevails, thank God. A resolution calling, number 9, resolution calling for more support of historic black colleges and universities in black towns. We tried very hard to get the Honorable Leslie Baskerville on. She is the President and CEO of NAFIO, which is the voice of the historic black colleges in this country. And she indicated, Dr. Williams, are you still with us? Doctor, can you go to Dr. Williams, if she could speak on behalf of Dr. Baskerville, who did, when she couldn't get in, she sent a written report.
Mr. Mayor, what's Dr. Williams' first name?
Dr. Faye Williams.
Oh, that Dr. Williams, my bad. She's coming.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Okay, I think I'm in now, am I not?
Yeah, what I wanted you to do, since we're talking about black colleges and universities, I want you to speak on behalf of Leslie and give you an opportunity to make this resolution on behalf of her. So go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Yes, Dr. Baskerville tried very much to get in, but she's still very busy with some legislation. She wanted to get in to thank the conveyors and all of the distinguished delegates for their tremendous work. Especially wanted to thank, well, that was to me personally, so I won't say that she was thanking me for my work as an ambassador of world peace. This high honor, that's still me, let me skip down. I wanted to also tell you that even as the US and the world are mired in challenges of the ongoing pandemic, bearing for all to see the entrenched health challenges, and as the education, employment, economic, health, wealth, peace, and justice gaps persist, my heart is full, and I'm optimistic for the future of our historic townships and settlements and our towns and cities that have Black mayors, state legislators, county legislators, and CBC members, because our alliances and our collaborative work yielded $5.8 billion for our HBCUs in the last year, more than any time in our history. As long as our HBCUs are strong, our families, communities, townships, and those of the least advantage worldwide will be strong. They are outpacing all other education cohorts in educating and bringing people from the margins to the mainstream and upstream, providing an excellent, diverse cohort of culturally sensitive health professionals, providing food, nutrition, clean water, sewers, electricity, housing, public safety, and so much more to our towns and settlements. While NAFIO thanks you, I urge you to join us in thanking the Biden administration for a banner for HBCUs and their anchor stakeholders. That was from Dr. Leslie Baskerville.
Wonderful. She is the voice of the historic Black colleges in this country and does an outstanding job on the Hill and with the White House fighting for our Black colleges. And she indicated that the Biden administration has provided many dollars to our Black colleges, and we want to make sure that the president gets this resolution. So Dr. Williams, is Dr. Rowland still on from Prairie View? Mayor of Prairie View, if he's on, because he has a black college in his town, and of course we have Tuskegee University here.
We have Grambling and Grambling.
Right, yeah, Grambling there. Yeah, she's a Grambling graduate. Okay, so you can go, please go ahead, Your Honor, and make the, Madam Ambassador, go ahead and make the motion.
Okay, let's see, we're on number 9, resolution calling for more support for historic Black colleges and universities and Black towns.
Okay, we'll entertain a second.
Second.
Second by everyone. I think we're all graduates of Black colleges. It's been moved and second by all of us. All in favor of the motion, give the sign of aye.
Aye.
All opposers, nay. Okay. You know. Oh, and incidentally, the mayor of Orange County, who is the Honorable Jerry Demings, issued a proclamation welcoming our conference to Orange County and the Orlando, Eatonville area. And we're going to get a copy of that resolution sent out to everyone. So have we been able to find it, ladies? Have anyone?
I received it.
Oh, good. Okay, so maybe it's already been sent out.
Yes.
All right, that's good. So we want to, this resolution is what we call a housekeeping resolution, where we thank all of our local hosts, and we want to thank Mr. Ings and everyone else for all that they did. Even though we are not in Orlando and Orange County today, technically our convention is still being held there. We're doing it virtual, but they are hosting it, and we want to thank them. So resolution 10.
So move.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by McCory, second by Williams.
Yes.
Okay, moved and properly second. Questions, comments? All in favor of the motion, please give the sign of aye. Aye. Opposers, nay, so be it. Number 11, a resolution setting the date for our next WCM Hbtsa Memorial Day Weekend Conference for Tuskegee, Alabama, and Black Wall Street. So we need to, does anyone have a calendar? We want to put the date in for Memorial Day weekend. Anyone have a calendar they can pull up? While they're getting a calendar, what happens is that during Memorial Day weekend,
Mayor Ford, that will be the 27th is the Friday and the 30th is the Monday.
okay, so we would set that for the 27th through the 30th. Through the 30th, through Monday. And what normally happens is on Memorial Day, that's when we have a fly-in and a salute to the Tuskegee Airmen at historic Moton Field, and just a general salute to veterans and those who paid the supreme price. Madam Chair of the Historic Commission, share with us what we normally do in the remembrance of Booker T. Washington. No, that's the 4th of July is when we do that, I guess, in memory of the founding of Tuskegee University. So that's the date, the 27th through the 30th. And also during that same weekend, that is the weekend when they have the Black Wall Street commemoration. Last year, we started that Friday and Saturday in Tuskegee, and then on Sunday, we journeyed to Tulsa for the Wall Street. So the chair will entertain a motion that we adopt this resolution as well in support of those two events. Moved by Mayor McGowan.
Second.
Second by Honorable Johnny Harrison. Moved and properly second. Questions, comments? Those in favor of the motion, please give the sign of aye. Aye. Opposers, nay, so be it. Next resolution, setting a date for the Mary McLeod Bethune Day in Maysville, South Carolina, May 21st, 2022. Bobby, are you still with us? Bobby Hunter? If he is.
And Rob Neal is here too now.
Okay, Rob, great. We're glad you're here. But Bobby, are you still here? Okay. All right, Rob, since you're still with us, you can make this motion. Okay, all right. We'll entertain a motion setting aside for this resolution. Move by the chair of our historic commission. That's quite appropriate for you because that's what our commission is all about. Second by the Honorable Johnny Harrison. Moved and properly second. Questions, comments? Those in favor of the motion, please give the sign of aye. Aye. Those opposed, so be it. The motion is carried. The resolution setting the date for the Orlando Mid-Year Conference, June the 2nd through the 5th, 2022, the Sheraton North Hotel. We're going back to Orlando in June, and the date is June the 2nd through the 5th. We'll begin with the international reception that evening on Thursday. On Friday, we'll have our full day of workshops like we had today, the 7 T's and other technical contributions. And then in the evening, we'll have the reception at City Hall hosted by the City of Orlando. And then on Saturday, we'll have the Historic Towns Roundtable over in Eatonville, hosted by Mayor Cole. And then at noon, we were going to the Zora Festival, Zora Festival, which is one of the 25 outstanding festivals held in the country each year. So that we'll entertain a motion to that effect, that we will go back to Orlando this time. Hopefully the COVID crisis will either be over or at least better.
Williams, I so move.
Moved by the Ambassador Williams for 13. Chair will entertain a second.
Second, McCrory.
Honorable Mayor McCrory, Vice President McCrory for training has seconded the motion, is removed and properly second. Questions, comments? All in favor of the motion, please give the sign of aye. Well, first of all, anyone have any questions about the date? 2nd through the 5th. Okay. All in favor of the motion, please give the sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay, so be it. Done. Now, we want to thank our Director General, Mr. Drew, who's been our technical director here. Dr. Michelle Robinson was scheduled, and Spelman College was scheduled to be the technical people for the workshop on tomorrow. But they are going to reschedule that for next Saturday, which will be the 5th, I believe, right? Next Saturday is the 5th of February. Yeah. So we'll thank Spelman in advance. So the chair will entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
The 5th of February.
Moved by Harrison. Second by McGowan. Moved and proper second. Questions, comments, and it has been first of all, let's give her a hand. I'll tell you that. Yeah. And also Jackie and Johnny and Myrtle, all of them. Let's give them all a round of applause. Who have worked to help make this possible. They have. But Diane has been the point person on this typing. So forgive any mistakes that we made. They were made out of love and being tired, I guess. But it's always good to have others check. All of you all check the documents. What we're going to do now is open it up if there is any other resolution that we should make.
Mayor Ford, you need to carry this resolution first.
We thank we thank all of the presenters, and you will be included. We thank all of our presenters and all of our sponsors for being a part of the agenda and making it a success. What was your question, Mr. Director General?
I said you didn't finish carrying this motion.
Okay, so I wanted all of them to know that those of you who are presenters, sponsors, you two are also covered in helping to make this conference a success, okay? We just mentioned these individuals because they had specific assignments, but it includes all of you, all too many to mention. All in favor of the motion, please give the sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay, so be it. Okay, great.
Mayor Ford, let the record reflect that all resolutions passed unanimously, with the exception of Resolution 8 with 1 dissension.
Okay, outstanding. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do you have who that dissension? No, we won't do that.
I had it set up anonymously, Mr. Bear.
That's okay. No, we care. We're okay. We're just having fun. Thank God the majority wins in a democracy, right? And we don't always agree on everything, but we don't have to be disagreeable. Okay, Floyd, any other resolutions that we need to adopt? Anyone can think of any?
I have two.
Oh, great, great. Okay, and let me just ask, those of you who may have other resolutions, if you'd be kind enough to prepare them and email them to our secretariat, to us here at the headquarters. Go ahead, Madam Ambassador.
The first one would be something that Dick Gregory and Janet Langhart-Cohen and I worked on some years ago, and that was to get a Senate apology for lynching. Well, since that time, there has been no law passed to make lynching a hate crime. So I would like to move that we ask the Congress to support the hate crime for lynching.
Most definitely. Thank you so much. We'll entertain a second.
Just a moment while I type it in, Mr. Mayor.
We did get the apology, but not the law.
We want a law, right?
Yes.
Well, I think we ought to also pass a resolution thanking the president for his intentions to name a lady, an African-American woman, to the Supreme Court, right? Don't you all think that?
Well, his intention, he hasn't done it yet, though.
That's what I
do that next.
Intentions, but
may I do the second one?
Wait, no, he's typing. I think he wants to type it.
The first one is up for the voting now. You can go ahead and call for the questions, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right. So it has been moved by Dr. Williams. The chair will entertain a second. Second by Mayor McGowan. Moved and proper second. Questions, comments? Those in favor of the motion, please give the sign of aye. Aye. Opposers, nay. So be it. The motion has been carried. Next one, Madam Ambassador, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In 2009, my organization, the National Congress of Black Women, put the first Black woman in the United States Capitol, that being Sojourner Truth. We're now asking to remove the name of Richard Russell from the Russell Senate building. As you know, he was a racist, and the Mayor Ford mentioned a little bit earlier that we need to rename, take away, these kinds of names from buildings and put up more positive ones. So I have already begun working on doing that. So I'd just like to move that that the World Conference of Mayors supports the removal of the name of Richard Russell from the Russell Senate building in Washington.
Which building is that? Because the Russell. It's
over by Hart. There's Hart and Russell and.
That's right. That's one. Okay. All right.
That's how we started out before we got the apology for lynching. We started out trying to remove that name. At that time, they were not ready. Even Ted Kennedy was against it because he was afraid somebody would remove the name of Kennedy. But I don't think we need to pay attention to that. We just need to remove names from hate-filled people from buildings, and then we need to decide who the building will be named for. And we've already made that, but I'm not ready to say who.
Okay, it has been moved by Ambassador Williams. Chair will entertain a second.
Second.
Moved by Mayor McGowan, Commissioner McGowan, Mayor McCory. All in favor of the motion, please give the sign of aye. Aye. Opposers, nay. So be it. Thank you for doing that. Thank you. Now, I think I'd like for us to entertain a motion thanking the president for indicating his willingness to name a African-American woman to the Supreme Court.
I second.
No, you can make the motion as a lady. I'm putting it out there.
Well, I will move that we support the president in his intention to select a Black female Supreme Court member.
Okay, Chair will entertain a second.
Second.
Second by the Honorable Johnny.
Hold for a moment.
Okay, we'll come back.
All right, now you may begin, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, please give the sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay. So be it. In support of the president's intention to name an African-American woman to the Supreme Court of the United States of America. Madam Secretary, you had a question about who's second. We have people who are willing to second if you have a question.
No, we had that. I had a question about the 11th.
Number 11.
You can remember.
Resolution saying the date for the Memorial Day.
Right.
Okay.
Who did that? Anybody remember?
What? Just if you don't have a question about it, we'll just have John. You can go ahead and second it. Unless someone remembers, this is the date.
I have Dr. Faye Williams and McCrory.
One of them,
That's
who did it. One made the motion and one made the.
I know, but that's what I have. I don't know if it's correct.
That's good.
That's fine.
That's good. Okay. Got it.
I'll read it.
You have any others?
Well, it's the 12th and those two.
Those
The
two?
date for the Merrimack Cloud Bethune Day.
Oh yeah, we had Bobby involved in that one. Is he on, Bobby Hunter?
He's on the phone right now. Hold on a second. What is the question of him?
The date.
Wait, hold on, Bobby. Bobby's on the phone. What is the question for him?
Oh, okay.
Hold on, Bobby.
I didn't want to put the wrong names.
What was you just needed his name?
I just need to know who moved it and who seconded the motion.
Bobby, he was not on? Okay, all right, well, we'll move it then from here. All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
She's what?
Johnny, go ahead and move it.
I move that we do.
Okay, all right, John, you want to second it? Okay, all right.
Mayor Ford?
Yes, go ahead.
Bobby Hunter is on the line. He's saying Virginia Fields wants to know that she couldn't make it online. What else can she do?
Yeah, is she on? Oh, we most definitely.
Online?
Okay, is she on?
No, she said she can't make it on, but what else can she do since she couldn't make it on?
Oh, well, we'd like to have her on. Quite frankly, can you send her the link so we can at least see her and have her? We'd like to have her on. I don't know. Can she just get on for a quick minute? Anyway.
You're gonna try? He's gonna try to get her.
You're gonna try. Does she have a link?
Do you know if she had a link, Bobby?
Oh, you're talking to Bobby. He would. Okay. Jackie, Ms. Walker, can you send to see Virginia Fields the link Okay, back to the resolution. Are there any other resolutions to come before the body? Any other resolutions to come before the body? Any other resolutions to come before the body? Okay, good. We'll entertain a motion to close out the resolutions committee. So moved. Okay, great. Now,
Second, Williams.
don't have to second.
Okay.
Okay, let's go now. See, the Honorable C. Virginia Fields, are you there? The Honorable Rob Neal, are you there? And we'll get back to the calendar.
Mayor Ford, Rob Neal is here.
All right. Well, let's see you, Mr. President, if you are here. And in the meantime, let's go ahead with you, and if we get the Honorable C. Virginia Fields, because I wanted her to go first because she's healthcare.
But Mayor Ford, while you're waiting for her to come, I must tell you this, if you allow me to.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, I had the pleasure of talking to Apostle Leonard Lucas. He tried to get in, but it was a problem that he had with the link, the same problem that I had. But he was able to listen, and he is excited and to be a part and to be on the board of the World Conference of Mayors.
Wow, that's great.
And he told me, and at some point, when you have time, he told me just to call him and put him on the line because he wants to say a word. So let me know when I can do that, okay?
Why don't you do that now? Because and while you're doing that, let me explain to all of you all who the chief apostle
Mayor
is.
Ford,
Yeah.
I will do exactly what you said, and I'll call him. But I got someone that's holding. I just want them to say a word. This is a person that's going to participate. He's one of my board members with the International Black Broadcasters Association. He's a professor at Hardin University in Buffalo, New York. He's Professor Dwayne Cumberland. I'll just let him say hi, and then I'll get Apostle on the line.
Well, it's your time on the program. Whoever you want to present with you, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I have to do it a certain way since I'm just holding another phone. Okay, Professor Cumberlander, say hello to the World Conference of Mayors.
Yes, hello, how you guys doing? And it is my honor to be able to speak with you.
Now, Professor, tell Mayor Ford and the rest that are listening, you're a professor at Hardin University in Buffalo?
It's actually Holton.
Holton, I'm sorry.
College. The school is actually out of Holton, New York, but we have several satellite colleges we actually have two here in Buffalo, and then they're about to open up some other satellite colleges throughout New York State.
Okay. And Professor, besides you being a professor at that great institution, you also a radio person at a legendary radio station there in Buffalo, WUFO.
Yes, and I'm very proud to be part of it. Matter of fact, we're right next door to the one of the only colored musician clubs in America now. And also the young lady that just bought the station, she is the only Black female owner of a radio station of his size in New York State.
Great. Okay, well, welcome, sir, and we invite you and all the members of the International Black Broadcasters Association, one of our collaboration partners. We welcome you, sir, to participate with President Rob Neal in all of our activities, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Brother Pastor. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to reach out to the Apostle and get him on the line.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. Any luck while he's doing that? Any luck with the Honorable C. Virginia Fields?
I'm waiting for Bobby to call me back.
Okay. And we just sent her the link as well. Okay. Were there any other Herschel Daniels? What about him? What about, okay, well. He was holding? Yeah. Okay. All right. So we are ready now for, while Rob Neal is getting the apostle, if he gets him, I'll believe it when I hear it. The apostle is strategically important because he served along with Congressman Cedric Richmond in the Louisiana legislature, and they are very close friends. And as all of you all know, Cedric Richmond is our point person at the White House. He's the president's point person who works with the African American and the indigenous community in this country. And the apostle has given us access. Unfortunately, they've got several issues in Washington that has necessitated the congressman being tied up and not
Okay, Mayor Ford?
to be with us. Yes, go ahead, Mr. President.
Okay, I have the apostle with me right now on the other line.
Okay, can you put him on the speaker?
Yes, sir. He's on the line right now.
Good afternoon, Mayor Ford. How are you feeling this morning?
Honorable Chief Apostle, we are delighted to have you on, and I want to congratulate you. You were elected to a position on the board of the World Conference of Mayors. The World Conference of Mayors, like the Congressional Black Caucus, decided a number of years ago that in addition to mayors and other elected officials, we would also invite lay people and religious leaders and other leaders to also serve on our board along beside us, so that we can work hand in hand and cause our board to be more diverse. And so you will be among other lay persons and leaders who will be serving on the board. So Mr. Apostle, you did not have a chance to greet us earlier or to give the prayer for the nation. So we'll yield to you now to briefly greet all of us from New Orleans and from your church. And I also told them that you were friends with Congressman Cedric Richmond. You have the floor, Honorable Apostle.
Thank you, sir, and I appreciate it. I do accept the appointment, and I look forward to working with you and the mayors across the country, because we recognize and realize that God has placed some strategic people in some strategic places, and we need them to understand the purpose of connecting with the leadership, the spiritual leadership, and putting together the visions that's needed in our communities. And so it is an honor and privilege, and I look forward to it. And all of the resources that we have accumulated over the years, we put at your feet so that we can move this nation forward. We have a tremendous president. We have Cedric there. We have the congressional people there. And so now we need to tell them and share with them what we need and let them know that we're going to work with them and make sure that we're part of the appropriations, which means we want to make sure that our communities get the necessary resources that they need in order to make something happen. So without a vision, the people perish, but we're going to make sure we have the vision that God has given us for the communities and for our young people, so that we can go to the President of the United States and say to him, Mr. President, if you can go to Ukraine and help those over there, and if you can go to Germany and all over the world and help the world, why can't you just come into the inner cities and help the people that have put so many billions and trillions of dollars into this country, but yet we've gotten little back. So it's an honor and a privilege, and I do look forward to it. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Apostle, before you go, I want to charge you with the responsibility of contacting Congressman Cedric Richmond and let him know that I know they're busy in Washington, but there really is, I don't know what happened. We need an explanation of why we did not get our message from the president for this conference. I know we had to reschedule it, and it was short. The rescheduling was short notice, but I'm going to put you to work right away, okay? And I want you to be my point person for access to the White House, because share with everyone your relationship with Congressman Richmond.
I look forward to that, and I do accept the responsibility, sir. So let's make it happen, and we're going to make sure that we get them involved and that they recognize the seriousness of who we are and what we're accomplishing across this great country. And we're going to ask them to no longer ignore us and neglect us, but it's time for them to recognize us. So I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's it, that all of us play a role in this conference, and I would not hesitate to put you to work to do whatever you do best. Okay, Rob Neal. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Apostle.
Apostle.
Okay, God bless.
Okay, God bless. Okay, so Rob Neal, you want to briefly share with everyone what the International Black Broadcasters Association does. And I want to take this opportunity to personally thank you and the late Mayor Charles Evers, because were it not for you and Mayor Charles Evers, Tuskegee, Alabama would not have a radio station. Mayor Evers and Rob Neal, they took me to the FCC, and we were able to get a license. Now, Mayor Evers went to his grave being angry with me and upset with me because I would not take the radio station as my personal radio station. I could have been rich just like he was. As we all know, Mayor Evers was quite well off because he believed in money. He served the people, but he also was a great businessman, Mayor Charles.
Mayor Ford, I must interrupt you again. Please allow me to. I remember it like it was just yesterday when the frequencies were available and Mayor Evers tried his best. He said, talk him into, he needed to keep that for himself. So when I talked to you, Mayor Ford, I'm going to just put it out on Front Street, as they say. You said, no, I want the radio station for my city, not for me. I'll never forget it. And I said, well, Mayor, what about one day if you're not mayor of the city of Tuskegee? I don't care. It's for my people. That's what you said. So I tell you what, Tuskegee has a lot to be proud of. And I can name some of the university and the Tuskegee Airmen. Also, Tuskegee has to be proud of Mayor Johnny Ford. No question about it. God bless you, brother.
Thank you so very much. Okay, thank you. And now our radio station is the best station in the nation, as that's what they call it, Sylvester McPherson. So thank you so much for that. Go ahead, you have the floor, Your Honor.
Well, very good, very good. Well, one of the things I had wanted to do, and he was on briefly, the gentleman from Buffalo, he's doing a lot of incredible things with the International Black Broadcasters Association. And of course, all that will mature even better once we're in June in Orlando. I plan on putting together an incredible panel, having some distinguished individuals that will be there, as well as the local radio station in Orlando that has been very supportive of what we do. So we got great things planned. The FCC is opening up some new opportunities, and we'll be talking about that in Orlando. And it's just going to be great. And I'm proud and honored as well to be a part of the World Conference of Mayors and this collaboration that you have put together, giving all the organizations an opportunity to display what we do. And that's the thing about it. It's almost like a family reunion. We all get together and we find out what we do and how we can connect and make us better. So, Mayor Ford, that's basically what I want to say in this particular call. But other than that, I'm excited, sir.
All right. Well, thank you so very much. And we're proud of, as a matter of fact, I was proud to join you for a meeting of your organization in Hampton, Virginia, when we were celebrating the 400. What year was that? Remember, we went to Hampton?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That was 2019.
Okay, yeah, we were there for that event. Okay. All right. Is the Honorable C. Virginia Fields with us? Okay. All right. Well,
Herschel.
is Herschel Daniels with us? No, he's not. Okay. All right. Well, hello.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead. Is Bobby Hunter, does he have something else he wants to do? Okay, all right, let's do this. We are scheduled, the next event is scheduled for 5 p.m. Eastern time, right?
Yes.
And that will give us a chance to take a break. Thank goodness, those of us who were up with sunrise this morning. But it's going to be the WCM Hbtsa Award Program. And it is a tribute to Mrs. Rosa Parks. And the presentations will be made to Congresswoman Val Demings. And also the outstanding ladies are going to be recognized. Mayor Geraldine Miller, the Honorable Regina Hill, the Honorable Deborah Frazier Howes, the Honorable Kenya Cock, the Honorable Attorney Leslie Baskerville, the Honorable Mayor Leela Foley Davis, the Honorable Dr. E. Fay Williams, Ambassador, the Honorable Queen Mother, Dr. Dolores Blakely, Queen Mother, and our other Queen Mother, the Honorable Queen Mother, Wakila Anita Martinez. And all of us, the other thing that we've done.
Mayor Ford, point of special privilege, Tanya DeBose is trying to join us.
Okay, just hold. The other thing that we want to do is note that we have sent to all of you all membership sheets that you can fill in your own membership because you all are all now members of the World Conference of Mayors and the Historic Black Towns. We have 4 categories of memberships now, so we want to make that distinction. The active membership is for those voting members of the World Conference of Mayors and the Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance, our board of directors. Those are the active members. The other category is advisory. Those are the persons who advise us on key issues. All of you experts who we heard from today, you are in that category. And then the other category we have is honorary membership, which is bestowed upon diplomats, ambassadors, other officials who don't want to be other than honorary. We have that category. And then the 4th category is the youth category. So let me just say that whatever category you fall into, you are equally recognized, and we appreciate you very much. Okay, so we sent you that, and we also sent you a copy of the proclamation from Mayor Demings. Okay, good. Who do we have? Herschel. Okay, Herschel. Okay, before, did the Honorable Tanya DeBose have something you said, Mr. Director General, before Herschel goes? Secretary, Mr. Director General, Tanya, are you there?
I will, yes, hello, everyone. I just wanted to, first of all, just remind everyone, bring greetings from here in Texas in the historic city of Independence Heights. And to remind everyone, which I know you have shared, about the Black Towns Roundtable that will happen next Saturday virtually. You can register at blacktownsroundtable.org, and I put it in the chat, Mayor Ford. So I just wanted to come in and bring greetings.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's our Vice President for Communications for the Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance. And they have rescheduled for next Saturday. And I also mentioned to them, Madam Vice President, about the fact that during the June conference, that Saturday morning has also been set aside, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, good. All right, good. Thank you. Now, Herschel, are you there, Your Honor?
Could I have a point of special order briefly?
All right. Oh, wait, okay, Herschel, before we go to you, Dr. David, Mr. Vice President of Health, go right ahead, sir.
At 3:15, Drew, you will need to admit Ken Patterson. He'll be presenting from 3:15 to 3:30. I can introduce him as part of Herschel's program today. Thank you.
Listen to me. What we're going to try to do, can we send out a notice that we are running ahead of schedule? And 3:15, I hope we'll be out of here by then, because it's been a long day and we want to give everyone a break for the session. So Dr. Aaron Kranz, we may be able to take him earlier, okay?
I'll try to let him know. Thank you.
Yeah, let him know that. Okay. So Herschel, we're early, as you see, and we want to go ahead with your section now.
I appreciate it. So I'm going to go through this from real quick.
Oh,
in
good.
Terms of the relationship between Friends of the African Union, World Conference of Mayors, and the creation of this started back in April, actually, at the Indigenous Peoples Forum, but was cemented at the Black Wall Street event with the World Conference of Mayors in their historic meeting in Tulsa on the 100-year commemoration that honored Congressman Rangel, and the first Black woman elected as a mayor in the United States. And so what was also unique was that we had the Native American community.
What's happening?
Are you seeing this, or are you seeing the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Technology is wonderful.
So
that's when it doesn't work. There's
so
the Honorable Benjamin Trump.
When you brought that okay to the table, okay, by bringing the lawyers, bringing the Native Americans, and talking about just
Director General, can you hear us? So we can't hear. Herschel, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Can everybody hear me?
I can.
Okay. So the United Nations Permanent Forum on People of African Descent is where
we can read it. Friends of the African Union
on the 31st of December 2020, the United Nations General Assembly passed a resolution for the concrete action for the total elimination of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. And on this issue,
you've reached results and results educational funds.
Hello.
Yes, Secretary General Ford.
Can't hear.
This is the old one. All right, so Secretary Ford, could you hear me?
Guess I'm the only one who's hearing.
Can you hear us now?
Jackie, can you?
We hear you, Diane. We hear you,
see if you
Mr.
can
Bear.
contact Drew, find out what's happening. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Williams, you can hear me, but
Yes, clearly.
okay.
Everybody's talking, but we can't hear them.
We can hear.
And so,
And it said the host muted us, but I unmuted, it still doesn't work. Probably does.
Continue on, Mr. Daniels.
let's see. Okay, well, Drew, can they hear me or?
Yes, yes. Everybody else can hear you.
Okay. All right.
Hello.
John Moss says, I can hear and see you.
So the World Conference of Mayors
We can
agreed
see
to
him.
create
Oh, yeah, we saw.
the World Conference of Mayors Committee on the United Nations Permanent Forum on People of African Descent. And the creation of that is a historic moment
Can they hear you?
for
Hello?
this United Nations subsidiary.
Somebody said they can hear us.
Who
They can hear
said?
them.
We can't hear them.
We can hear all your background noise there at the office, Mr. Bear.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, yes, we can hear you.
Drew, could you cue it again? He should be coming on in a few minutes.
Okay, I surely will. Sorry about the multiple interruptions, Mr. Daniel. But
Okay, so
Mayor Ford, I'm gonna have to mute you until Mr. Daniels finishes, so that because we have a lot of background noise from your office.
when the World Conference of Mayors did agree to create the World Conference of Mayors Committee, on the permanent form of, and it appointed me as chairman. I also serve as chairman of Friends of African Union, managing director of African Diaspora Directorate. In terms of the background, what we bring to the table is that people need to understand that Africa is over $300 trillion in assets, and the African Union, and that there's over 118 billion in American Federal Reserve Bank-based community benefit agreements that we can use to activate this. And in terms of working together, that the Black Folks Plan and how to build back better using the Black Folks Plan is basically based on what Dr. King said in his book titled The Birth of a New Age. The individual has not started living till he can rise above the narrow confines of his individualistic concerns to the broader concerns of all humanity. On July 16, 2016, I started living a new life after my 6th and 7th heart attack. I've got 8 stents, died 3 times. So when the Secretary General of the World Conference of Mayors, approved the creation by vote of the Committee on the United Nations Permanent Forum on People of African Descent, it's to support the 7 T's fundamental goals of the World Conference of Mayors: trust, trade, tourism, technology transfer, twin cities, treasury, and training. And the whole idea of this working together is that through local governments working together can lead to a more peaceful world and facilitate economic prosperity for all. In this case, for the 1.6 billion people of African descent.
Yeah, using the TV for the speakers.
In terms of the
Okay, that means whatever cord is going to the TV might be loose. Y'all using the HDMI cord, or check to make sure nobody pushed the mute button on the TV.
In this case, we created a working group that is open to everyone every day in the month of February. And that the whole idea that this started off on Martin Luther King with the theme, your freedom and my freedom are bound together. Okay, and so the whole deal behind this is that these organizations that come together and sponsor, and in terms of what I'm going to explain is that the Friends of the United Nations Permanent Forum on People of African Descent is to be co-founded by government entities and intergovernmental organizations like the World Conference of Mayors. And in this, they're associated, as the Secretary General just explained, that the World Conference of Mayors is not only governmental organizations, but affiliates and associated members. And the whole idea is that we are organizing in the United Nations around the whole idea of moving forward. Okay, so we're going to actually on April 25th through the 6th of May at the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, which is a follow-up to our work on April 29th, 2021, with participation of the Secretary General of the World Conference of Mayors, that we're going to move this agenda forward that we put together in February. Now, the work that we're doing on this, okay, is going to specifically be focused on people of African descent in the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. And that this organization then can bring to what is the United Nations of Cities a whole set of imperatives that is in the United Nations. I look forward to working with everybody to make that happen. I'll take any questions. And seeing you didn't see any part of that screen share.
I saw some of it.
You saw some of it, okay.
As long as you had it up, I think I saw it.
Still nothing?
Forward your back.
Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Step forward.
Yeah, we're on the screen, but you couldn't hear Herschel his pictures.
And we can see his pictures and could see him talking. You all couldn't hear us, could you?
No, sir. Well, you did have some background.
So, can you see the video now?
His injury.
Okay, you.
You know the items that Bobby talked about. Commissioner.
Yes.
Yeah,
Your Honor, we can hear throughout the screens, so you and I need to have our conversation now.
Oh,
all right.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. How about that? Yeah.
So I'll go through this once again so that you can see the video. Okay. I did send this to the Secretary General of the World Conference of Mayors for approval for the logo for the creation of the committee. And of course, everybody recognizes the usage of the red for the blood that has been shed, the black for the people, the 1.6 billion people united in the United Nations, and the green for the fertility and the land that we have that has assets of over $300 trillion currently. Since we've been operating since April 29th, 2021, that I've been working chairman. And this is all available on our website right now. The whole idea behind this is to enhance in the United Nations trust, trade, tourism, technology transfer, twin cities. In other words, the 7 T's of the World Conference of Mayors within the idea of treasury and training. So we're talking about in the United Nations, and this is a creation of the United Nations of the world. And there's a civil society aspect of it. And we are forming in the United Nations of Cities, the World Conference of Mayors, the civil society section of it. There's another part of the presentation, but I'm not going to do that. Dr. Aaron Krantz is going to be coming on in just a second with results to be talking about implementation of a joint operation in the United Nations that addresses the over 400 to 600 million kids and teens who are people of African descent who are in nutrition or food danger, in which the United States is a leading voice for that solution. And he and his guest through results are going to talk about that particular aspect. I'll take any questions that anybody might have.
Herschel, would you tell us again where we can find the info you mentioned? I didn't get the entire.
You can find it at friendsoftheafricanunion.com.
Okay.
You will get both the United Nations resolution and the information standing behind it. You'll get the statement of the United States ambassador to the United Nations when she voted on August 2nd, 2021 for it. And you will get all this slide preparation there.
Thank you.
Okay, so Herschel, did you, Your Honor, how did you come out? Did you make your presentation? We were blacked out the whole time here in the office. I missed that, but I see you got the 7 T's up there, and I see you got our seal. Let me just say to everyone, I had a talk with Herschel. I said, we have to be careful about organizations and people stealing our stuff or taking our stuff and using it for themselves. But I want all of y'all to know that I authorized Herschel to establish this committee because it furthers the work and it broadens the work of the World Conference of Mayors with the United Nations. Because we are the United Nations of cities. And I want to thank Herschel for, Herschel and I go way back. We just got reunited in the last couple of years. Well, what years were we together, Herschel? We first met.
Oh, that was back decades when I was down on K Street. So that Severa was your director then, your executive director, Harold Severa.
Yeah, we had an office in Washington at that time, and I think Mayor Marion Barry was mayor.
Yeah, he was the mayor. I was over on K Street. I was doing computers. Yeah. That's when.
But at any rate, let me just sum it up by saying we thank you for what you're doing, both you and Queen Mother. You all are doing a lot to connect us with the UN, and we want to do that. The two organizations, the UN and the African Union, are two organizations that we really look forward to working closer with in this international arena. So thank you for
Mr.
that.
Secretary General, if I could, in engagement with you, I just want you to be aware that in February at the United Nations, there is a whole section on planning for the world that's going on.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, and my normal course of things that I'm doing, that this organization and members of this organization and governments in this organization should be participating in.
Sure.
Because this is a determinant with the United States supporting this. On day one of the presidency of Joe Biden, he issued Executive Order 13985. And that executive order is the first time that we have a whole of government move to address racial equality. And so this, and taking it to the world and building back better, he introduced a program called Build Back Better the World.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Just not Build Back Better Act, but it's Build Back Better the World. And so I look forward to working with the other committees to make that relevant to them.
Right. Well, I'm glad yours is a working committee, and that's what we want. We got work to do. So Okay, good. We're in good shape now in time. And what we're going to do is adjourn. Did we get?
Dr. Aaron Krantz is trying to get your attention.
Before we do that, did we get the Honorable C. Virginia Fields on? Were we ever able to get her on?
She said that she's not available.
Okay, all right, I know, and I can understand that. She was my president and I was her chairman, so I know how busy she is. Okay, but at any rate, she fully supports what we're doing. Let me, go ahead, Dr. Aaron Cross, go with this Vice President.
Bruce, did you make contact with Ken at all?
Go
ahead, Dr. Aaron Cross. What do you
I have somewhat to introduce, but I don't know if Drew's been able to queue him up.
If that person would put their hand up, I can find them, Dr. Aaron Krantz. All right, I found them.
It's Ken Patterson.
You can go ahead and begin, Dr. Aaron Krantz.
Okay, I've often talked about my two public health groups, Results and Partners in Health. We do congressional advocacy, and in Philadelphia, we operate as one group. Today, we have on Zoom with us Ken Patterson, who has been my mentor at Results. Results is an international health and anti-poverty organization. We have chapters throughout the country. As Herschel just mentioned, with the Permanent Forum on People of African Descent, we are going to be working hand in hand with Results at the Permanent Forum on the 1A global issue that we now have before Congress. And that, again, is Senator Coons and Congresswoman Houlihan's proposal. She's from my area, to prevent and treat global pediatric malnutrition. So, Ken, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, David. I really appreciate that. Can you all hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Fantastic. I am truly honored to be with all of you today as you work to address COVID and other challenges facing the families of the world. I'm Ken Patterson, the Director of Grassroots Impact for Results. Results has been around for 41 years. And as David said, it's a constituent advocacy organization. We believe that if we hire the people in government to work for us through the voting process and we pay their salaries through our taxes, that it's also our job to supervise them as our employees. We also believe that poverty cannot end as long as oppression exists. I'm going to share a couple of slides with you today related to global malnutrition and what we can do about it together. So I've got the slide here, just a little bit more about Results and our values, again, and our belief that, again, to address poverty, we also have to address oppression. So, I know earlier this morning that Kenneth Harris said that we don't need to hear about problems, but instead solutions. But I'm going to spend a couple of minutes on the problem side about malnutrition, but I'm also promised to move us in this conversation towards some solutions. And I'm not going to be taking a lot of your time this morning to talk about this, or this afternoon at this point. And I do want to talk about, though, how we can change the equation on global malnutrition. So I want to start with just sort of acknowledging that, nutrition is a human right. You can see the Universal Declaration of Human Rights there. Everyone has the right to a standard of living, adequate health, well-being for themselves, his family, including food, clothing, and housing, medical care, social services. And then the Universal Declaration on the Eradication of Hunger and Malnutrition states the same. And so it is a human right. Prior to COVID-19, we really had been making consistent progress on global malnutrition and child survival. our efforts since 1990, but are instead experiencing stunting or wasting due to preventing, it's really causing permanent damage to their developing brains and bodies. This is unacceptable and fully preventable if we put our minds to this and we focus on this. So the other thing that's been happening most recently is that the COVID-19 has only made things worse, really disrupting small businesses, particularly those of women entrepreneurs, disrupting food systems, disrupting health systems. And we're seeing a spike in global hunger and malnutrition due to the pandemic. And our progress on global malnutrition has been set back significantly because of COVID-19. Here's the solution part that I want to talk about now. We know what to do around malnutrition, and there's a set of interventions called the Power 4 that are very simple ones that we know can make a huge difference in global malnutrition: prenatal vitamins, exclusive support for breastfeeding, or support for exclusive breastfeeding, I should say, vitamin A supplementals for children, and then emergency therapeutic foods. And so we need to channel more resources toward proper nutrition and malnutrition, but we also need to make sure that those resources are used well. There are lots of simple ways we can do this. So we're excited to be working on a set of bipartisan bills in Congress right now, Senate 2956 and HR 4693, the Global Malnutrition Prevention and Treatment Act, in both chambers, and it's bipartisan, both chambers. And these bills call for USAID, our aid agency, to focus on their nutrition efforts on the most effective interventions and reaching the most vulnerable people around the world. The bill calls for the USAID to be accountable through rigorous monitoring, evaluation, and reporting. It calls for the prioritization of country leadership and country-specific implementation plans, including building capacity of local and community-based organizations in those countries. Again, we're pretty pleased with what this bill does. And so those are the details. Those are the details of the bill. What I would say is that we can all work together on this, speaking to our federal representatives and senators, asking them to co-sponsor the bills or to rally other members of Congress to co-sponsor them if they've already signed on. I thought I had one more slide here. I guess I don't. But let me. I want to share one more thing, if I might.
Okay. All right.
Real quick, a set of resources here. I'm sorry about this. I'm going to blow this up a little bit so you can see these. I forgot to put these on the slide, but so there are, and I can send these afterwards for us. If you go to congress.gov, you can know which members of Congress are supporting.
I'm sure our position should reflect strongly that there is no excuse for children going hungry and being mal-fed in this day and time. So, Dr. Aaron Krantz, I'll go to you first, and then Hersha has a question that he wants to, point he wants to make as well. So think about that. Hersha, you want to ask your question first before?
No, I second. Dr. Aaron Krantz and his committee and my committee are working for this, and if he makes the motion, I'd like to be on record as seconding the motion.
Okay, all right. So I was out when you started, so we have the honor of speaking with, this is Dr. Come on, give me your name. Help me. Ken Patterson. Oh, Ken Patterson?
Yeah.
So Ken Patterson, do you have the wording for a resolution that we can support as a convention, as a conference?
Mr. Secretary General,
yes.
I would propose the wording that we propose to support Global Malnutrition and Prevention Treatment Act of 2021, 2022.
There we go. There we go. Now, Madam Secretary, slow down now because the secretary wants to take it. Give it again. It's the global malnutrition prevention legislation. And what's the number of the legislation?
Oh boy.
We have the House bill is HR 4693.
Senate is 2956.
That's correct. Thank you.
What is
Very
the
good.
Senate?
She got it down already.
What's the Senate?
What's the Senate side?
2956.
All right. But the bottom line is we support prevention of malnutrition in this world.
And who submitted it?
Okay, so there's moved by Dr. Aaron Cross and second by the Honorable Herschel Daniels, chair of the committee. Moved and properly second. Questions? Any further comments on it? Okay, all in favor of the motion, give the sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay. So be it. Okay, good. Yeah, we need to go on strong. As a matter of fact, when we met in Washington in 1994, which was our 10th anniversary, all of us in attendance, we got together and we sang, the mayor sang the song, "We Are the World." You know, that had just come out with Lionel Richie and all of them. It was an effort to raise money where all the movie stars got together and sang that song, "We are the world, we are the children." And we all got together and sang that, sent it out, because our position then, we were fighting against poverty and hunger in the country and the world, and we still stand. They raised they raised a lot of money to support food aid and the fight against malnutrition and hunger. So we still stand in support of that, okay? All right.
Mr. Secretary General?
Yes, sir.
I would like to put forward that we support Black farmers.
All right.
And this feeds right into what he's talking about, because Black American farmers can help lead the world in feeding the world. And if we support them, they can support us. And I do have some wording for that.
Okay, hold on. Let me just say, I'm glad you raised that because, you know, coming from Tuskegee and George Washington Carver and our School of Agriculture and Binion here in Alabama, the Black farmers in Alabama, we strongly support that. As a matter of fact, we were supposed to have Dr. Steele, who is the president or executive director of the women in support, Black women in support of agriculture. Are you all familiar with her and her organization? It's a national effort, and she was supposed to be on. Of course, in the transition, we lost a lot of people who were going to be with us. But yes, we support our Black farmers. We need to continue to fight until they are paid and get their fair share. There's still a lot of money these Black farmers are entitled to because of the discriminatory practices of the Department of Conference. On behalf of all of you, I did speak with his niece, who is Dr. Help me. I'll get her name shortly, but I did speak to her, and as you stated, that is her second uncle. We were actually present in Nicodemus, Kansas, and it was interesting to attend a Western prairie burial out on the prairie where they actually buried him. We were there and we participated in the funeral services on behalf of the World Conference of the Historic Towns. So that was the
Yes,
first
sir.
uncle, and this second uncle has just died. So what we will do is generally adopt a resolution now with the understanding you will get the precise wording. We would adopt it in principle that we are in support of the struggle for equality in terms of economic justice for the Black farmers, which the federal government, our federal government, still has not adequately met. So move by Herschel Daniels, and we're going to name it in honor of him. You'll send us a name in that and all of that. So move by Herschel. We'll entertain a second from.
I'll second.
Dr. Aaron Krantz, Mr. Vice President, moved and properly second. Questions, comments? Those in favor of the motion, please give the sign of aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposers, nay. So be it. Okay? All right. So thank you, Dr. Aaron Krantz. Thank you, Honorable Herschel Daniels. And thank you once again. Your name is not up, so. Ken Patterson. All right, Ken, we welcome you to our family and we want to stay with you. And we want to make you a part of us because this struggle is not over. And as we join forces together, that makes us much more effective. Any other actions to be brought forth before we adjourn for a break? And we will be back at 5 o'clock, well, we'll be back 4 o'clock Central Time and 5 o'clock Eastern for the awards program. Is there anything else to come before the body? If not,
if there is, could please put it in the chat so I can recognize you. Just give them a second if they have anything so I can activate them, Mr. Mayor, or raise your hand if you have anything that needs to be brought before the body so that I can recognize you.
okay. All right, Chair will entertain a motion for adjournment. We're going to take this break and we're going to come back soon. We'll be back at 4, okay? All right, make the motion to adjourn.
Move for adjournment.
So move. You don't have to second adjournment. It's really a recess. Move for a recess. Okay, we're clear. Thank you all so much. Wonderful. We'll be back shortly. Okay. All right. Good work. Now we can finally have some breakfast. It's been a long day, but we so far